So I don't want to delay our really exciting agenda, but I do want to tell you a little bit about what's going to be happening today. In the morning, we're going to travel almost around the world looking at different ecosystems, starting from China all the way to Israel. And also, we're going to talk a little bit about the different case studies and success stories of open innovations and collaborations with startups right here in Spain. In the afternoon, we have a very exciting verticals, starting with health tech, looking into longevity even, and end up with talking about one of my favorite topics, which is the future of food. So we have a really, really tight and exciting schedule, and I hope you guys will stay with us today. So let's get started with the first panel. I happen to be moderating this particular panel today, this morning, and I'm actually particularly very excited because it is on a topic that I am familiar with. So I don't know if you can tell, but I'm not Spanish. But I have spent 20 years here, and I grew up in Hong Kong, so I'm, also have this aspect of my life where I can bridge between the East and the West. And this is exactly what we're going to be discussing this morning. And so I want to invite my panelists. First and foremost, I want to invite Mr. Eddie Cheng. Hello, 早晨.
Morning.
Eddie Cheng is Special Representative from Hong Kong Economic and Trade Affairs to the European Union. Mr. Cheng has had decades of experience in economic relations and financial services from the government sector. Next, I will invite Mr. Heriberto Saldivar. He is the Managing Director of Brink.
Thank you.
Managing Director of Brink Accelerator. And he gives supports and fundings to what you guys call game changers. And these are highly driven entrepreneurs focusing on global impact. So welcome.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Mr. Oscar Ramos that will be connecting online from Shanghai. Hello, Oscar. Oscar is an entrepreneur turned investor. He is the partner and managing director of China Accelerator. And China Accelerator is a cross-border internet arm of venture capital fund SOSV. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
So, shall we get started?
Hi, Cecilia. Good to see you.
Hello, Oscar. Okay, there's so much to cover about this potential opportunity, so let's just jump right in. I will throw some questions around, and if you have any thoughts, welcome to chime in. So one of the first questions I want to ask is, coming from the West, and especially entrepreneurs and startups from, this part of the world, what opportunities should they be aware of, looking into China?
Okay, then who go first? Well, maybe I will just give an overview, and then other experts can supplement. I'm from Hong Kong, and I represent the Hong Kong government. And as you know, Hong Kong is a very small city, but it is a big, big international financial center. So when you are talking about opportunities, if you are talking about a market, Hong Kong is the gateway to China. Yeah. It is very easy to travel from Hong Kong into the mainland Chinese continent. And in terms of financing, I would tell you, they are full of funding opportunities in Hong Kong. In addition to venture capitalists, we also have private equities and also family offices. They are all important sources of financing for startups. And in terms of partners, we have top universities in Hong Kong. He will tell you more about the Polytechnic University in Hong Kong. It has a cutting-edge technologies in making robotics. So, and also I would like to supplement that in terms of biotechnology, Hong Kong is actually the second largest capital raising center for biotechnological companies just after New York. And very last, if you come to Hong Kong, you don't need to learn the Chinese or Cantonese. You can speak English. And we offer very, very delicious dim sum, which is similar to the Spanish tapas.
Excellent. I don't think we need more, enticement, to bring people to China and Hong Kong. So, what from your perspective as an accelerator, and also Oscar, how does that apply?
Yeah. So, just what we're discussing with Eddie, yes, you can only just learn one word in Hong Kong, Ngoy, that it means for thank you very much, sorry, everything, and you can survive. Hong Kong and Asia, it's a market that it is being growing. WeBrink started at Hong Kong, and it has been an amazing platform for us to grow. the support that you get from the government, the institutions, and also the ease of connection that, well, right now with COVID, the whole world is a bit stuck, but the ease of connection that you get with different markets is incredible. It's also important to know that Asia, it's a market that has been growing. It has the biggest middle class that it is growing in the world, a lot of consumer power. They're crazy about food, about technology, about fashion. So there's a lot of things that you can do. There's a joke that it is like, if you're able to sell just $1 product to all of the Chinese, you become a billionaire right away, right? So it's a big market that you have a lot of potential. Hong Kong has been a great place for us to kind of like test the market. It is international enough, and it has enough consumer power to be able to grow this as a startup, to test the market, grow, and be able to kind of like become familiar with Asia without being scared about the language and everything. I don't know if Oscar also wants to share something. I know he's in Shanghai. Oscar?
Yeah. So we are kind of as SOSB as an organization, we're actually very actively investing. So for us, when we talk about opportunities or area of investment or investment thesis is basically innovation arbitrage. We work a lot between regions where we see a strong demand and a supply that sometimes is able to catch up with that demand. And these kind of arbitrage opportunities, specifically on this Asia to Europe, is something that I believe is extremely overlooked by a lot of European startups. I think there's an element of lack of knowledge. When I moved to Asia 14 years ago, I thought about Asia as a region. And when you come here and you start evaluating things, you realize that, well, that doesn't exist. Like the reality of China, India, Southeast Asia is very different. No? And even if you look at you think about Southeast Asia, I mean, the situation in the Philippines and Indonesia is so different. But the truth is that there's this image that became very popular a long time ago, where there was a small circle only taking a part of Asia, saying, well, there's more people living inside that circle than in the rest of the world. So one of the reasons is that there's a huge market here, and as Humberto was saying, there is a massive growth of the disposable income that these people have, this population have. And what makes them super interesting, what makes this super interesting and super exciting, this region, is that the pace of digitalization is extremely fast. In China, we saw how the adoption of technology basically skipped one generation. Mm-hmm. People move from people that don't have any access to telephone or transportation. They move from nothing to smartphone to electric vehicles, and you can see that in the digitalization of e-commerce and everything. These models have expanded across Southeast Asia and other regions. And that's a massive opportunity. Difficult because it's very competitive, but it's a great opportunity. Personally, where most of my investments in European startups that have explored Southeast Asia, multiple markets, India, or China, they have focused on the B2B space. Mm-hmm. Europe has a very strong scientific background. There's very strong technology in Europe. And a lot of that technology has the opportunity to bring productivity and efficiency to markets that are growing really fast, when everything becomes very, very, very competitive. And sometimes that demand is not matched domestically. So that's an area where sometimes, especially in certain industries, when European entrepreneurs, they think about their internationalization beyond Europe, and they look at a single large market, they explore the US as a more natural market. But if you want to work in manufacturing today, ignoring China, ignoring Indonesia, ignoring India is crazy. If you think about the challenges in supply chain and certain industries, this is where you have not only the largest volume of activity, it's where you have all the innovation happening. Multinationals from all over the world, they are already realizing that. So we work with multiple, like over 200 multinationals, Fortune 500, and they are shifting very fast their innovation centers and excellence of centers where they try to find new opportunities to this part of the world, because this is where the challenge is happening.
That's a very interesting take. I would like to
Can I add
know.
something to that?
Absolutely, please.
So one other part that he was talking is like Europe has a very strong technical background, a lot of science, and it's been a lot of heavy in research, right? The way I see the world, especially in the startup world, it is like America has a lot of money that they buy a lot, that you can see hyper-hyped startups coming up with huge valuations. Asia has a lot of population, right? The population boom that they have, it's incredible. And Europe has a lot of talent. The oldest universities in the world are here, incredible research centers. You can see the guys who map the DNA are here in France. You get the Max Planck Institute. The guys who invented the vaccine for COVID are also actually in Germany. So there's a lot of technology there and a lot of knowledge in Europe that can be working together with Asia, right? This bridge, that's something that we at Brink always have been aiming to work at. We understand that Asia has its strengths, but it also has its weakness, the same as Europe. Europe has a declining population, has some challenges that in order, if you want to kind of like boost your company and your economy, you can take advantage of Asia. And now, like with the support of people like Invest Hong Kong, that's something that we can be able to do. I'm going to do a small promotion here. We at Brink are actually launching a program with Invest Hong Kong and the Hong Kong Science and Technology Park for entrepreneurs in Europe who are willing to go to Asia, and we launch it. It's called the HKST Fast Track. So it's a 10 days program that the startups can fly to Hong Kong if they can. Right now, we can also do it virtually. We help them with grants. Hong Kong has an incredible ecosystem for grants. They have a lot of support for the government. And this is just an example. Hong Kong is a microcosmos that it is in Asia. We have seen the same happening in India, in China. We're actually right now working also with China, with the Guangdong government, to be able to do a trade office in Berlin that we're going to be launching later this year or beginning of next one. And these connections between Europe and Asia is something that it needs to be strengthened. I don't want to be very political, but we also see how the world has been starting to shift. We see that Macron, Germany, Merkel, it's leaving, but they have started to kind of like gravitate a little bit away from America. And then I believe that for Europe, a lot of the future for business, research, and growth, it's in Asia, and it's something that it's worth exploring.
Yeah, that's super interesting. I think a lot of the people that are here in the audience as well as online, I think they have one question in mind. You know, how do they even get started? Where do they look? Where do they start? Hong Kong sounds like a stepping stone for many because it's literally a stepping stone in the middle. What advice do you have for entrepreneurs that are looking in breaking into China?
Well, maybe I will start first. Hong Kong have incubators. We have two clusters for tech companies. One is the Cyberport, which is more, focused on IT technologies and software. And then we have the Hong Kong Science and Technology Park, which is open to R&D and also innovation, all kinds of innovation. And the best part of that is that the Hong Kong government will also offer, startup financing for them to help them. And we do some matching financing. For example, Hong Kong government will offer $1 to attract $10 from other investors interested in the project. And in terms of, as a stepping stone to the Greater China market as well as the Asian market, it's true. But in addition to that, Hong Kong is also a testing ground. Because Hong Kong is very small, and messages that go around very quickly, very efficient, and most importantly, Hong Kong people and Hong Kong companies, they like technology, very tech savvy. We love things new, innovative, all kinds of gadgets. Let me quote you an example. I don't think you have 5G right here now. Not yet, right?
Not
5G.
yet.
In Hong Kong, we introduced a 5G last April. And now the coverage is 92%.
Oh, wow.
Coverage, 92%. And in terms of coverage, Hong Kong ranked #1 in the world. And in terms of the stability of a 5G network or the transmission quality, Hong Kong ranked #2. And in Hong Kong, it's a small place with 7.5 million people, but the subscribers of 5G has already reached 1.5 million. So you can tell people in Hong Kong like technology. If you want to test your idea, Hong Kong is a very, very good market for you to test whether this idea will work for Asians, for Chinese, for Japanese, for Koreans, for all kinds of Asian markets.
That's really interesting.
I will say also like there's different programs that you can access to be able to support. I know that the guys in China Accelerator are doing an incredible job with startups trying to arrive to China, especially the Shanghai area. We get also Invest Hong Kong with a lot of accelerator programs. We at Brink have been able to kind of like grow to a lot of different emerging markets. We just launched a program in India. We can support a lot of teams who want to go to India and Europe. We're actually launching a program right now in Barcelona that it is mostly focused for European startups, Spanish. It's going to be called Stage 2. We are going to be getting more details, but you can check in stage2.cc. And it is about entrepreneurs who want to be able to develop technologies, deep tech, and everything. And we're going to have a little bit of the support from us from Asia, right? So it's kind of like testing the waters without leaving the home a little bit. Then you can go to other locations, like you can use Hong Kong if you're kind of like a little bit more adventurous. And if you really want to go and deep swim into the ocean, you get programs like the one that you got in China Accelerator. So there's a lot of opportunities. Asia, it's an incredible market, really welcoming. They are hungry for innovation, hungry for this, and that's a lot of things that we can be able to support, right?
Yeah, definitely. There is this.
So personally,
Yes.
I want to give a bit of contrarian point of view on this. I think you need to go where your customers are. So there are hubs in Asia, mainly like Hong Kong, Singapore, to a certain degree Shanghai, to where you have a like very large concentration of Fortune 500 companies headquarters in Asia Pacific, and there's a reason for that. They're really great places, but you need to go where your customers are. Those places are very comfortable, and if your customers are there, you can go there. But otherwise, you need to go where your customers are. So, I mean, we have been working with companies expanding in India, for example, working very actively in Pakistan, where right now the most active international investor in Pakistan is startups. And a very important lesson learned, you need to really be closer to your customers. Eventually, all of these companies will need to relocate, particularly if you have a pan-Asia strategy, you'll need to decide. And depending on how relevant the mainland China market is for your strategy, you will decide if you choose more like a Hong Kong or Shanghai or Singapore as a hub. But if you want to really develop the market, these hubs are too easy. Shanghai is a very easy city. Even from Europe, sometimes it might look as like complicated for language. Yeah, I mean, as Eddie was saying, you don't need to speak Chinese or Mandarin to live here. You can live in English. But if you are targeting the Chinese market, you need to go where the market is. If you are working on manufacturing startup, you need to go where the manufacturing lines are. If you're working on any specific industry, like automotive, for example, is a really big industry here where there's a huge opportunity. The energy industry in China is massive opportunity for European startups in the climate tech space. You need to go where your clients are so you can spend time with them. Entrepreneurship is not an easy life. It's a difficult one. And internationalization of startups is even more complicated.
Let me ask something that I'm sure is popping up in the minds of our audience right now. How do you deal with cultural differences, though, when they're spanning across oceans? Where do you even start thinking about these differences?
Well, for us, it's always you need to have the international flavor, of course, but you are a guest in the country. You need to understand the market. What Oscar was saying is really important. You need to understand your customers, right? An example that I love to talk about it is Red Bull. Red Bull everywhere in the world, it is a bottle just like this, that it is gray with blue. Everybody knows the typical bottle. But if you go to China, actually Red Bull, it is a yellow, shiny bottle with a big red stuff, right? It is about like the energy and movement. And it is because of how the customers understand. You go, for example, in Hong Kong, you can get some Lays or chips, and they're like salted duck flavor, or you get something. And then you just cross the border to Shenzhen, and it turns out that you get a Sichuan spicy flavor of fries, right? Kentucky Fried Chicken is doing some Beijing duck wrap style of something in China, then you get something different in Hong Kong. So you need to understand that you're entering a market that it has different profiles. A lot of the errors that I see a lot of startups or even big corporations is coming with like this Eurocentric mindset that it is like, I know how to handle the world, and it doesn't work. You need to understand, you need to listen. Your 100 interviews that you're doing for your market in Europe might not mean anything if you do it in China or in Hong Kong. So like, you need to understand how this happens. You need to have a big tolerance for making a fool out of yourself. You need to understand that some behaviors in certain locations are not good, and you need to kind of like, I always said, like, before you go to a place, read about it, right? Something as simple as in China, you don't put the chopsticks on top of the rice because it's a big insult. You don't do some other things in other places, right? So it's important for you to understand and have fun.
Yeah.
And I would like to add that, well, there will be cultural differences in every corner of the world.
That is true.
Turn the difference into an experience. Make it fun. Hong Kong is a very fun, a lot of fun, a happening city. Say, for example, you have mentioned a lot of examples. But I would say that when I grew up in Hong Kong, I was born in Hong Kong. But actually, you know what? My kids are now learning Korean because they are listening to K-pop. And in Hong Kong, we watch Korean movies. We listen to Korean songs. We listen to Japanese songs. So it's very international. It's like a melting pot, and we welcome different cultures. So I would say, put it simply, cultural difference is not a barrier. It is an experience to have fun.
I agree. So,
I mean, this is actually an amazing opportunity. So something that, so in our work with our companies, we work with a lot of companies on cross-border expansion, like internationalization to other markets. And something that is critical is to understand that to walk on your customer's shoes, the first thing you need to do is you need to take off the ones that you're wearing. And you need to be able to remove all your assumptions. Every single, even a company that has really great traction in one market, when they try to explore the internationalization to another market, they'll need to be able to challenge other assumptions. And we had like a lot of super interesting cases of companies coming from Europe with a specific technology that they didn't have to change the technology at all, but they had to change the value proposition. So one example is one of our German companies. They are a company in the insurtech space, basically have a solution that allowed to evaluate any type of claim on automotive or residential using your phone. You take a picture of the claim and automatically the AI will analyze the damage and the cost of repairing it. The value proposition in Europe is very simple. You can solve issues that require sending an inspector without sending an inspector. Sometimes it's more expensive to send an inspector than to pay for the claim, but you need to process it. In Asia, in general, that's not a problem because there's no inspectors. You have people that there's no professional inspector reviewing. But the problem in Asia is fraud. There's so much fraud that's a fundamental difference in the value proposition that changes the revenue model. That company today, being a European company, has more profits and more business in Asia because they solve a pain that is critical here. But the technology, the fundamental underlying technology is exactly the same.
could we jump in perhaps a little bit more sensitive topic, talking about fraud? Is that I think a lot of people have concerns about IP issues and having their technologies being copied. What are the state right now in terms of these issues, and is this a real concern even to date?
We work a lot with hardware, and that's a question that a lot of startups come to me and ask me. Depending on where I'm giving this talk, I'm also like, yeah, cool, like Chinese are gonna steal from me the same way that like Spanish are gonna just take a nap in the afternoon every day, and like Mexicans are drug lords. Like I'm Mexican, so it's so it is kind of like a reputation, and is there. There's people who is doing that, but also you need to understand the market. Like what Oscar was saying, like being there in the factory is very important. You need to build a relationship. Asia, it's a lot about the world is guanxi relationship, how you build the trust. I have seen many times that you have assigned a contract and the contract means nothing, it's just a paper. But if you build a relationship with your provider, with your partners, they will go the extra mile and they will get you to where you go. And what I always also believe that it is important, it is like technologies can be copied. We have seen a lot of talent in Asia. There's a very interesting statistic, just the top 1% of students in China by number is bigger than the whole population of students in the United States. So just grabs the idea of how many geniuses are there, right? So if you have an idea, maybe they already can copy it. What you need to be able to be strong about it is your business proposition, your customer support, how you're able to kind of like build relationships, networks, and kind of provide a service that people like. And I think that is something that it is important. You have a lot of IP laws and everything that might be able to do there. China is also evolving. The first generation that were doing business with the West, they were literally people who had a factory and they wanted to make quick money. The second generation, their kids went to universities in China. The third generation, many of the kids went to Harvard and stuff like this. So they understand the market and they want to make a change. So you need to understand where you're standing, build a relationship, and have a strong brand and a strong service, because your customers are the ones who are going to hold it, right?
A value proposition.
Yep.
And I'm very glad that you raised this a very, very important question. Hong Kong is itself a member of the World IP Organization, World Intellectual Property Organization. We are not part of, China, but we are a stand-alone member of our WIPO. I study IP law in Hong Kong.
Wow.
And I tell you what, my thesis is about communication rights. Communication rights is that when users use something, from a copyright owner in, like Facebook or Instagram, platform, how could that kind of right be protected, or be facilitating the users to use such right for, good cause and non-commercial, purposes. Now, I wrote this thesis, and I got a distinction for it. Sorry for boosting. And I was comparing Hong Kong's regime with other regimes, including the US regime. And my conclusion is that Hong Kong is no worse than other IP protection regimes in advanced economies. And the professor who gave me an A for my dissertation is from the United States. Okay?
Wow.
So this is a testimony to the good protection of IP rights in Hong Kong. And related to the IP issue is the independent judiciary in Hong Kong. It's very different from China. In our highest court, similar to the Supreme Court in Canada, in Australia, or even in the UK, in our Supreme Court, we have our Chief Justice there. We also have top judges from Canada, from Australia, and also from the UK, the common law jurisdictions, sitting there to hear cases and disputes, including IP rights or whatever. So you can see that Hong Kong is very different when you go into the legal system. Of course, when there are disputes about IP, actually a lot of them will be resolved via mediation or arbitration, because it is just more efficient. And I can tell you that it may not be less expensive, but it's more efficient. You can resolve it through mediation and arbitration. And in Hong Kong, the arbitration and mediation result will be recognized by mainland China. What it means is that it's better to have your legal entity in Hong Kong for the full protection of your IP rights. And if there is a dispute, you can bring the case to Hong Kong, and then the result can apply to China. So that is why Hong Kong is always a very ideal base for entrepreneurs if they are exploring the Chinese market.
Yeah, that's very interesting to find out. Oscar, do you want to add to this?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the issue with the debate about IP in the startup world sometimes is very biased, because we look at the startup world as a small version of the problems that you have in a large company. I think the IP in the startup world only has two situations. It doesn't matter, or it's extremely important. We're a very active investor in deep tech companies. And what I mean, it doesn't matter, is like most of the people that care about IP, they should not care about IP, because it doesn't matter. If you think about a lot of existing leaders out there in the market, it honestly doesn't matter. Like Facebook, Google, all of these companies, they were not the first ones doing what they're doing. So they were copied, and anything, particularly in China, but increasingly in other parts of Asia, anything that is worth copied is going to be copied. And if you look right now at the like evolution of Facebook and WhatsApp, there's so many things that are being inspired by the models of the models that are more popular in Asia, mostly like the models from WeChat, but also some other alternatives here. So in these cases, I think people spend too much time worrying about it and not running fast enough, because that's the only thing that can keep you ahead. always iterate and improve faster than everyone else, and be very creative with business models, with distribution channels, and something that gives you an edge. We were talking about deep tech, and we're very, very active investor in deep tech companies across like biotech, hardware, and even the software element. China needs a lot of this. And I'm saying China because I think when people raises concerns about IP in the world, most of them are actually are in China. China needs that, and sometimes the challenges come from corporates, like potential corporate VCs that might clone what you are doing. And my experience is that Chinese VCs from the corporate world are actually quite sophisticated, and they understand that reputation is something that it takes a long time to build, and you can lose it really fast. So for a small number of deals, losing that opportunity is something that they probably will not consider. My portfolio companies with experience working with multiple VCs are more worried about Amazon than they are about Chinese investors taking some of the IP.
Very interesting indeed. Unfortunately, we're out of time, but I can continue this conversation forever. But we will continue on this topic of China. Thank you very much, speakers.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody.
We'll talk more. So as we have talked about briefly, and we have really just touched the tip of the iceberg here, is that one of the major challenge is the cultural differences. And we're going to deep dive a little bit further in the next panel. So let's try to understand what is exactly behind these, how China has become this economic powerhouse. And so today we have Mr. Felix Valdivieso, who, by the way, speaks 9 languages, including Japanese and Chinese, and I'm ashamed to say that Felix speaks far better Chinese than me. He's currently also the chairman of IE China Center. So, Mr. Felix Valdivieso, please, I'd like to welcome you for your keynote. Okay. So perhaps before then, let me ask a few questions while the speakers are getting ready. How many of you here have had experience working in China? Just raise your hand. No one. How many of you are interested in tapping into the market of China? Yeah, quite a few. And how many of you feel like you have the tools and the capabilities to confront even the big country of China? Very few. It's very intimidating. It can be awfully intimidating going into China, and it's definitely like I said, it's an economic powerhouse. But the opportunities are there. I also think that it is a precise timing. It's the right time and the right place and the right shift to have all of these right ingredients together to make that kind of bridging between the West and the East. Yeah? So I'm actually really excited about this next talk with Felix because not only is he going to talk about these different cultural differences, he's going to tell us how we should perceive these things. So Mr. Felix Valdivieso, and we welcome him on his keynote, The Intangible Concept Behind a Tangible Economic Miracle. Mr. Felix Valdivieso, welcome. Thank you.
Are we all ready now? So thank you for your kind words. Thank you also to the South Summit for having us. And we're going to talk about this report, The Intangible Concept Behind a Tangible Economic Miracle. That's talking about entrepreneurship. And entrepreneurship is about imagination. Someone has an idea that wants to put it out there in the reality because he or she wants to change reality. So allow me to transport you to the mind of a historian 1,000 years ahead, in year 3021. That historian is trying to understand what has happened in the first quarter of this century. And I think the historian would highlight 3 things. The first one would be the fall of the Twin Towers, that will go with no comment for this meeting. The second thing, I think it will be the rise of China as an economic power and as a political power. China, as you know, is everywhere these days. And the third thing I think that our historian would highlight is this little gadget that we all have here, right? And that we call smartphones. Smartphones have radically changed the way we interact with each other, the way we access to information and to education, and also it has radically changed our relationship with power of any kind. So today, iChina Center, together with the University of Tianjin, have gathered a distinguished number of panelists, all Chinese, including the uncle, who herself is an entrepreneur. So we'll call them one by one. Professor Ma Pin, could you please join us? So Professor Ma Pin from our university with his co-author, Pang Qinzhou from the University of Tianjin, who is not with us but is following in streaming our presentation, will present his work this year, The Intangible Concept Behind a Tangible Economic Miracle. Also, our distinguished guest from Xiaomi, Director General for Western Europe, Mr. Ou Wen, who will talk about China, Xiaomi, and the industry his company belongs to, and Margaret Chen, President of China Club Spain, founder of Optimus Horizon also, and she has worked many years in a big multinational company, Telefonica, also of course a mobile company. So I will leave now the floor to Professor Ma Pin.
Thank you,
Please,
Felix.
all yours.
Thank you, Felix. This year, I'm very happy here again to represent the iChina Center to release our report on the intangible concept behind the business people's mind in China. So as we can see, this year we collaborate with Tianjin University in China, try to dig deeper to the mind or mentality of business people in China to find out the drive behind their business practices and eventually contributing to their economic growth. And as China Center, we always try to figure out
Doesn't work?
No. It doesn't go up. Okay. Try to understand the business practices and generalize new knowledge for global benefit. By doing so, in 2019, on the same stage, we released our first report on the comparison of Chinese versus European entrepreneurship. And last year, we presented the Family Business Report of China. And again, this year, we're going to talk about the fundamental element of Chinese businesses, which is the people, and more specifically, the entrepreneurs and the business executives. And further, we try to use the construct calling to explain their passion, their motivation at work. Calling is a well-studied construct in the Western world because it has its root in religion. And in the previous research, mainly based on Western samples, we believe calling means three things, or three elements. First, you should feel an external summon from a higher power, for example, God. And second, you feel like doing this work is serving your sense of purpose of life. For example, I meant to be an educator. I feel like doing a job as educator benefit the society, contributing my effort to the society at large. And all three elements together would motivate me to go to work every day with passion, with motivation. However, it's also very easy to see these three elements are not very common or recognizable in Chinese culture. So we think we should dig deeper into this calling concept in the Chinese context. Through a solid psychometric procedure, for the time, I will skip the details. It's in the report. We found that for Chinese entrepreneurs, calling means 4 things. The first element is called altruistic contribution. That means you work to contribute to the society, to pay back to the community, to serve other people. Second, it's actualizing the value of your life. This is similar to the sense of purpose in the Western Western context. So in that sense, is you try to improve yourself and to make it meaningful of your own life. The third one is a personal attachment. That's your personal passion to a domain or industry or the business. You have the belief that this industry will grow in the future, so I devote my life to developing this industry. And last one is the external influence. Most significantly, for example, in the early 1980s, when China started the economic transformation, people see the social trends, see the political opportunities, so more entrepreneurs devote into their businesses. And all 4 elements together to motivate Chinese entrepreneurs, but they have different power over their business influences, in terms of which we examine 4 business practices. One is overall performance, and then social responsibility, diversification, internationalization. And we found the most powerful element is the first one, altruistic contribution, which has an influence over all 4 of them. And followed by actualization of value of life, only 2, and then personal attachment, only internationalization, and external influence, which has a power over social responsibility. So overall, now we know the idea of calling in Chinese context, which is the intangible drive behind the whole business economy growth, is this 4 elements. And now we learned this concept of calling in Chinese context. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Chen, we've talked about this calling, right? So in your view, can you tell us about an entrepreneur you admire and whether this definition of calling fits into her company? Or?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a question which is difficult to answer because there are so many of them. Good morning, I'm Margaret Chen. I've been living here very long, and I'm observing the emerging world of the whole continent of China. No? And we saw the last 30 and 20 years that lots of Chinese companies have been going from backwards to leading position. And so I think I'm working the technology front end, and I have to say that Huawei is the company that I most admire as the company who made so many breakthroughs, and Ren Zhengfei as a person who doesn't really have a very higher education, but he has been working very hard. And there are lots of misunderstanding outside of China to think that he's working for the government. I think this is all wrong. And he's really a very admirable entrepreneur. And also I have to say,
yes,
as women, from women's side, I think that Dong Mingzhu, for example, that she's one of the very admirable entrepreneur that I think she's a self-made, entrepreneur. And last year, in the leading 61 self-made entrepreneur, women entrepreneur, she's the leading one, and there are 9 out of 61 from China.
Right. Mm-hmm. Well, our historian up there from in the 22nd century, 2021, is looking. So, Mr. Owen, she's looking and she's asking, our historian, what defines Xiaomi, or what will remain from Xiaomi in 1,000 years? What does distinguish Xiaomi that is important, and what are you working for?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. My name is Owen, and first, thanks for IU University inviting me to join this great conference, and give me this chance to present Xiaomi, to let you understand more about Xiaomi, more about Chinese companies. Actually, Xiaomi was founded in 2010, and this year is the 11th year for Xiaomi. We are during the 11 years journey, we already be top 500, Fortune 500 companies in the world, and we are the youngest top 500 company in the world right now. And regarding Europe, we just entered Europe there 4 years. We formally entered from Spain in November of 2017. So we consider us still a startup company in Europe. But we still made a lot of miracles. For example, in Spain, just 3 years, we get #1 market share already, according to Canalys report. And we get #1 in Italy and France in this Q2, yeah, #1, and this only 3 years. So actually, we made a lot of miracles. And what is a password key to make the miracle? Actually, I said the password already right everywhere in this Congress. That is innovation. And I think the innovation is also the key for most of the Chinese companies nowadays.
Right. Well, today is the anniversary of the 10th anniversary of the death of Steve Jobs, one of the big figures, of course, in the sector. And as the president of our university mentioned this morning in a post, and it happens that the founder of Xiaomi, Lei Chun, is, I would say, one of the great admirers of Stephen Jobs. Could you tell us a bit about that? I know you don't like very much to talk about that. Maybe the other panelists can help. Or
normally we don't comment competitors, okay? But I would like to see each company has their own philosophy to develop to win the market. And for Xiaomi, we believe what we want to make is only great products with only pricing. So actually, you can find this kind of conflict. If you want to make great products, that means the cost should be high. But if you want to make value for money, you should lower the cost. So the only way to make that is innovation. Actually, we make that is from our business model. We call it a triathlon business model. We have internet service, have hardware, and have new retail. So this is what I think Xiaomi is different from the other companies.
Right.
Yeah,
well,
I have a quick
please.
comment on that. As a leadership scholar, Lei Jun is one of my research targets, of course, because he's very representative of the new generation of Chinese entrepreneurs. In our 2019 comparison between Chinese and European entrepreneurs, we found out that the new generation, like Mr. Lei, their leadership styles are very much alike like their Western counterparts, like Steve Jobs or other major technological giants, in terms of their charisma, publicity, and social media management. And of course, their personal characteristics always contribute to the company's success too.
Right. Well, for the audience, if you're not familiar with Lei Chun, he, in his presentations, put some sports shoes, some jeans, and black shirt, just as Stephen Jobs used to do, right? And that leads us to my next question. Do you think that Chinese entrepreneurs will raise the passions that their Western counterparts do in the future?
I think yes, because the so-called soft power we're talking about comes from like cultural element comes from art, comes from managerial, artistic side of the practices. And all these actually is very similar to United States companies and Japanese companies. If you look back into history, they all had a difficult time in communicating their values to the rest of the world back then. So I think the Chinese company, what they are experiencing now is no difference. It's just a way to embrace the communication, embrace the mutual interaction, mutual learning and understanding, and that's for the greater benefit of the world.
I have this thing that nobody agrees with, that I don't think there are much difference between the East and the West in certain things. Messaging yesterday with the uncle, Cecilia, can you come, Cecilia? Do you mind? She said, definitely, there is a difference, which is, she talked about individualism, Western individualism and collectivism. If you don't mind, I would like you to say, well, I mean, this is, this is individualism.
Love to.
Or is it
I love a good challenge, so. Yeah.
Say something, and if you want to comment on something, go ahead.
I think that there is a difference in mindset where Chinese entrepreneurs and Chinese people in general have a better collective sense of the country, of the community, of the family, whereas Western entrepreneurs think more from an individual standpoint. And I think that difference is one of the biggest one I've seen, because how you launch your product, how you speak to your consumers, how do you understand all of these different components in a business, it sounds like a subtle difference, but it makes a big difference when entering into the market in China.
Yes, I go first.
Yes, please.
So yes, for research on culture, national level, individualism versus collectivism is one of the 5 dimensions. And indeed, Eastern Asian countries, they usually scores higher on this collectivism than most, in general, Western societies. And a convenient example is we show the calling of the Chinese entrepreneurs, and the first thing drives them to work is altruistic contribution. It's to serve the society.
Yes.
So that's a reflection of this collectivism mindset.
Yes.
I agree with you.
Yes.
But I think the world is converging, because
world is
China,
converging,
more
that's
and
it.
more you see Chinese entrepreneur, you hear their names before you only hear the brand, So I think that, but I think behind this is a development of technology. I think technology has no boundary. We should not set boundary for technology. I think we should all sum together to go further, to make contribution to human kind, mankind. And so I think we should support and we should congratulate Chinese success in the technology sense, in order not to suppress politically. I think this.
Yeah, I agree, to embrace the difference of the culture rather than recognizing and stay on the difference, right?
Right.
And encourage more mutual communication and understanding.
In our point of Xiaomi, actually, we don't think there are consumers from Western or Eastern. Actually, they are all consumers. It's a world village, right? So everyone has a right to enjoy the good product with good price. Everyone has a right to enjoy the innovation to change their life. So this is our philosophy.
And in this sense, I think that
Can you speak up a bit?
I would like that IE to make more business case for Chinese companies, for people to know that, because I think that people don't have enough information, and Mr. Iniges, thank you very much to be present here. And
yes, I think business schools and universities are in need of business cases on business companies and business leaders, that's for sure. But let me stir a bit the waters again about this individualism and collectivism. Briefly, when I went to Russia the first time, and with my background, I'm a Westerner, brought up in Catholicism, and for us, the family, we have told since childhood, is incredibly important. And when I went to communist Russia, I found out that for them, there was nothing else than the family. And I said, well, that's not the image I had. that's coming back to the thing that what is collectivism and individualism if family is so important in business? But you were saying, Professor Mapin, that you think that Asians score higher when it comes to collectivism. Can you?
In general.
Yes, definitely.
Why do you think is that when if you go as a traveler, you'll find out that family is important everywhere?
Yeah, I would say it's a national level mentality. Okay, it's not like very detailed practices. But for example, every country has a score on this collectivism or individualism, and I agree. Actually, Spain, I think here we're in the middle or even high level too. So that's why I'm saying in general, Eastern Asian culture has more than Western culture. But if you took each of the country, they actually have a variety. Yes.
I remember when we took Fernand Adrià to China, and we want to find the similar chef like Fernand Adrià, and there is none because they all called restaurant or hotel. You know, there is no individual one. And finally, we find Datong, which is very rare because in China, no chef never show up like a person itself, you know.
Right. That comes makes me think of the concept of hierarchy. We are told that Asian societies are very hierarchical. Stephen Jobs comes across as someone who wasn't hierarchical, but in the grapevine we have heard that he was very hierarchical because you had to do basically what he had in mind, or he'll put you to hell. So because because he was one of the big names in your industry, Mr. Owen, what do you have to say about hierarchy in the Asian concept and in the Western concept?
Sorry, higher what?
Hierarchy? Hierarchy?
级别上下。
Is Xiaomi a very hierarchical company?
Actually, we want to build Xiaomi as a very hierarchical company, but always we keep our heart like a startup company. Because we believe only you keep your heart as a startup company, you can keep innovation. If you build a very huge company, and it's difficult for you, you will have some blocks to make innovation. Yeah. Make the high brand company is the target for everyone. Yeah. But we want to make high brand, but very honest company. Yeah, we come from honest. We want to actually, we think the Xiaomi company, we come from the startup, but we will go for the innovation.
Yes. I think for startups, you need a structure to grow. So in business schools, we teach our students, if you want fast and centralized decisions, you go more flat, more hierarchical. If you want participative and innovative decisions, you go more flat. But of course, in reality, it's usually a mix of the two, like Apple, like you said, and like Xiaomi, Mr. O just said. It's a mix of going fast for the symbolic decision maker, but also going slow on the participative information for this decision. So it's a mix of high hierarchical and low hierarchical organizations for the organization to have a structure to grow on.
Thank you.
I think traditionally it is true. You know, when you have a meeting, like a board meeting, you only see the bosses talking. I mean, that's also true, you know, but it's changing. I think the corporate culture is getting flatter.
Yeah, especially in the technology industry, I think. Yeah.
Would you say that that's the same that happened in the West because technological companies led the change to be less hierarchical than the other ones? Could we draw a parallel on that, that Chinese technological companies' evolution is the same as the European or American counterparts?
I think so. If you look at the Silicon Valley, their companies are, of course, the culture and structure is more flat than the traditional, for example, New York, Eastern Coast companies. So the new, yes.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Thank you very much.
This is a fascinating topic. I suggest we connect to the speakers and we can continue offline. Yeah? Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you,
right?
guys.
So now that we have learned a little bit, just a little bit about China and Asia, we're going to come back and bridge back here to Spain. So as all of you have experienced in the past few days, South Summit has always been one of the major hubs that brings the Spanish local ecosystems together. And now is the time that we need this more than ever. After the pandemic, I think everyone is looking back into connecting with the ecosystem. So, while bridging all of these different ecosystems from Asia to here is important, it is equally important to boost this local ecosystem. And with that in mind, let's bring in our next panel. Let's welcome our moderator, Carlos Margari, who's the Vice Dean Corporate Relations and Innovation at IE University. He is an expert in boosting local ecosystem. The stage is all yours. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Hello, all. Today we are talking about ecosystems. I want to introduce our speakers. Please come with me. Ecosystems is one of the topics that many researchers and many businessmen and technologists are studying. Ecosystem came from the concept of biology applied to innovation, applied to business. And it's something very complex. It's about the strategy, it's about networks, it's about network effects, it's about many other things. The most important thing in an ecosystem is the local or regional orientation, because it seems that you see the global competitive index, you can see that small countries are in the highest ranking in the innovation index. Why? Why small countries or regions can manage innovation in a way that they can interact with all the stakeholders? One of the questions. Why Israel, for example, is growing without industries? Is one thing that is very based on pure ecosystem approach. I want to introduce Cristina Van Hoel. Cristina is the director of CEI Asturias. CEI is an incubator and accelerator of technology-based companies where she leads initiative of entrepreneurship and innovation. Welcome.
Thank you.
Carmen Reguero has 27 years of professional experience in the field of law, international tax planning and traction of investment, and institutional relations and public affairs. Welcome, Carmen. And Miguel is a senior skilled digital manager. He leads Archipelago Next VC Fund, seeking for the next Spanish unicorn. That is very, very ambitious.
Hope so.
My first question to all of you is, you can start there. Which could be the drivers to boost innovation in a local perspective?
This is very important because I think we all act in a world when the challenges are global. So it is important to think on these global challenges, but also taking into account that these global challenges need to really land into territorial challenges, because every context is different, every situation, the partner situation is different, every stakeholder is different. So I think make the connection between those global megatrends and the local megatrends, it's very important. I belong to the public service. I belong to, I think, a new generation of public service. We are all concerned about, our regional development. And we are part of this puzzle. We are part of this new ecosystem, and it's important to really think global, but act local. That is the key.
Well, thank you very much.
I think that we in the Canary Islands, we have all the elements and the ingredients to create an ecosystem, and companies are more aware now of applying the tax incentives we have in the Canary Islands, because we have already a lot of opportunities in the sectors like in telecommunications, because the Canary Islands are one of the most well-connected systems because of the submarine cable, and the NAP we have, the Neutral Access Point. And we have opportunities in marine research and development, in renewable energies, optical communications. We have ports, the best ports in the Middle Atlantic, and in many other sectors, not only in tourism. And these, combined with the tax incentives we have in the Canary Islands, are very important to create different ecosystems in which regard the change and the revolution in taking the Canary Islands and Spain to the 21st century. And I don't know, if you like, later we can explain the details of these very incredible tax opportunities and tax advantages we have in the Canary Islands to combine with the opportunities and to create a very potent ecosystem in which regards entrepreneurship in the 21st century.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Carlos, and for the introduction. I also come from the Canary Islands, same as Raquel, and I've made this question a lot of times, and I have to say I don't have a right answer so far. I think the Canary Islands has a lot of potential. I am running the very first venture capital firm from the Canary Islands, backed by 20 corporates, which has been a huge challenge to rise. And the fact is that we are not succeeding in finding investment opportunities in the Canaries so far. So we are having to invest in other startups in the rest of the country. But there are some things I think we've learned from the main tech hubs in Spain, such as Madrid or Barcelona. And I would say there are three main ingredients a city must have or achieve for a successful entrepreneurship and innovation hub to happen or just to happen over the time, which are talent, clients, and it's a very important ingredient, and then funds in this order. This is what we are trying to work with our LPs in the Canaries, trying to change their mindset and how they have conversations with startups and innovative companies. And it's one of our focus work, and it's what we are mostly doing from the venture capital firm.
The ecosystem we have for main stakeholders. It's about companies, it's about investors, it's about the startups, it's about universities as well. I mean, how to manage in a regional ecosystem the both behaviors, all these kind of different cultures?
This is very important because I think I'm working for an incubator. Working for an incubator in Asturias means that your main client is the entrepreneur. But in the end, you realize that your client is the ecosystem. But without this global vision about the process, you cannot achieve anything. You cannot be alone. So for example, take the example of Asturias, which I represent. We come for, let's say, a very long tradition of heavy industries, shipbuilding, iron and steel, which still has influence, which is the ecosystem. So let's go for the strength of the ecosystem, which is the fact of many corporates acting in those sectors are still, very active in the. So when building this ecosystem, you need to think on those corporates as a very important and main key actors. So when constructing these four stakeholders, four dimension, let's say, ecosystems, you need to think that your strength is still your strength and try to really put the effort and the attention in the things you have, let's say, as an additional value. We are not Madrid, we are not Barcelona, but we can present ourselves in different dimensions and try to think also that those local ecosystems who are far from, let's say, the main industrial hub, the main innovation hub, then as an entrepreneur, you will, let's say, receive more attention because you are more value, because the ecosystem really relies on you to really develop this, let's say, these externalities, this regional development. So I think there's a lot of opportunities for those type of regions who are not really the key ones, but have still dynamic and very, let's say, powerful local ecosystems.
Thank you. Well, one of the things is we are expecting the new law of startups, and which could be the pillars, the underpinnings of a legal environment to allow to boost the startup world in a way that the executive agency, the tax agency, Spanish tax agency, can understand the evolution of the valuations of startups and so on and so forth.
Exactly. Yes, I'm absolutely sympathetic with Cristina, because I have Asturian. I am half Astur and half Canary, but absolutely sympathetic, because I think that we are not Madrid, but as His Majesty the King said yesterday in the opening speech, the Canary Islands is one of the territories that is making a lot of success in entrepreneurship because of these tax advantages we have. We have a challenge because we have to let know all the actors in the international and national tax planning that the Canaries have this very potent tax schedule for companies, and this schedule acts in the different stages of the company, when it is a startup, when it's investing, and when it's acting. And that the Canary Islands is not just a place for companies, for Canary companies, but for international companies. And all these tax advantages can be used together, combined one with the other in the different states of the life of the company. For instance, when a company is starting, because this is a startup environment, the company can use the research and development incentives and tax credits we have that goes from 45% to, wait for it, 112.5%. And what is more important, we have a cashback on this research and development costs the company have. In such a way that a company starting in the Canary Islands can have all this research and development expensive totally for free if they are well combined. When a company is acting and is already starting to act, we have this 50% tax credit on the companies producing tangible goods. For instance, we think on a company that works in the Internet of Things. That is a very important tax advantage. Or we have a 25% tax credit on the assets a company invests in the Canary Islands. And when talking about the film industry, a company has from 45 to 50% tax credit on the expenses they have in the Canary Islands. For instance, for a production, for a foreign production, a company can, an average production of 20 million euros. A company can have reduced the cost of its production to 10 million euros, and the next best jurisdiction is 14 to 15 million euros. So this is very, very good for a film producing company in the Canary Islands. And when acting, when the company is selling all the products, etc., a company can apply a 4% corporate tax, which is the lowest in Europe. Yes, you have the best jurisdiction is Ireland with 12.5%. And besides, we don't have withholding tax in dividends sent to the mother company, whatever it is, skipping the double taxation agreement. Yes, provided that company meets the requirements of the parent subsidiary European directive, and also for raising capitals for the Canary company is very, very good. The tax incentives we have, because we don't have withholding tax in the sending of dividend to to the foreign lender. So it has all his interests in full. This is very important as a tax system for the companies working in the Canary Islands.
Okay, thank you very much. Miguel, one of the problems in a regional perspective is scaling. How to scale from Canarias?
Well, I first have to say, after this speech, please come to the Canaries. We, on top of all these tax incentives, we have the best weather in the world, which is a fact.
That's true. That's true.
So,
It's like for the European California.
yes. So when talking about scaling or even just the ecosystem to happen, there are a lot of things that must work and must happen at a city or at a country for this to succeed. But I will point for two when thinking on the long shot. I mean, if we are thinking on an ecosystem to succeed on the long term, I think there are two main challenges we have to work on, which are the innovative mindset of the corporates and medium and small enterprises at the ecosystem, which is something easy to say, hard to work, because it looks like a very general solution, but when we come to the point, there are a lot of things we can do with corporates. For example, this year we have run the first edition of our venture building program, which tries to solve real business problem of our LPs. We had 500 applicants from the Canaries, and then we selected 8 projects, and we have invested 4 so far. So I think this kind of initiatives may help changing this innovation and entrepreneurship mindset of the corporates, which also have a lot to do with how they face risk and how they take risks at business as usual. And the second one, which also has to be, which is also a challenge, is working on the entrepreneurship mindset based on very strong values such as effort, long-term thinking, and sustainability. I've seen a lot of founders trying to take shortcuts, thinking on how much money they are going to own when the company grows, and not being present at the moment, and working hard. So this is, I would say, two of the main challenges which cities or countries should face when trying to succeed in the long term, having a healthy innovation ecosystem.
Carlos, if I can jump into the discussion with this scaling, I would also like, I absolutely agree with you. You know, this is the very real challenge about scaling up. It's not only starting up, but it's also helping our companies to really scale. So let's give 2 different examples on 2-way directions. First of all, for our regional entrepreneurs, I definitely agree with you. Everything is about entrepreneurial mindset, this ambition, this kind of, I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. How to make it? Well, it's a connection between education, it's a connection between having a local ecosystem, dynamic, able to really raise, let's say, these kind of situations. And here the local ecosystem, as for example, Asturian Canarias or Canarias, I think we have a challenge, which is really make part of these very global networks. Let's say we need to act as bridges for those people, trying to connect it with those global megatrends, with other actors. So I think our role is especially important when providing this, for example, this lack of competencies, this lack of things that make really the company to scale. But let's go for other direction. why don't think in this kind of local ecosystems as a kind of soft landing periods, soft landing regions where, for example, a company from abroad, let's speak about maybe South America or America, when trying to open the European market, why don't think in this kind of local ecosystem to try to really put a kind of the seed of the, let's say, the expansion of the company, the growth of the company. I think, for example, in Asturias, we are creating a system where we are not so lucky to have this absolutely incentive service or tax incentives, but we are creating an ecosystem which is very permeable to this. We have financial tools in order to support those companies, those foreign companies coming to the region and trying to, because in the region we have the talent, because there's a tremendous fight in this global for talent. So this kind of local ecosystem has this type of talented people who are very attached to the territory, who really would like to make part of something bigger, but really staying in the territory. So why don't access to this talent? We have the local connections, but with the global. And finally, we have the financial tools in order to support this scaling up. So I think both perspectives are very important when talking about scaling.
Sure.
Exactly.
Sure.
On top of that, I should say, we were asking before about how stakeholders should work together, university, public sector, funds, companies. And I think this is crucial for an ecosystem to grow. I have to say, this is the first time 4 Canarian institutions come together to the South Summit. Exactly. And it's something I'm very proud of. I mean, yes, we are both public and private sector. We are 4 organizations putting efforts together to be here and to tell the world advantages of both investing or starting a company in the Canaries. So I'm very happy for that. I know I have a lot to work. I see other cities in Spain, such as Valencia or Malaga, which are mirrors I like to look me at. And I know we have a lot of work to work, but I think these are the kind of things that might help local ecosystem to grow, and then after that, scale, of course.
And I'm sorry if I can say anything. I agree with both of you with the entrepreneurial mindset and the ecosystem, but I think that this is very important for companies, above all for companies that have not a lot of resources, because we in the Canary Islands applying these incentives. We have Rolls-Royce in the ship repair sector, or we have a very big octopus farm, or in the IT service we have these very big multinationals applying all these activities, all these incentives. But it's very important that all the organizations we come together, because all these small companies we have here, it's important to ask us first how to do it, how to plan all the activities, to apply all these tax incentives. Because if they are too, if they run too much, probably it's too late to apply the incentives we offer in the Canary Islands. So it's important to call us first, to contact the institutions, to contact the SEC consortium, the Canary Islands Special Zone Consortium. We are part of the Ministry of Finance, and we help you and guide you to other institutions that can help, and to present all the documents to enjoy our very potent tax regime, the Canary Islands Special Zone, with a 4% of corporate tax. Yes.
Wonderful. We have a wonderful music as well.
Yes, let's dance. Make lively.
Okay, last question. Last question. I remember I lived in Israel for 8 years, and Singapore, Boston, and Colombia, Medellin, launching the National Innovation Agreement with Rutan. It was incredible experience there, how to boost regional ecosystem. But the main thing here, I learned from these countries, comparing Israel, and this is a very special thing, comparing with Medellin, is that we need the demand from companies.
Absolutely.
On innovation, because we don't have, I mean, here in Spain we have a very huge, great B2C startups, but in B2B we are having a lot of problems. Then we need the culture from companies to ask for innovation and then to connect in a way that they cannot use the startups as something for free. It's like, we need 10 rules or 5 rules to work with startups.
You have to pay for.
What's your opinion about it?
It's absolutely, I definitely agree with you. When I talk about this long tradition, industrial tradition in the region, we at the moment put the attention in this kind of open innovation programs, which is very important because it's a two-way directions program. On the one hand, we have these industrial, let's say, leadership companies who still need innovation and who are not able to really, let's say, build the innovation inside because now they are, let's say, big dinosaurs with very, difficult movements. So they need those kind of new agents of innovation who are able to pivot, who are able to really provide innovation at the level, at the speed level that the ecosystem needs. So there's one-handed direction. But on the other side, the startups still need to learn from, professional and culture, industrial culture. So let's say in Asturias, this business to business, we still try to, let's say, focus the companies. If they think they have a model, B2C, we try to really make them understand that the business to business is still more, let's say, more stable connections, that there are some other actors who can give the market, who can give, enormous possibilities to scale in this R&D or innovation project because they have the market and they have the network and the possibility to provide. So, for example, in Asturias, we have developed the Open Innovation 4.0, which in fact is, the term for digitalization of industry. And I'll say main of the corporates in the company, ArcelorMittal, EDP from energy, ThyssenKrupp, everything. Every company, multinational corporate, is learning how to really focus the relationship with those startups. There's are wonderful and magnificent results from this type of programs.
Thank you very much. Any comment?
I think that probably Miguel knows about it more than me.
Okay.
Open program.
I should say there's a shared responsibility on this to happen, both from the side of the startup and from the side of the corporate. I recently heard that being innovative is fine, but you have to try to be one step, not 10, behind, in order to succeed when trying to sell the product. I mean, if you are 5 years ahead, maybe you will struggle selling the product. And then on the corporate side, I think you are at IE are doing tremendous work with this, from your department, trying to expand and help companies know how artificial intelligence can help them in their business as usual. I have an example where we are at the cap table of a company from Madrid who has developed a solution for burnout early detection based on AI. They've been trying to sell the solution in Spain for a whole year without any succeed.
Sure.
They've just started a few months ago trying to sell it at the US. They are now running on a 50K MRR after 2 months of selling efforts. So there's something we have to change in Spain in terms of accessing to technology from corporates.
Well, thank you very much for your participation in this panel. It was really interesting, your ideas. We need to encourage the ecosystem, our ecosystem, and the mentality to being part of a value-added network based on ecosystem dynamics. Thank you very much. Please applause to the speakers. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, speakers. it seems like we can't really talk about startups, businesses, or even entrepreneurship without talking about impact. So let's dive deeper into this topic today. From the La Fundación 11, the accelerator, we'd like to welcome Mr. Alberto Tornero, who's the partner at PwC, head of scale-ups and open innovation, leading this conversation with his panelists. Welcome.
Bien.
¿Escucháis? Sí. La ponencia de hoy la vamos a hacer en español, lo digo para que lo sepáis, por indicaciones. Y bueno, pues muy buenos días a todos y bienvenidos a este panel. Vamos a hablar sobre la aceleradora de la Fundación 11 y voy a dar paso a las personas que van a acompañarnos. Inmaculada, que es la CFO de... Bueno, un aplauso por lo menos los que estamos aquí. La CFO de Marcy Bionic, si quieres, Inmaculada, ponte aquí. Antonio Sánchez Kaiser, que es el fundador de Be My Vega. Y Jesús Hernández, que es director de Accesibilidad Universal e Innovación de la Fundación 11. Un aplauso. No sé si a lo mejor eso.
Genial.
¿Ahí estamos bien?
Sí, perfecto.
Perfecto. Muy bien, pues muchas gracias y bienvenidos. La idea es que tengamos una participación y compartamos con vosotros pues bueno, un coloquio, incluso luego si queréis hacer alguna pregunta, alguna intervención, pues con dos empresas. La razón de que estén aquí Marcy y Vega, Vima y Vega, es porque dentro del proceso de aceleración, que esta ya ha sido la segunda edición, ¿verdad, Jesús? Dentro del proceso de aceleración de la Fundación, hemos querido elegir dos compañías, una en estado un poco más incipiente, que es Vega, aunque como va como un tiro, ya no sé si llamarlo así, y otro Marcy, que además se conoce muy bien. Si os parece, tenemos 30 segundos para explicar qué es lo que hacéis en Vega y Marcy, y luego también en la Fundación. Antonio, si quieres empezar tú.
Bueno, en primer lugar, agradecer el que me hayáis permitido participar en esta mesa. Para mí, la verdad es que es un orgullo estar aquí, acompañado de vosotros. Contaros que Be My Vega es una empresa que surgió de la necesidad, que nos dedicamos a utilizar la tecnología o desarrollar tecnología para que todas las personas, y hago hincapié aquí, accedan a la formación en igualdad de condiciones, incluyendo personas con discapacidad visual o auditiva. Creemos que es la mejor manera de crecer como sociedad y que iguala oportunidades, ¿no? Entonces, desarrollamos ese sistema que nos permite recoger experiencias reales, porque nosotros aprendemos a través de experiencias y ponerlas en la palma de la mano de todo aquel que necesite recibirlas en tiempo real. Eso es un poco nuestra actividad.
Fantástico. Inmaculada, si nos cuentas qué es lo que hace Marcy, si es que alguien no lo sabe.
Bueno, yo tengo el honor de venir representando a la empresa Marcy Bionics, que se inició su andadura hace 7 años con el objeto de transferir pura tecnología al mercado, tecnología desarrollada durante más de 20 años de investigación en el Consejo Superior de Investigaciones Científicas, y esta tecnología es tecnología robótica al servicio, la estamos poniendo al servicio de la mejora de las discapacidades, incapacidades y dificultades del paso, de caminar, o sea, del uso de las piernas para moverse de manera independiente a las personas.
Yo os animo, muchas gracias Inmaculada, os animo a que entréis en la página web de las dos y que veáis qué es lo que hace o lo que están publicados en vídeos y demás, porque son impresionantes. Vega permite esa experiencia de no solo con una cámara, sino con un dispositivo con 2 cámaras, ver todo el estrado, al ponente que se mueve. Ahora además están llamando SAS para que con cualquier cámara se pueda tener esa experiencia. Y bueno, Marcy es que además yo creo que es una compañía especialmente conocida, que tiene los certificados. O sea, yo os animo mucho a que las conozcáis. Y Jesús, si quieres contarnos un poco qué hacéis en Fundación desde el área que tú diriges.
Bueno, en el ámbito que yo dirijo, porque la Fundación 11 hacemos muchas cosas. Bueno, nacimos hace más de 30 años con 2 grandes objetivos: crear empleo para personas con discapacidad, la mejor forma de crear inclusión y crear riqueza, ¿no? Generando empleo. Y la otra, la accesibilidad, que es la parte que dirijo yo. En el ámbito de las startups, apoyando a nuevas iniciativas empresariales
que mejoren la calidad de vida de personas con discapacidad. Llevamos trabajando ya varios años con nuestra aceleradora porque vimos hace tiempo que había iniciativas empresariales que nosotros internamente, por a veces la lentitud de organizaciones tan grandes como la nuestra, nos falta el dinamismo que tienen las startups y estaban dando soluciones muy interesantes. Estábamos trabajando, estábamos ayudando, estábamos apoyando de una forma informal, poco estructurada y decidimos crear esta aceleradora. Decidimos poner en marcha un servicio de apoyo a startups ya estructurado, dando con una convocatoria, haciendo una selección y dando ese apoyo que estamos dando a través de PwC hasta ahora, ¿no? Estamos con Price, hemos estado trabajando durante estos años y la verdad es que el servicio que nos habéis hecho ha sido excelente, que tú también puedes contar que habéis hecho por nosotros. O sea que
bueno, no,
ya te traslado y a ti la pregunta.
Muy rápido, lo digo muy rápido. Nosotros lo que trabajamos con Fundación, de hecho, yo os reconoceré que hace 5 años no tenía mucha relación, tenía mucha relación con el emprendimiento, pero con el emprendimiento social. Entonces empezamos a trabajar con Jesús, que precisamente esa no esperé estar, digamos, no la palabra, no sé si es contaminado, pero no estar en el entorno les venía muy bien. Y básicamente lo que hemos hecho son 3 cosas. Un grupo de networking muy interesante, un informe que presentamos ayer y este programa de aceleración. Y el programa de aceleración además es un programa un poco peculiar porque sabéis que las aceleraciones pueden ser de muy distinto tipo, pero nosotros lo que buscábamos era la aceleración de los empresarios. Es decir, de los empresarios por un lado y de aspectos muy concretos de la empresa. O sea, no es un programa ad hoc, ¿no? Es un programa porque era una de las cuestiones que identificamos cuando lo diseñamos, es que cuestiones muy concretas o que el empresario que conoce muy bien su producto tenga una mayor capacitación, tenga un mayor conocimiento en temas de management, de gestión y demás, ¿no? Entonces, una pregunta ya en el caso propio individual. ¿Qué es lo que os hizo a Bima y Vega y a Marci plantearos y finalmente entrar en un proceso de aceleración con Fundación 11?
Bueno, pues la verdad es que en el último año y medio Bima y Vega se ha transformado totalmente, pero hay algo que nosotros, que es común y que teníamos muy claro desde el primer momento. Bima y Vega surgió para resolver una necesidad real y para ayudar a las personas, para conseguir que todo el mundo tuviera las mismas oportunidades de acceso a la formación, ¿no? Y recuerdo ayer también al vicepresidente de la Fundación, Alberto Durán, que comentaba que uno de los puntos importantes de la Fundación, uno de los principales retos es mejorar la empleabilidad y que esa empleabilidad iba muy asociada a las capacidades de formación, ¿no? Conforme iban subiendo los niveles educativos de las personas con discapacidad, la empleabilidad era superior, ¿no? Bueno, nosotros estamos en la misma línea, perseguimos los mismos valores como empresa, ¿no? Entonces, no se me ocurre mejor compañero de viaje, eso es algo que ya teníamos claro antes, que la Fundación 11, ¿no? Y desde luego para nosotros ha sido pues una suerte el haber contado tanto con la Fundación como con el apoyo de Price para recorrer este camino, que ya he dicho, nos hemos transformado muchísimo desde la última vez, que era la primera vez que contacté con vosotros, pero seguimos manteniendo esos mismos ideales que creo compartimos con la Fundación. Así que ese fue el motivo por el que decidimos ir de la mano de la Fundación, ¿no?
Muy bien. Inmaculada, en el caso de Marci.
Bueno, en el caso...
Yo digo Marci porque ya es como de la familia, tengo que decir Marci Bionics.
Bueno, en el caso de Marci es que es como vocacional, quiero decir. La Fundación 11, su cometido es ayudar a las personas con dificultades. Marci, su vocación es transferir tecnología para ayudar a personas con dificultades. Entonces, y además el programa de aceleración, pues como tú has dicho, es un tailor-made y a nosotros nos pareció pues muy interesante, la verdad. Yo animo a todo el mundo, a todas las empresas, a que lo intenten.
Fantástico. Una de las cosas que queríamos comentar y que hablábamos ayer en la presentación del informe es que, primero, la discapacidad es un motor del emprendimiento, es decir, por cada 4 personas, lo comentábamos ayer, por cada persona con discapacidad hay 4 personas en el entorno viendo cómo hacer y además vosotros sois 2 ejemplos muy concretos. Un ejemplo muy concreto orientado directamente a las personas con discapacidad motora, que ayuda, y en el caso de Vega es un ejemplo muy concreto de una empresa que nace para un tema muy concreto que es pues la hija de Antonio Vega nació con albinismo, pero que de repente lo está usando mucha más gente, ¿no? Que si cogemos desde el inicio Y luego, si te parece, Jesús, también te comentaré a ti para esta pregunta. Si cogemos desde el inicio hasta ahora, ¿en qué notáis que ha cambiado vuestras compañías? ¿O qué aportaciones concretas creéis que puedes decir? Pues aquí, sobre todo por bajar al detalle, ¿no?
Yo recuerdo esos primeros inicios cuando contacté con Jesús y que tuve la suerte de poder contactar también contigo. Nosotros venimos del mundo de la universidad, somos investigadores, somos docentes, pero no conocíamos el entorno de lo que era el emprendimiento. Y sí que teníamos una necesidad, es decir, esto surgió de la necesidad, como ya comentó Alberto, tuve una niña con baja visión, comprobé que no existían herramientas adecuadas para capturar las experiencias, porque como ya he dicho, nosotros aprendemos a través de experiencias, no a través de contenidos, y entonces pues busqué una solución para ello. Pero claro, desde aquel entonces hasta ahora, yo pensaba que el problema estaba resuelto cuando teníamos ese sistema y te das cuenta que el mundo del emprendimiento es totalmente diferente. Aquello es una parte importante pero pequeña de lo que al final necesitas para poder transformarte en lo que actualmente ahora somos, ¿no? Me parece que ese camino fue una suerte enorme el poder contar con vosotros, porque siendo ajeno a este mundo, sin vosotros no sé dónde estaría ahora, pero desde luego no estaría aquí en estas condiciones, ¿no? Quiero también reforzar el concepto de emprendimiento social. Creo que ayer lo escuchamos en la mesa que hubo. Me parece que es algo que tiene mucho potencial a nivel de emprendimiento. ¿Por qué? Porque surge de una necesidad. ¿No? Y el gran reto dentro de lo que es el emprendimiento es, como cualquier proyecto de emprendimiento, la necesidad marca el que el proyecto pueda tener éxito. Pero sobre todo creo que un gran reto dentro del emprendimiento social es que sea útil para todo el mundo. Es decir, lo más importante es aportar valor para todo el mundo, que nos da una escalabilidad y que eso permita a las personas que tienen cierta discapacidad de igualarse, por ejemplo, en acceso a la formación. Y eso es lo que nosotros hacemos. Pues bien, en todo ese camino, al principio nosotros apostamos por eso porque creíamos que la inclusión, que es una palabra clave, significaba dar herramientas a todo el mundo para igualar ese acceso a la formación. Lo entendíamos porque no queríamos estigmatizar a ninguna persona por el hecho de tener una discapacidad. Eso lo tenía tan claro desde ese punto de vista, pero después de estar con vosotros te das cuenta de que es la base de la escalabilidad y del emprendimiento dentro de una startup, ¿no? Y eso es diferente. Recuerdo las primeras conversaciones que tuve con vosotros que me hacíais hincapié en esto, ¿no?
En vuestro caso, además, fue completamente diferencial, o sea, totalmente. Inmaculada, y en el caso de Marci, ¿cómo...?
¿Cambios?
Sí.
¿Desde el origen?
Concretas.
Bueno, vamos a ver. Pues Marci es que es alucinante. O sea, es de una persona con un talento abrumador, que es la CEO de la empresa, investigadora, y con un tirón increíble, pues de estar en el mundo de la investigación, darse cuenta de que esto es una necesidad social y llevarlo a la práctica creando una empresa. Y esa empresa existe, tiene productos en el mercado, tiene marca 12 y se están vendiendo.
Sí, eso
entonces, el cambio es notorio, o sea, brutal. Y todo esto viene por el empuje de una persona que ha sabido generar un equipo en lo cual vosotros habéis ayudado mucho.
Sí, no, y el equipo, o sea, es de hecho una de las fases en el que creces, y eso es, Antonio lo está viviendo. Vosotros lo habéis vivido, es cuando tienes que sacar la idea de ti y traer al equipo, porque si no, eso no lo de que uno llega rápido solo, pero llega lejos acompañado, ¿no?
Pues
en vuestro caso...
Marci es puro talento, es pura valor el que tiene el equipo, y vosotros habéis ayudado a que este talento no se pierda, porque es un activo muy importante para la empresa.
Yo recuerdo, Alberto, las primeras conversaciones que tuvimos por allá por julio con Jesús y contigo, cuando teníamos un pedido de 600 unidades y decía, bueno, yo puedo fabricar 3, ¿cómo hago esto? Y me dijisteis, hay que parar, hay que montar una estructura, hay que clasificar bien las necesidades y montar esa estructura para ser capaz de aguantar esta demanda. Y bueno, pues os creí, ¿no? Es decir, y gracias a eso, pues creo que hoy estamos en disposición de poder abordar estos retos que se nos plantean, ¿no? Así que muy agradecido.
Sí, sin duda. Para nosotros la dificultad es encontrar buenos proyectos de emprendimiento, ¿no? Porque hemos acelerado un número de empresas importantes, de startups, pero realmente buenas no es sencillo, ¿no? En el caso de Antonio, cuando estuvimos charlando, teníamos clarísimo lo que podíamos aportar y estábamos convencidos que podíamos para una persona con muchísimo talento y un producto espectacular, cómo poderlo estructurar y cómo sacarlo adelante, ¿no? En el caso de Marci, hablabas de Elena, pues yo voy a ser muy sincero, cuando teníamos detectado el proyecto, nos parecía un proyectazo, llevaba muchísimo tiempo trabajando, pensábamos que estaba ya muy maduro, pero yo quería en aquel momento que Marci estuviera en nuestra aceleradora, ¿no? Y recuerdo una comida que tuve con Elena, yo me sentía como el pagafantas que se acerca a la estupenda la discoteca. Porque decía, a ver, ¿cómo le voy a proponer yo a Marci, con el nivelón que tiene esta compañía, si quiere ser acelerado por nosotros, ¿no? Y aquella comida fue genial, ella encantada, os incorporasteis a la aceleradora y la verdad es que yo creo que ha sido un matrimonio de éxito, ¿no? Más que el pagafantas de la discoteca, ¿no?
Hombre, mucho. Realmente, bueno, nosotros, la aceleradora lo que hace son apoyo a medida, y a nosotros el apoyo que nos dieron a través de Price fue crear un sistema de remuneraciones, de incentivos para las personas clave de la organización, para que el talento ni se fuera ni se perdiera, estudiando pues, las remuneraciones del mercado, bueno, cómo retener el talento, y la verdad es que ha sido estupendo porque se está poniendo en práctica y el equipo va a seguir. O sea.
Qué bien, qué bien. Jesús, es muy interesante lo que dice Jesús del pagafantas, porque es un enfoque porque fijaros lo que es Fundación 11 en el entorno de las personas con discapacidad, que en vez de decir, aquí estoy yo, soy el sheriff, acercaos a mí, que es un enfoque que ocurre en muchas corporaciones. Y yo os lo digo porque con alguna he trabajado, y bueno, la mía propia. O sea, nosotros montamos el área hace 8 años. Y decir, no, esa humildad de decir, no, es que lo que quiero es atraer a los mejores, y a los mejores generalmente hay que ir a buscarlos. No, a veces te aparecen, pero hay que ir a buscarlos. Es muy interesante. Yo creo que parte de que sigamos aquí va de eso. ¿Cuál pueden ser para ti, Jesús, porque también habrá aprendizajes, los aprendizajes de estos ya 3 años con una aceleradora que era en un entorno muy concreto, con una organización muy concreta y además con un enfoque de capacitación y de aceleración del empresario que también era muy concreto? ¿Qué lecciones podrías compartir con nosotros?
Una de las lecciones más importantes ha sido el hacer mucho más esfuerzo a la selección de proyectos. Empezar desde el principio seleccionando no solo la idea, que la idea puede estar bien, pero ideas, hay millones de ideas, lo más importante es el equipo. Y lo he comentado con algunas personas, nuestros emprendedores, 40 lo cumplís pocos, o sea que 40 años sois ya profesionales que dais una trayectoria larga y es donde hemos visto el éxito de verdad, ¿no? Por eso el seleccionar, no vamos a excluir a jóvenes ni mucho menos, pero sí seleccionar equipos profesionales que estén comprometidos con el impacto social. Y la segunda, la búsqueda del modelo de negocio. Lo hemos visto en mucho emprendedor social que viene con una idea espectacular a resolver un problema de verdad, pero que no va a ser sostenible en el tiempo. Y el planteamiento de me dirijo a la Fundación 11 para que me dé una subvención para sacar adelante el proyecto no es la línea, no es la estrategia. De hecho, no damos subvenciones a fondo perdido, ni mucho menos. Eso lo hacemos para emprendedores con discapacidad a través del Fondo Social Europeo y nos da igual el proyecto que pongan en marcha. O sea, se hace a través de una estrategia completamente diferente y sí hay una línea de apoyo de subvención, igual que hay líneas de apoyo y subvención a la formación, ¿no? En este caso es para crear empleo. Pero en el caso de la aceleradora de startup con impacto social en discapacidad y en personas mayores, lo que damos es conocimiento, damos acompañamiento, damos apertura de puertas, conexión, poner en riesgo nuestra marca, que eso también es muy importante, porque asociar la marca 11, Fundación 11, Grupo Social 11, que es lo más importante que tenemos en nuestra casa, ponerlo al servicio de un emprendedor que nos pueda fallar, para nosotros es un riesgo. Por eso tenemos que tener muchísimo cuidado en a quién aceleramos y de quién nos rodeamos. Yo creo que esas son las cuestiones más importantes que tenemos en nuestra aceleradora, ¿no?
Perfecto, pues bueno, yo creo que lo tenemos que dejar aquí. Solo dos detalles. Marci ha conseguido 2 certificaciones. 2 marcados CEs. El marcado CEs es el paso previo a poder meter tu producto en los canales de la sanidad a nivel... Es una pasada. Y Y Antonio, lo digo por si hay inversores en la sala, está ahora mismo levantando una ronda de €500,000. Hace año y medio nos conocemos, sí, y está levantando una ronda de €500,000. Es decir, nosotros...
Marci está en una de 6.
Sí, bueno, pero Marci también ahora está también buscando 6 millones, pero eso ya es más allá del mercado CE. Queríamos compartir con vosotros, sobre todo por si alguien se está planteando qué es lo que hace la aceleradora de la Fundación, con ejemplos concretos, con un enfoque claro y una apuesta clarísima desde alguien pues del nivel de Jesús en la Fundación. Y cualquier duda que tengáis, cualquier pregunta, me parece que ahora ya no, que estamos fuera, pero estamos a vuestra disposición. Muchas gracias, muchas gracias por estar. Salimos por ahí, espera, que voy a cargar algo.
It's always exciting to hear such initiatives, so thank you so much, speakers, for sharing your stories. So this morning, we talked a little bit about the different ecosystems and bridging between the East and the West. But there is a crucial component that we have yet to explore, which is filling into this triangle. And this is the Israeli innovation powerhouse. That's what I'm talking about. So I would like to welcome our next panel and moderator, Mr. Gil Gideon, who is the president of Kaduman, the single most active Spanish venture capital fund in Israel. Wow. Mr. Gideon is also spearheading the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Spain and Israel. Welcome, Mr. Gideon. Let's set the stage up. Stage is all yours.
Oh, no.
Can you hear us well? Yes. There's one person that is going to connect. Okay. She's connected. Oh, Shalom. Can you hear us? Franca?
No, but yes, I can hear you, but I cannot see you.
Oh, okay. Okay, so welcome also. Welcome to this panel. If you don't want to hear about Israel, you can leave now. If you want to hear about Israel, welcome. We have a very interesting panel, which is how to boost the relationship between both ecosystems. And we have a very diversity panel with more than 50% females, so we're in the right path. And also with very different experience. And the agenda for today will be a very quick introduction from my side, and then each one of the panel will present themselves and will answer the questions. And we promote all of you, and we please connect as much as you want and ask us all the questions while you're doing the way. Anyone here knows Israel? There's just, okay, there's some knowledge of Israel, great. Israel is a small country on the other side of the Mediterranean. The best way to understand Israel is if we divide Spain by 5 or 6. It's about almost 9 million people, with a GDP per capita much higher than Spain of $43,000. Spain is $31,000. It invests 4.9% of GDP in R&D versus the 1.2% of Spain. It has about, 8,000 or 9,000 startups alive, creating about 1,000 startups every year. It has 360 centers of international, multinational companies doing R&D in Israel. And the whole ecosystem is very vibrant with more than 80 VCs. It's completely different than Spain. They invest about $12,000 million a year versus the 700 or 800 million euros of Spain. and the exits have been values of $15 and $20,000 million. So just this is to give you a little background, a little context. It's a very vibrant ecosystem. It works very well, and it has helped develop Israel, and it has a very big impact in the GDP of Israel. Say that, I'm going to introduce very quickly from the chamber, myself. My name is Gil Gidron. I'm the chairman of Kadumen Capital. Our present fund is a 60 million euro, $72 million fund, a Spanish fund registered in Spain that invests 100% in Israel in 3 areas, in the area of artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and big data. And our LPs are basically financial investors, but also strategic investors. This is Spanish multinationals that are looking for technology in Israel. I'm also representing here the Israel-Spain Chamber of Commerce, or the Spain-Israel Chamber of Commerce. We help, and we are non-for-profit, we help Spanish companies get to Israel and Israeli companies get to Spain, both in technology projects, in investment projects, and in trade. And we're going with the theme of the day, and I would like to, each one of the panelists, please introduce yourselves and tell us what you think of how we can boost the relationship. Some music. How we can boost the relationship between Israel and Spain in ideas. And I'll ask the public, please, if you have any questions. I don't know if we have microphones, so we can. No microphones. Oh, okay. So we can start with Dalia, if you can introduce yourself. And
thank you, Gil.
Dalia, she is an expert in sustainability and in impact social projects, and with a lot of experience. The floor is yours.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. My expertise is in impact, more specifically in impact tech startups, which is this combination of different aspects from social enterprises and startups. And I work as a researcher in the Center for Impact Investing and Entrepreneurship at the College of Management in Tel Aviv in Israel. And I'm working on a specific research on these impact tech startups and mapping, analyzing. I'm also a consultant in these topics and a mentor at different impact accelerators, both in Israel and in Europe and Latin America.
Okay, thank you very much. Rina, if you can present yourself and tell us a little bit about what you do.
Okay, thank you, Gil. And thank you, South Summit, for inviting us to be here. It's my second time. I was in Mexico before the pandemic. So very proud to be here. My name is Rina Feinstein. I was born in Uruguay and lived in Mexico, Argentina, a lot of countries in Latin America. But actually, I have been living in Israel more than 30 years. And my company, which I founded, is a company, an Israeli company. And what we do is we connect the dots between corporates or big institutions that are looking for innovation and technology in Israel. So we have two focus. From one side, we know the Latin American ecosystem, and now we're starting to work with Spain and Portugal. And we also know very well the Israeli innovation ecosystem in different verticals, such as food tech, agri-tech, cybersecurity, Industry 4.0. These are some of the verticals that we work with, and that's it.
Thank you very much. Before going, well, Amos, if you want to, Amos has a tremendous experience in crypto, and also now he lives in Barcelona. So please.
Right. So I guess like typical entrepreneur in Israel, never really went to school, and was building companies since relatively young age, and now after building different companies, by the way, also in the impact area, I have a fund that invests in different crypto projects, basically 2 funds. I moved to Barcelona a year ago. Very happy to be here.
Okay, thank you, Amos. Franca, I hope you can hear us well. If you can just introduce yourself. She's an expert in business development. She lives in Tel Aviv. She's connected from there. Her background is from Austria, but please, the floor is yours.
Hi, I hear you well, and I'm excited to be here virtually today. So yeah, I am the Senior Program Manager for Techstars Tel Aviv. We are an early stage accelerator based out of Boulder, Colorado, but we are running 60 accelerators worldwide. We've invested in over 2,600 companies to date, with a market cap currently of $63 billion. So I've originally from Vienna, Austria, moved to Israel about 4 years ago, joined Techstars shortly after. So I have a lot of experience what it means to move from Europe to Israel, to get a foothold in the ecosystem there, what it means to work with a lot of Israeli founders, what also especially a lot of European founders can gain into moving to Israel and learning from the ecosystem here. So yeah, happy to be here.
Thank you, Franca. Thank you for joining us virtually today. And now we're going to go into the theme of the day, which is how to boost the relationship between Israel and Spain. I'll start with you, Rina. You have tremendous experience of doing that in Latin America. And as you said, you're starting your operations here also in Spain and Portugal. Yes. So if you can tell us, in your view, what are the key aspects, what are the right steps to do this?
Okay, thank you for the question. Yes, really, actually, I think that I'll start what Israel can give, and then why I understand what Spain can give to the table. Israel can give technologies. There is a lot of innovation, disruption, things that are not even invented and think about in other countries. I think you can tell a few about the companies, the companies that are in Israel. It's incredible the technologies that are there. But we have a small problem. We don't know the industry. We don't have big industries in Israel. We don't have big companies producing cars or producing food. It's a very small country, a 9 million people country is very small. So we don't have that kind of industry. And I think that what Spain has and can be part of the relationship is bring its experience on what is the scale up or what is the necessities, the challenges that the big companies have, the big organizations have here that we don't have there in Israel. So this much of understanding the needs, understanding how a plant works, understanding how the production cycle works is something that the Israelis don't know. They know the technology, and if you tell them what's the problem, they can find solutions, but they don't understand the problems. So I think that's the best way to cooperate, to give us challenges that you know very well and say no, say yes, this works, this won't work, and then the solutions can come from Israel.
Thank you, Rina. I think what Rina is saying, it's key. Israel is a startup nation. I will say Spain can be defined as scale-up nation because there's a lot of talent, very good professionals, and a lot of manufacturing capabilities that Israel doesn't have.
Exactly.
And this bridge that in the Chamber of Commerce we call it the technology bridge between Israel and Spain works phenomenally. And there is excellent examples that has worked in the past. And I encourage the corporations to look at the Israeli technology, but I also encourage the startups to look at the Israeli technology. I know Spanish startups that went to Israel and now they're working with Facebook in the United States because in Israel there's a lot of people looking for technology. So we go to you, Dalia. impact. Everybody is talking about sustainability, impact, social impact. What Israel does in the impact area, and in your view, she lives now in Barcelona since 2 months ago, what you think it can bring to the Spanish impact ecosystem?
Yeah, so first of all, yeah, apart from being the startup nation, now the scaling nation, it's becoming the impact nation. And developing solutions to tackle both social and environmental challenges worldwide. And Israel has been doing that since its inception, no? Although they were not talking about impact or impact solutions, but since the beginning, because innovation is the mother of necessity, and in Israel there's no natural resources, so innovation was like key to really all this development and all these discoveries and innovation we have today. And most of those innovations are really making an impact in different sectors, in different areas, in different countries. And the challenge is to really bring those innovations where the needs are. And today, and mainly after COVID, during COVID, we have all these, it's on your face, on our face, all these challenges from climate change, and Israel is developing a lot of technologies in clean tech, climate change, sustainable agri-tech, health tech, EdTech, and also technologies for disabilities. All these technologies and more are really impactful, and I think it's a good opportunity not only for Israel to invest, so what we are calling impact investment, that is now turning from traditional investment to impact investment, to really invest in companies, startup technologies that are not only giving profit, but also really making a better world and really a real impact. So it's an opportunity both for Spain and Israel to invest in this kind of organizations, this kind of technologies. And also there is, speaking about opportunities, I think that in Spain there is also an important talent that could be also for Israel relevant for the innovation. So I think that cooperation to really boost this kind of innovation related to impact and impact investment as key to really tackle this kind of innovation that are so important nowadays. I'm really happy that today, this summit, the core and key topic is sustainability, and this is a big change. So I'm happy that it's going mainstream.
Thank you, Dalia. I think sustainability and impact is in the agenda of all corporations and government. We'll talk about that if we get enough time, but we need to move on. Franca, you have a tremendous experience, and TechStart is a huge worldwide organization. In your view, what are the angles that can boost the relationships of both ecosystems?
So I'm building up on also with what Rina started. When I see young Israeli startups especially and ask them where they want to go next, they always say America, it's the US, let's go to the US. And I'm like, wait, Europe is much closer. You have different markets there, different pre-income, strong industry. Why don't you try and start it there first? Sometimes it's even easier and better. You don't have to move. Maybe it's even quicker to get to certain clients because the market is not so overrun with startups that want to partner with people. So I think that is a first angle, that really also trying to educate Israeli founders here that there are other markets out there than the US to go to first and to partner with. And then also I do feel that there is like a two-way street, is say for Israeli founders to see that there are other markets than the US, but then also for European founders to learn from Israel. So we, in our program here in Tel Aviv, always try to have a majority, obviously, of Israeli founders, but also to invite especially founders from European countries to join us so they can learn from how basically the ecosystem here approaches building startups and executing. And I think this exchange is always very fruitful and important to move forward too.
Thank you, Franca. I think that's key. It's very easy to do business in Israel. Everything is in English, except when you go to the restaurants and so on, but even then. So I'll encourage what Franca just said. I mean, go to Israel, experience the technology, experience the ecosystem, and try to create that bridge in your vertical, because that's what is key and it's important. And with the help of people like us and the Chamber of Commerce and Rina and Dalia and so on and Franca, we'll do our best to work with you to make sure this bridge works very well. Amos, going back to you. You've been living now 1 year in Barcelona.
Yeah.
Your company has decided to move you there, or you have decided to move you there.
No, I mean,
and maybe you can tell us this experience and why Barcelona.
Yeah, that's a very interesting. I think in terms of like the ecosystem, etc., I look at it from an entrepreneur perspective. So a typical entrepreneur will start a company and kind of like recruit his first founding members in Israel. And then he will think, okay, I need to raise money. He will either go to one of the leading investors in Israel, or he will fly to the East Coast or West Coast to raise money, right? This is kind of the profile of almost every entrepreneur in Israel. And then when he will launch his product, he will say, okay, where is the market that I want to test my project? Not a lot of projects are actually starting in Israel, right? Because like you said, it's a very small market. So they're looking at another market and immediately, you know, it will be the West Coast or East Coast and that's it. They're not thinking about other markets, etc. Moving here for me was really like personal reason. I just wanted to live in Barcelona with my family, so it's not any, we're a distributed team. The fund is distributed. The team is in Israel, Spain, Gibraltar. So it's really distributed. But I started to engage with the community here, and I found a couple of things. One, there is an amazing talent pool here in Spain. And on the other side, not many projects as you have, right, startups that you have in Israel. And I started to recruit people here in Barcelona because I found that, you know, the talent is just unbelievable. And there are people here from great universities, great education, and great experience in traditional finance, for example, things that you don't really have in Israel. So I think that in terms of both talent as well as market size, this is a great opportunity for entrepreneurs in Israel to both recruit and launch their, you know, first country, let's say, here in Spain, because it's such a big country, such a diverse population, so it's a very good sandbox to test your, and also great regulations in a lot of different areas, very clear regulations.
Yeah, now, that's an excellent point. Our experience also in the fund and in the Chamber of Commerce is that, like you all said, but Amos said it, in Israel, people don't think about coming to Europe. It's very easy to come to Europe if you have the right help and the perseverance to be there. And in terms of talent, Spain has excellent talent. And Israel also has excellent talent, but there is a shortage of talent in Israel.
Especially today, right?
Especially
during our times, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, because I mean, even if you compare the salaries in Israel and Spain are much different. So that's another way. Actually, we are working from the chamber with the government of Israel to find the best way to allow visas for Spanish talent to work in Israel. And this is something that has to be negotiated, but is being negotiated right now.
Especially on technology.
What?
Especially engineers
in technology.
technology.
So Spain has excellent engineers, excellent STEM universities. Israel also, but we need more. And the other way around is also, I think, just linking this technology.
But
So I was going back. Sorry.
Just one thing. I think that COVID imposed a great opportunity, right? Because before that, people needed a visa to come to Israel, etc., and work in different companies. But now, everyone are distributed. Everyone are hiring worldwide, and I think it's a great opportunity for people here living in Spain and are talented in what they're doing, as well as to startups in Israel.
We have 4 more minutes, not to be late. So I will try to close up. But Dalia, I have one question for you, which when you were talking, in Israel there is a lot of tradition of impact on the issue of tikkun olam. Tikkun olam is an Hebrew word that means improving the world or something like that, a lot of history. Have you seen anything that can we create that linkage very quickly in less than 1 minute?
Yeah, so it's Tikkun Olam. I wanted to say also that everyone can play really a role in Tikkun Olam, in making repair in the world, is literature, repair in the world. So Israel is doing that, as I said before, from the beginning, without speaking about impact, but really trying to solve, because of necessity, very important issues. And it's actually inspiring different countries and other ecosystems in order to really innovate for the good, to develop tech for good, which is what Israel is doing. And actually I saw from the stands here many of the startups here in Spain that are also doing that. I think this will be more and more, and Tikkun Olam is now urgent. It's an urgent matter. It's not something that we can think about like an isolated responsibility action or something like that. It's a must. It's now. It's like the Bible say, if not me, who, and if not now, when.
Okay.
So.
Franca, if I'm sitting in Madrid or in Barcelona and you have to give me one message, what will be that message? I know I put you on the spot, but that's good.
Yes, you do. I would say come visit Israel, see for yourself what it has to offer. And usually it's there's always something that comes out of it. Like I remember from my own time, I came here, I fell in love with Tel Aviv in 2013 for studying on my first day. It never let me go. It's just an amazing ecosystem, and I think there are a lot of things that can be learned from here.
Thank you, Franca. And Rina, you have tremendous experience with Latin America. If I'm, again, sitting, I'm a corporate, big, middle-sized, even small, what is the message that you want to give to them?
There's one word I want to use, is mindset. I think that what corporates, even entrepreneurs, have to change is their mindset, to think a little bit more bigger, more innovative, don't be afraid of failures, all the things that come with trying to do new and innovative things at a corporate level and middle-sized company and entrepreneur. It's the mindset, the innovative mindset.
We take it, very good mindset. Amos, any 30-second thing? I need 30 seconds also.
Go ahead. I'll give you my 30.
No, what we wanted to do is give you the message that there is a lot of benefits of doing business with Israel. The bilateral business is 2,000 million euros. Spain is the largest, Israel is the largest commercial partner of Spain in the Middle East if you take away oil obviously. So there's a lot of opportunities. We saw it today. And from the Chamber of Commerce, we open individuals, startups to connect to Israel. And from the corporates, we think there's a lot of opportunities. Let's take open innovation to the next level and do it in different areas, in crypto, in impact, in verticals, and the opportunity is there. We just need to take it. So thank you very much. I hope you enjoy it. I thank the panelists. You've been great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, speakers. I love, love, love Thaddeus' label of the impact nation. In fact, I think every single country should be an impact-focused nation, right? And so why not make an impact planet? But to do this, we can't do this alone. We need to collaborate. And today, in this particular panel, we're going to discuss some of the frameworks and tools to support startups and to find ways to collaborate efficiently. So joining us today, we have Jesus Contreras, who will be leading these conversations about collaborating with startups. Welcome.
So thank you very much for the introduction. It's really a pleasure. And I have here a dream team of corporate open innovation. So welcome, get ready and open your ears to see what's new on open innovation. So please, I would like to ask you to join me in the stage. We have three big companies. It's Sanitas, it's Enagas, and it's Prosegur. We have huge companies from different sectors. And the idea of this panel is they will explain how do they collaborate with startups. So you can imagine that joining such a huge world of corporates is a huge ship that needs to maneuver and needs to do a lot of things to shift. With small, agile startups, there are only two possible outcomes. You either get the best of both worlds, or you get the worst of both worlds. So now, as you can imagine, we have come with these three corporates to see what's the best of the both worlds. And I will ask you first, introduce yourself, introduce your corporation, and I would also like to know what do you do with startups? What kind of collaboration you do with startups? So Jesus, please.
Shall I start?
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you, Jesus, for your introduction. My name is Emilio Martinez. I'm the head of Open Innovation and Corporate Venturing of Enagas. Enagas, as you don't know, is an energy company, an energy Spanish multinational, what is called the main transport system operator of the gas system in Spain. We basically construct, operate, and maintain the big gas infrastructures in Spain. What are we doing regarding corporate venturing? We are a company, as the big corporate, regulated, with a very well-known business model, and we are very well organized and very well prepared to execute very efficiently and very securely our business model. Basically, we transport a source of energy, natural gas. Also, it's a explosive of energy. So as you can imagine, we are trying to avoid any kind of risk regarding our business model. We also are in the stock market. 90% of our owners are in the free float. So the investor of Enagas invests in a company with a very well-known business model, well-known cash flows. And how do you match this with innovation? Of course, there are different words. That's why Enagas created my area, Enagas Emprende. That is an open innovation and corporate venturing tool of Enagas. What we do regarding collaboration with the startups, we try to be the best possible partner for a startup. We know that the entrepreneurs and the startups, all of them are different, all the technologies are different, and all the business models are different. So we try to be the perfect partner to them and try to give them something that no one else can do. I mean, as a corporate, of course, we can invest. We have money, but many other people have money. The funds, the banks, other investors. What they cannot offer the startups are the facilities to test the technologies. We are an energy company. What they don't have is more than 12,000 kilometers of pipelines to test the business models. More than 4-6 LNG terminals to deploy the technologies. This is what our main value proposition to the startups. We are not new at this. We started our program 6 years ago. We have 16 startups investments in our portfolio. We try to do with them many things. Of course, we can invest. We can also do pilots. We also do investments, as I've said. We also can do venture client. innovative acquisitions. And for the startups in the growth phase, when we believe we add more value to the startups are when they are in the early seed and pre-seed. When they are early startups, our value is very important for them. We can change the life of a startup at the beginning. When they are in a growth stage, basically we can be their customers, we can buy their solutions, or we believe a fund is a better way to support them. That's why we launched with Alantra a fund called Clima Transition Fund. So our approach to the growth startup is through this fund. So if you are an energy startup and your proposal match with our investment criteria, more than happy to analyze and to see if we can do something together.
Thank you very much, Emilio.
Thank you, Jesus.
Plenty of things you do for the startup, and I do really hope you can approach afterwards. Jesus, you are from another sector, you are from the health sector with own problems, but you also have a huge company. So what do you do with startups?
Well, I'm Jesus Jerónimo, and I've been working in Sanitas, which is the Spanish branch for Bupa, for 20 years now. So I'm an old face in the company. Normally, people would associate our name to insurance, but I always stress that we don't work in insurance, we work in health, so that's what we do. Actually, we do have hospital, dental centers, aged care centers here in Spain, in addition to the health insurance business, which is probably the one we are most well known for. But we are centered in health. We have like two different scenarios in which we collaborate with the startups. One is an established program, which is called Disruptive. And by the way, that program this year is called Eco-Disruptive because normally it's been linked with the startups in the health environment. But this year we are interested in the sustainability environment, and the program is happening within the sustainability environment. That program puts the employees of Sanitas in contact with startups, and we build teams, mixed teams, in which both the startups and the Sanitas employees work towards a shared goal. We have done, I would even say, magical things. We did have a startup a couple of years ago. The output of that process is now taking place in our aged care residencies, and people are being treated from mental illness using wearables and so on. So that's something very impressive that we achieved years ago. As I said, this program this year is happening around sustainability. This year also we have scaled the program, and it has gone global. It used to happen only in Sanitas, but nowadays it's happening all over Bupa. So there is an Eco-Disruptive edition in Australia and Oceania. There is an Eco-Disruptive edition here in Europe and another one in Latin America. So we have a final, it's sort of a contest. So in the end of the year, we'll have a winner, a team that will win the whole Bupa Eco-Disruptive program. So that's one approach. And the second approach, which probably I should say that is less structured because it's not such a fixed program, but we are a company that pride ourselves that we are very interested in innovation and in digitalization. I think we were the first ones to launch video consultation here in Spain. We are building a telehealth platform and so on. So most of the teams working around those areas do have an eye open and an ear open and all the senses put in whatever's happening in the startup environment. I've been here myself in La Nave a number of times. We are collaborating with some startups actually developing here. And by the way, we do have a stand over there which was put on with the exclusive goal of meeting new startups. So if you belong to a startup and you want to drop by and say hello, my colleagues and myself will be there afterwards, so just drop by. So within that framework, we have also done many projects with different startups. Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much. It's very interesting, and definitely it's not a structured process to find out good startups. So we have had now the energy sector, we have had the health sector, both are of the most important, but we have third sector, it's security, and it's just rising. So Daniel, please introduce yourself and your company.
Okay, thank you very much, Jesus. Well, my name is José Daniel García Espinel. I'm the Global Innovation Director of Prosegur. I don't know if you know Prosegur, but Prosegur is a worldwide company. In fact, we are one of the biggest companies here in Spain, but we have a footprint that is worldwide. We are focusing in the Latin market, in North America. Also, we have a strong presence in Europe, South Africa, Asia, and also Australia. We have 5 different businesses. The main business that we have is what we call cash in transit. I'm sure that you have seen, a vehicle of Prosegur, a yellow vehicle, a yellow truck of Prosegur moving cash, in this case money, at the streets. So this is the main business that we have, that is cash in transit. We have another big business that is professional security. I'm sure that, for example, if you go to an airport or you go to a train station, you're going to see always a guard of Prosegur there. And behind that guard, there is a lot of technology. There are surveillance cameras, there are networks, there are security operation control centers. That things are Prosegur security. We have a third business, that is the B2C business, an alarm business or a home security business. It's called Prosegur Alarmas. We have just created GV 1.5 years before with Telefónica, and we are boosting this market here in Spain. I think it's a clear success of home security business, and this is the first business that we have. And also we have 2 more businesses. One of them is focused on cybersecurity, that is called Cypher. And the last one is Prosegur Avos, that is a business process outsourcing business that we have just released a few years ago. This is a footprint. This is what is Prosegur. And now we're going to talk about what kind of initiatives do we have from an open innovation perspective. Well, last year we created the first open innovation program of a security company. It's also a worldwide company, and it's called Come In. The name of the program is very special for us because we were inviting, in this case, startups to come and collaborate with Prosegur. One of the things that we were discussing, before, this meeting, it was what a startup what could see, in working with a company or a big corporate like Prosegur, Sanitas, or even Enagas. I think that at the end, what they are looking in our programs are a way or a channel to boost their sales. Because at the end, what a startup wants is to increase the sales. So that's why Come In has a clear focus on a commercial collaboration with the startup. Last year, it was the first edition of Come In. In that edition, we released 7 challenges to the ecosystems. 5 of them were focused in each of the business lines, and 2 of them were very special for us. The first one was focused looking for COVID-free technologies. Last year was quite a complicated year, for companies and also for startups. So we were looking for the best startup with technology to create COVID-free environments. That was one of the challenges that we released last year. And the other one was also with Prosegur Foundation. It has a social character because we were looking for technologies to do easier the way we come back to the schools, we come back to the universities. That was really a very good experience, and we find, a lot of talent outside Prosegur. This year we have the second edition of Come In, and the second edition of Come In has been a great success. We have a lot of startups from more than 30 countries all around the world, and I think that we received nearly 170 proposals from a lot of startups around the world. So it was a great success. And also, as my colleague from Sanitas has mentioned, we have another way to collaborate with the startups. That is all Prosegur Tech Ventures. It's the structured fund that we have to invest in the best startups. I think it has a history of several years ago. We invest 30 million euros to invest, in this case, the startups. And I think that, fortunately, we have had several success exits. So I think that has been also a success for us.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Daniel. Open innovation is about opening the flow of income, of comings, of startups. And there is a motto in open innovation, is that the cleverest people does not work for you. They work for somebody else. So you need to open, you need to collect them, you need to know them, and you need to collaborate with them. So I would like to ask you once again, Emilio, Jesus, and Daniel, is what was your major success as open innovation so far? And what you're looking for in the future. So what are your challenges this year, maybe next year, so the startups in the audience would know what you want from them?
Okay, for us, open innovation is more than just a word. Basically, we believe, we are in Enagas 1,300 people. Statistically, most of the clever people are out of Enagas. It's true that we started our program with internal entrepreneurs. Our program is quite famous because if you want to create new businesses, if you want to create new business models, no one knows more about your company than your own employees. So we started an internal entrepreneurship program, creating spin-offs with the ideas of the employees. The employees, if they had an interesting business idea, with our support, they could create a new spin-off. They left the former position in Agas, and they became the CEOs and also owners of the new company. With this idea, with this project, we try to have the best of the corporate and the best of the startup in order to compete. The best of the corporate, knowledge, know-how, funding, commercial, and the best of the startup, the flexibility, agility, and the hunger of the entrepreneur. But statistically, there are more people outside the Nagas than inside the Nagas. And we also needed to convince the company that we are ventures. We are corporate venturing. So venture is not research and development. Venture is not M&A, it's different. It's research and development because we need to look for a startup that they have technologies, but they are a startup, they have a business model. The eye of innovation is eye of incomes also, so it's not the same. And it's not M&A. It's true that we are investing in companies in exchange of stocks, but options, but it's not nothing to do. It's their new companies. So for us, the open innovation, the ecosystem is very important, not only for scouting the best startups, also for scouting and having more partners. The corporates and the startups are different animals. The Professor Birch 30 years ago called the corporates the elephants and the startup the gazelles. And we work in different ways, and one of them is that the corporate, they usually ask for the solution with the suppliers. They choose the suppliers. When you are a corporate venture capital, corporate venturing, the good startup choose you. So you need to be enough attractive for the good startup, because the most difficult part in our scouting, in our aim of working with the startup, is managing that the good startup want to work with you. Because you are not buying the solution like you do with Accenture, Indra, Caterpillar. This is what the corporate do. So you need to be attractive. You need to be in places like this. You need to tell very well the value proposition to the startup, so they know what we can offer them, and try to do this collaboration between two different animals smoothly. We can dance together, but it's very important that we know each other. Another thing, very important of the ecosystem, regarding open innovation, that is a very important part, are not only the startups, are also the partners. When we talk about the valley of death of the startups, it's very big in all the sectors. But when we talk about energy, maybe also in health, this valley of death is especially large and wide. Nobody helped the startups in this valley of death except the corporates and the public sector. Because it's very early for the funds, it's very early for the venture capital. That's why it's very important that all the corporates, all the institutions, all the partners that can support the startups, we know each other. That's why for us, open innovation is not only a startup, it's also collaboration among other corporates. You asked me for a successful case of innovation. 1 year ago, when we were in March 2020, in the middle of the pandemic, all of us were in our houses. What can we do as a company, as a corporate venturing to support the ecosystem? We could not deploy ventilators. We couldn't deploy masks. We could do what we do, is supporting and investing in startups. So among other energy corporates, like Red Eléctrica, Exolum, Iberdrola, we launched an open call called Energía Positiva in order to try to fight the consequences of the COVID, helping at least one startup for each corporate for the future. The business model disappeared because of the COVID. Nobody knew what was going to happen. So what we could do was supporting a startup, and this was a very good success example of innovation, I think.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Emilio. It's extremely interesting. And I think you mentioned a very important concept, that is the trust between the startups and the corporates. So if we have some time, I will ask you about that. So, Jesus, what's the case of Sanitas? What's the success story you have had? Yeah. And what you are looking for?
Well, in our case, health is changing a lot in these years, a lot. Probably it's one of the sectors that it has not yet been disrupted, but it is being disrupted as we speak. So When we've been collaborating with the startups, basically we are trying to follow that disruption because one thing I always like to say when we talk about open innovation is that you need to be humble if you work in a corporate. Corporates tend to be arrogant because they are successful, clever business models with lots of profits and so on and so on. And you have to have a bath of humbleness in order to be able to collaborate with the startups. In health, I always say this, I like this phrase, everybody that has said that was working in health for many years has been lying because health is a sector which is basically established around sickness.
Yeah.
People are waiting for people to get sick, to get ill in order to treat them. But nowadays, because of technology and startups are a very big part of that, we have an arising opportunity actually for humanity in order not to treat illnesses, which we do and we do successfully, but it's still illness, but rather start working in keeping people fit, healthy, and so on. So when we are looking for startups, we are probably looking more in this part of the space, which is a whole new world being built as we speak. And probably the best case scenario that we did, we have joined with a couple of startups. By the way, none of them are Spanish. We have a Canadian startup and we have a startup from the Netherlands. And basically to scale up our telemedicine services. Telemedicine is a very nice thing to see, but to have, but it's also a bit risky because of the gap, the distance between the patients and the doctor. But fortunately, technology helps with that. So nowadays, we do have an option to analyze vital signs from remote patients. Using a 30-second video snippet of their faces, we are able to track blood pressure and heart rate and breath rate, which is a very nice thing for doctors. That's a very important data in order to have the best possible scenario. And we are also collaborating with a startup in order to connect wearable data to our health promotion platform. So this was actually launched last Friday, so I'm happy to announce it here. If you are a Sanitas customer nowadays, you can connect your wearables, whichever wearable you are having, and establish a health program with a specialist remotely, and using those data extracted from the wearables using a startup, we are able to track you down and help you being healthy as opposed to treating you when you're ill.
Okay, thank you very much, Jesus. I think it's out of any doubt that health is disrupting.
It is.
We have seen past 2 years the very example of that, so thank you very much. And security is about to do the same. Reading the political situation, it's going to disrupt somehow.
Yeah, for sure, that it's not easy. It's not easy, the situation that we have. But I would like, you have asked us, Jesus, about the success cases.
Yes.
And in that case, I would like to tell a story. And this story, is about one startup. The startup is a small startup. It's called Finger.io. And it was created by 2 postdoc students of a university here in Madrid. But the first time that I reached them and I contact them, they have created in the north of Madrid, in the north of Madrid, in the middle of the mountains, one of the IoT platforms that they have thousands and thousands of customers. For us, it was quite great because they said, well, when a small company and a startup is possible, it has the possibility, to connect with so many people and to use that kind of IoT platform. So, well, there is linked, with the coming program that we launched at Prosegur last year. That one of the challenges that we released to the market, it was we were looking. We have one specific product that we call Cash Today or Smart Cash. It's like a safe that you put, for example, on retailers, and you put the money, and when you put the money, there, our customer has instantly, that money directly into the bank account. Oh. So what does it mean is that you have one safe that is going to be at your retailer, and one of the components of the safe was the lock. The lock is what we call a randomic lock. It's a very specific technology, a very safe technology. And we were looking in this challenge to find different solutions for this specific component of the safe, the randomic locks. So we connect with Finger.io, at that point, and we said, well, I'm sure that to create a big IoT platform, and that's great, but in this case, we're talking about hardware. It's not the same as software. So are you able to do this? So they came to the challenge, they participated in the challenge, and at the end, they were the winners. So right now it's a success case because we have created a specific product that is a specific product with an IP specific, that is a randomic lock, that right now I think that the first MVPs are going to Peru and also to Argentina to be in the first commercial product that we're going to release to the market. Wow. So this is a success case, and also that has a lot of different connections because we did startups that we start working, with POCs and pilot process or traditional framework of innovation. Right now, they are working not only in randomic locks with specific controllers, and they are providing us some hardware developments that are great for Prosegur and very important for us. So that's why it's a happy story, because we start with a very small startups, and right now the collaboration in this case is great with our company.
Wow, it's a very nice case, very nice case. Thank you very much. I will give you 1 minute each, and I want to tell us, what do you look for in the startup? So is it the technology, is it maturity, is it a team, is it a combination of everything? And if it is a specific challenge you have in your company, which are they? So maybe, Emilio, you can start.
So very quickly, thank you, Jesus, for this opportunity. We are looking for startups that want to foster the energy transition with the support of a corporate. We are looking for a startup in the early stage, early pre-seed and seed, basically related to our areas of diversification. Mostly biogas, hydrogen, renewable gases itself, circular economy, and sustainable mobility. This is the areas where we can support them. I want also to give another message to the startup. Now is a historical moment that I think that all the corporates know that for innovation and for launching business models, this area, open innovation, corporate venturing, is a new industry. It's a new department that is not fashion thing. It's something that is going to be kept and maintained in the future. So if you have an opportunity, a solution, or a business model that can interest or can be of interest of any corporate, try to identify who is the Emilio, who is the Daniel, who is the Jesus, because they are one person that their main aim is to talk to you, to know if there is a match between your solution and the corporate, and we are your translators and your guidance in the company. For very quickly, if you have a solution that can match my company, between the person that knows more in Enagas about your solution and you, is me. So even if we are going to say no to your solution with interest, we are going to give you feedback. This is so valuable. So if you have a solution for a corporate, take advantage of this moment, try to identify the person with our units in the corporate, and try to contact us because it's a perfect moment to collaborate.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Jesus, please.
I could probably reuse my friend's words, so I'm not going to do that. He has already said. Maybe I'm just changing a little bit. I'm going to provide some advice, because normally when startups come, they are more than ready for the conversation, but sometimes you get, like this gap between corporation and the startup. And one thing I always advise is for startups to be ready to integrate. We normally like to integrate solutions within our own processes. We don't want normally corporates have not they are not really willing to create new processes or whatever, but rather incorporate. So when you work in a startup and you are selling technology or platform, it's very important that you are able to integrate in another business on a white label model or whatever. So that's very important for us. And also make sure that you understand what the business is all about, what the company does, and so on, because sometimes you get visits from people that they don't even know what you do. And it creates like a very weird atmosphere during the meetings and so on. So my advice would be willing to integrate. That's one. And the second one, study the guy or the girl you have in front of you, and the company you are talking with.
Yeah, do your homework, basically. Daniel, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, I think I fully agree, with you, and I think that we have highlighted, the most important points. But I would like also to say, well, from our point of view, from Prosegur point of view, I think that we are looking for, first of all, the knowledge, the knowledge or the technological knowledge that sometimes we are quite focused in our company, in our business, and there are a lot of things happening around us. And we are not aware of all these kind of things. So that is why we are looking in the startups for the technological knowledge that could be added to the knowledge of the market that we have in the company. So I think that both combinations are great. That is one of the main points. And the second one is agility. What it means is that's basic for us. We are like elephants that we must run more than little dogs, that are running, at the same place that us. But in this case, collaboration with the startups make us more agile. So that means that that's also great for us. And that's even a big challenge for us inside our corporation. But that's something that we really appreciate for them.
Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you, it was a pleasure. And you have seen this is the hands-on example of people looking for startups, looking for open innovation, and looking for agile companies. It's no longer marketing, it's down to the earth, and they are working on that very hardly. So thank you very much, and it was a pleasure having you.
So as you all can see, there's a definite appetite from companies to work with startups. And startup actually needs companies to get their expertise, their resources, and much more. Today we have covered many, many grounds, from different ecosystems from the east to the west to speaking about various different topics. But one of the things that is still yet missing is a very crucial voice. A voice from the state and the government, and as well as from the university. So this is what the next panel will be about. And here joining us is Ana Duran, the co-founder and CEO of InnoBooster. She'll be leading the topic today. Thank you.
Sí, pues nada, espera a ver.
No, not yet. Can we work on Ana's?
A mí ya me han dicho que me lo quitaron. Horror.
A little technical difficulty. We're going to test in a short while.
Digital.
These things happen. But we're very grateful for your presence today. I think it will be a very interesting topic. We're going to change your, okay. In the meantime, we can do a little bit of improv, which is my favorite thing to do. How's everyone doing in terms of energy? We're arriving into lunchtime. We're getting a little bit of hunger rising up. But I think this is a very important topic to discuss, partially because we have startups, we have companies, and now with the government and the academia as well as the universities, we kind of close the loop in understanding what that actual ecosystem that we have been talking about all day. And so I think a lot of the conversations that we are interested in is, in fact, about how to build those catalyzing mechanism in the city from above so that we as entrepreneurs could leverage. And so I am very much looking forward to listen to the panelists and learn more about these different framework that the government and the universities are applying in Spain and in the city of Madrid. So Ana, if you are all set. Yes, here she is.
Here I am.
All yours, thank you.
Yes, it works, finally. Thank you very much, Celine. It's great to see you again in this new South Summit, again alive. And it's great to be introducing this such a great panel with Conchita, Maria Concepción, who comes from Complutense University, Rogelio Velasco, that is coming from the Andalusian government, responsible for economic transformation, industry, employment, and 3 or 4 more things. And here we have Javier Laschetti as well, from the regional government of Madrid, responsible for employability and entrepreneurship and economic facts. Great. So take your seats, please. And let's start with this great topic of discussions. Okay, this panel will talk about catalyzing innovation and entrepreneurship. And this will be, there will be a bias between universities and government, right? So should we start talking maybe, Conchita, about how to raise entrepreneurial vocation in the university and how to make it clear in the environment.
Okay, thank you, Anna. Good morning, everyone. It's my great honor to participate in this new edition of South Summit, and a special edition because we can stay face-to-face again, and it allows us to meet again with colleagues, with friends. So thank you so much, the all South Summit team, and especially Maria, Christina, and Assis for a kind invitation to participate in this panel. Answering your question, Anna, how to raise the entrepreneurial vocation in the university? Well, universities are focused of knowledge, research, and innovation, and it's a priority to promote entrepreneurship among its members. For example, in Complutense University of Madrid, this has been understood years ago. We created a Complutense Office for Entrepreneurship, we call Complu Emprende, with few resources but a lot of energy and enthusiasm, has been doing an excellent job. Recently, 2 years ago, with the creation of the Vice Chancellor for Employability and Entrepreneurship that I have the honor to occupy at this moment, the university commitment is strengthened to continue promoting and supporting university entrepreneurship, one of the priority strategic lines for this rectoral team. To promote the entrepreneurship in the university, we have to work at different levels, at different stages. It's necessary, of course, to act on students, but also on professors, on researchers, and all the staff, if we want to create a true, real entrepreneurial culture. In the case of students, we have to promote entrepreneurship in all areas of knowledge, and at the same time facilitate to create multidisciplinary teams. Of course, training is key. Cross-curricular subjects that students can take voluntarily, specific training on a specific aspect of entrepreneurship, challenge, hackathons, call of awards, etc. Also, advice and support through the creation of pre-incubators in the faculties where the students are, and at the same time, incubator spaces inside and outside the university. Mm-hmm. It's also very important to teach students that development of entrepreneurial skills is key for their professional future. Even if they are not thinking to start in a company or a new business, entrepreneurial skills are essential for any job today. It's one of the soft skills more demanded for the labor market. In the case of professors and researchers, there are two different kinds of actions. On the one hand, they should encourage entrepreneurial initiatives, attitudes on the students in the classroom. And on the other hand, they should consider entrepreneurship as an important part of their research, as a result of it. In other words, they must consider research result transfer activities as an essential part of their work. We can discuss about this later.
Very interesting.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you very much. Javier, how about you as a regional minister of finance, employment, and economy? Tell us your point of view with this question. How to raise this entrepreneurial spirit, this entrepreneurial vocation in the university?
Thank you, Anna, and thank you, the South Summit team, for having me here, and most and foremost for having South Summit once again here in Madrid. Well, I think there are many, much more than it could appear, many students or young people who wants to be an entrepreneur. But in my opinion, and something that we in the regional government in Madrid we have in mind, is that probably regulation, the excess of regulation, is something that is very, very discouraging. It's very, very, really discouraging to know that you have to accomplish a mountain of regulation, that it's rigid, that it's sometimes old, that it's unfashioned, and that you will need to ask for permission to innovate. So we are really, really committed in the idea to move from a regulation and rigidity and top-down vision framework to a permissionless innovation framework, in which every entrepreneur can, under, of course, his or her responsibility, to innovate, to create, to try new ideas, to have the opportunity of fail or to have success, but not because some probably very, very well-intentioned civil servant or politician 10 years ago or 1 year ago decided that things must be done like I say. So this idea of permissionless innovation, I think, is important.
Absolutely. I see absolutely your point, and I absolutely agree with you. Absolutely. You have to put like the way of doing things, not oblige people to do things, just to facilitate, right, the path.
With responsibility, of course.
With responsibility. Thank you very much, Javier. How about you, Rogelio? Tell us which are the initiatives that we have in Andalusian government to raise the entrepreneurial spirit.
Okay, well, first of all, you know, my answers are going to be far shorter than the one of Javier and Concha. I'm impressed about everything they know about entrepreneurship. Anyway, you know, quite recently I read a survey done by Bankinter Foundation, which is pretty much focused on entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial activities. And there is a, you know, among the conclusions, there is a sharp contrast between what the students say they would like to do when they get the degree, and then, a few years later, what they are actually doing. In that latest report, over 50% of students said that they wanted to set up their own company. Great, that's wonderful. But then the real-world data is much poorer. Just 7% of students run their own business when they finish the degree. 7%. Why that? 7%. The intention was 50% when they were still at the university, right? But then when they get into the labor market after getting the degree, just 7%. So why that? Different elements, different factors that both Javier and Concha have mentioned. To start with, they don't have an entrepreneurship topic in any degree, except probably in some business administration faculties where they have the short courses on entrepreneurship. But then the rest of the students, including economics, engineering, all engineering, and science studies and research, they absolutely ignore entrepreneurial activities. And I think it would be very important to set an entrepreneurship topic in all degrees of the university.
Yes.
At least at the very beginning as an elective, and then later on as a compulsory topic. Second, it is important to organize activities related to entrepreneurship while they are studying, you know, civil engineering or law or whatever. And most of universities don't organize those activities. For example, business competition, hackathons, and other activities that encourage students to become entrepreneurs. My experience, not in the public university, but in the private one, while I was teaching at IE Business School, was that after just 20 sessions topic on entrepreneurship, the experience of students dramatically changed. It was a transformational experience, and plenty of them discovered attitudes and mindsets that they didn't know before. So I strongly encourage universities to take entrepreneurship topic as another topic in order to get the degree.
Yeah.
Very good.
Totally agree.
Thank you very much, Leon. Maybe this is one of the main experiences you have in supporting startups and early stage entrepreneurs, i.e. your participation as a professor in IE.
Yeah.
Do you have any other activities or any other ways that you have when you have helped those startups and entrepreneurs?
Do you mean helping, which sense?
Helping them to grow up, mentoring them, organizing programs to help them grow up?
I mean, my experience at IE is that the information, the education and the values that we, the professors, transmitted to students were with a holistic approach. Change your attitude not just about the economy or businesses, but about many other important aspects of everybody. Everybody lives their own life, but they are strongly affected by that experience.
Thank you. What about you, Javier? Do you have any experience also helping those early stage entrepreneurs?
Yes, we have some programs. We have a service who helps and advises young entrepreneurs with personalized services to help them to navigate very often the own administration and the regulation. With our Madrid, a financial company or a financial branch to help them in some aspects of financial needs. But I think we have a very interesting call for liaison bodies of the community of Madrid to promote technological innovation and boost technology transfer to the productive service. It's a part of the regional strategy for research and innovation for smart specialization of the region of Madrid. And it's a call for financing the implementation of projects promoting innovation and technology, training, dissemination, visibility of technological innovation, and supporting entrepreneurs in their commitment. And the followers are eligible for this aid. They can obtain aid in science parks, in incubators, technological centers, technological platforms, and we have for that purpose a call that it's currently open, I have to say, of 3 million euros this year, 9 million euros in 3 years is the budget earmarked for this purpose.
Very good. Are you talking about the call of link entities?
Yes, exactly.
This is a great call. This is a great initiative that is leading the government of Madrid. I think many of the rest of the autonomous communities will copy this very soon, very soon. They are giving money to the entities that can link universities with corporate world, like the real entrepreneurial world, real big or small companies, whatever, but they really help them to communicate and to exchange knowledge. This is a great initiative. Congratulations for that.
Thank you. The outcomes are very, very good so far, and the window is open, so...
Great, great. Thank you for announcing us today. Thank you. What about, Conchita, maybe you want to continue with the same question, or maybe we could talk about how to strengthen the talent that comes out of the university, so that this valuable talent doesn't go out, stays at home, and brings up a lot of value for the teams that are in the companies here.
Okay, it's true though, that's question, but I think the word is collaboration. Collaboration between all institutions, companies, collaboration agreements between universities and public administrations, like this kind of programs, collaboration agreements between universities and companies, and I think it's the way to eliminate the gap between university and companies, between university and society. I think this gap is getting smaller and smaller, but exists. So we can work through this kind of collaboration. Public and private collaboration is very important too. One reflection I would like to do here is the development of talent, innovation, creation of quality employment, and the transformation of the society is in our hands. I think it's in our hands. We were able to generate spaces, meeting like this, in which we can discuss, we can reach alliances, we can think collaboration agreements to row together toward the same objectives. We have the same objectives. The talent here, created here, stay here, no? In this way, universities can return to society the investment made to create, to develop talent, and that talent has a positive impact on territory. I think universities must be drivers and leaders in joining with public administration, with a private sector in this process, in this transformation process.
Great, thank you very much. In maybe 30 seconds, Rogelio, what things do you think that can be improved in the national and regional ecosystem to support these startups, to really make very, very small as possible, the gap between the university and the companies?
Well, in addition to what I mentioned before, teaching entrepreneurship as much as possible in all the degrees, I think it's of the essence for the universities getting closer to the public administration and the market to launch challenges in order for the startups to provide an answer, a technological solution for that problem or need, and in addition, some open innovation program. We have launched both in Andalusia, and we are very happy with the outcome because we see how more and more companies are getting involved in those initiatives, and we want to keep doing the same going forward, in addition to other activities, particularly the one regarding how to handle spin-offs when there is something really, really interesting from a technological point of view, and some professor want to set up a company, they don't know how to do it. So that's why within the regional government of Andalusia, we are preparing a set of tools in order to help those entrepreneurs and students at the same time in Andalusian universities in order for them to launch the companies, because they lack both the knowledge and the resources about how to do it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the three of you. I will just sum up very, very briefly the big ideas of this round table. First of all, we have to reduce the regulation, reduce this excess of regulations that we are having. Second of all, why do the students at the beginning think that they want to start a company, and then only 7% of them really want at the end of the university process? Why? Another idea is that teaching entrepreneurship is basic and very, very important to encourage students to keep going with their vocation, with having their own company. Collaboration is a big word that remains very important because we really need to collaborate between us to make this environment easy for them and available for all of them. And finally, help them with multidisciplinary teams, hackathons, challenges, etc. Those are some of the key ways, let's say the key actions that we really need to improve, really need to process. All right, thank you very much to the three of you for your participation, and see you soon.
We are ready now to begin our session, Radio Open Innovation, which will be really interesting, and we invite you to stay for the session.
Yo le dije que soy el mandado.
Ya.
Thank you very much.
Mandan a mí a ese tema.
Ya lo sé, ya. Y le ha hecho una cara como de... no dudas. Si nos sentamos en una de estas dos.
I just need to tell you that today is an experiment, so thank you very much for coming to this session. And let's begin. Let's begin with what we are calling today Radio Y, Radio Open Innovation, and the session is beginning right now. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Marisol Menendez, and one thing to know about me is that I'm passionate about open innovation, passionate about ecosystems. And for me, it's a privilege, it's a dream come true to be here today with you, sharing my passion, sharing the amazing insights that we have for you today. And as I told you, this is a brand new adventure that we call Radio Y, or Radio Open Innovation. So, are you ready? Let's hear the excitement. Woohoo! Perfect. That's right, because you know, this is Radio Open Innovation, and you might wonder, is this a radio program? Is this a podcast? Is this a newscast? Well, it's an experiment, and it's an adventure. For sure, we are recording today a podcast that we will be releasing later on. And we will be talking about open innovation, and in these next 90 minutes, we will present you a full story about innovation, collaboration, connectedness, and how to create a better future together. So, yeah, ideas, insights, best practices, and diverse perspectives from this podcast that we are recording today. And you know, I truly believe in open innovation, and South Summit truly believes in open innovation. I'm head of open innovation here at South Summit, and for many years we've been pushing and building around that concept. In 2018, we created our first Open Innovation Forum, where Henry Chesbrough, who is the father of open innovation, came in person to launch this series of events connected to open innovation. In 2019, we brought many corporations and startups to talk about the realities and the practice around collaboration and innovation in collaboration. In 2020, we did an online podcast. As you know, we broadcasted the sessions here in South Summit, and we still talked about open innovation. And today, we are dedicating 90 minutes to talk about this innovation and collaboration. We have people from all around the world, all kinds of actors, players from different industries, different sectors, different countries, and different roles. And you know, in my experience around open innovation, the important is to have the perfect mix. It's like having the perfect cocktail or the perfect food, you know, have the right kind of ingredients. So today we are once again talking about open innovation. And one thing I want you to think about is that some say that we are living in a VUCA world. We are talking about vulnerability, brittleness, and this complexity that we are living on today. Complexity that can be solved through open innovation. And there are some friends that have been researching about open innovation, and we want to begin telling you the real story about that. Let me welcome on stage and to your mics in this podcast my dear friends Christian Null and Daniel Medina. Please welcome on stage. Hello, hello, how are you today? Please, the stage is all yours. Tell us your story.
Thanks, Marisol. Thanks, Marisol, for this nice intro, and welcome to Results of Collaboration. I think that the question that Marisol was asking, it's about open innovation and what is happening really in this kind of methodologies about innovation. And that's something that Daniel and me, we were thinking beginning of this year. We went one day, we were asking ourselves, hey, we have read lots of books about innovation, but don't you think that there is still a gap between how corporate innovators, they are innovating, and how the books and everything that is like said, is doing in that way?
Yeah, I remember, it's pretty cool because collaboration is about getting coffees with people. We met, we developed a strong relationship like 2 South Summits ago, and we read a lot. And a lot of the books that are out there is about the why you need to innovate. And I think we're in the century 2021, and we know we need to innovate already. But there is so little about the how companies are actually doing it. They have been doing it for years already, 6 years, 5 years, 10 years. And there is this challenge. So we decided to interview more than 100 innovation directors to learn how they are doing it actually.
Yeah, it was a really challenge that at that moment we didn't know what kind of thing we were doing. But yeah, that was the moment that 100 Innovation Story was born. It was like a book in order to collect more than 100 points of view about innovation directors, digital transformation, human resources directors, to know how really corporate innovation is doing at this moment.
And don't forget, Chris, about the word global. We are in Spain, we're in Madrid, and we always look at Silicon Valley, Israel, at this kind of areas to look for innovation, but innovation is bigger than that. We have gone to South Africa, to Asia, to Latin America, to Southeast Asia, to a lot of places. And we have found very creative way of people doing innovation in those latitudes.
Yeah, innovation, as you well know, innovation can emerge every place. So you have to know where to go to try to emerge that innovation. And don't forget, Danny, the word ecosystem. Corporate innovation is not just about corporates. It's also about ecosystem, as here we know. So what we are doing is also with sharing best practices, how to build a CVC, how to improve POCs, how to also co-invest with other corporates. That's something that ecosystem players are sharing with us, and as well, for example, how to build a rich ecosystem, as Sami well know.
It was a great research, but we are not here to talk about a book that's going to be published in February 2022. It's going to be super good, I'm pretty sure. We're here to talking about research. So we run a survey to more than 100 innovation directors. It was 50 questions, very quantitative. And guess what? A lot of people has answered. So we have we have a lot of insight. We process that information, and we got this great insights of what is happening today in the corporate world.
Yeah, I think that most of you have a bookmark. In the bookmark, we are now presenting like 3 flashes, 3 insights of this survey that we have done and this research. But in the bookmark, you can also subscribe and download the full report. So it's plenty of different flashes of how really corporate innovation is taking place. So yeah, let's go with the first one.
Yeah.
The first one that we saw is that innovation is a key leverage of how corporates are doing its strategy. I mean, innovation is the way in which a strategy is being agile.
And I mean, it means we always complain on innovation directors, but the CEO and the innovation department of the board of directors and the innovation department are getting very close, like very, very close. Innovation director used to report to technology, marketing, operations, but we see that today most of them are reporting straight to the CEO. And something that is important, like they're actually getting together to define their challenges. So there is a conversation. It's something that wasn't happening before. So actually, it looks pretty optimistic, the future for innovation.
Yeah, and it's not just that. I will say that often something that we saw on the research is that previously innovation was it was an initiative in order to find new ideas, new incremental projects, find new business model, but now it's more than that. Now it's a tool that the corporate has in order to gain speed of the strategy of the company. And we are seeing this on the chart. I mean, the companies are now reviewing its challenge less and less time. I mean, previously it was more than a year, now it's less than 12 months, and in some companies, they are even doing that between 3 and 6 months.
Let's go for the second one, like the second flash or the second insights. And it looks quite straightforward. It means as longer as you're doing innovation, you're getting better at it.
But Danny, that's not something, I mean, that's common sense. What corporates that haven't done corporate innovation, or they want to do that, what we can say to them?
I think we know that this thing called second but better, in innovation, it just doesn't work. I mean, you need to start, and you need to start now. If you haven't started doing innovation, you're quite late already. So we can see this, just to put an example, when we talk about corporate cultures. Everybody that starts, they want to create this thing called a culture of innovation inside the companies. But the ones that have been doing this for the last 5, 6 years, they are not doing that anymore. They are doing very specific things, like a data-driven culture, a digital culture, a customer-centric culture.
Yeah, and not forget, because you always forget this one, that they are setting like a portfolio of incentives. I mean, once that you have this kind of maturity in the corporation, you know that you have to incentivize and motivate innovation, and just you have to set this kind of portfolio. And that's not all, because what also we have seen, as you can see on the chart, it's what Marisol is saying before about open innovation. In order to deal with open innovation, you have to formalize that kind of mechanism. And there are several formulas. I mean, and you have to like look for the right one for you. It could be venture client. It could be like doing a scouting with an innovation platform, such as South Summit or other ones. But you have to to go, try, evolve, and look for that one. And that's something that companies that are starting with innovation should know.
And let's go with the last insight. The last insight is, we talk a lot about entrepreneurship. I mean, collaboration within the company. But most of companies are not getting the full potential of it.
Yeah, that was surprising. On one hand, we have seen so many corporates doing this kind of entrepreneurship programs. So you can say entrepreneurship is something that it's really, I would say, quite common. But at the same time, as we are seeing also on the chart, I mean, they are doing initiatives about entrepreneurship, but they don't have like formal processes in order to have like an end-to-end process about how to manage entrepreneurship. And it's because it's not also one of the top priorities of the companies, I would say.
It's quite impressive because we say we're experts in entrepreneurship. Almost everybody's doing something, but most companies doesn't have a formal process on that. And I will say, like the one that have it, we also find that they are getting a lot of results in terms of more money, more business, better culture, I mean, better innovation in terms of the company.
Yeah, and we have brought to the table one example. It's part of 101 Innovation Storage. This is All Mutual Zimbabwe. It's a company, it's one of the largest financial groups in Africa. And we here have the innovation manager, Aneso Mutasa, who is going to, in just 1.5 minutes, it's going to share its experience in entrepreneurship.
Let's see, Aneso.
Click it.
Well, let's.
Hello there, my name is Anisum Tasa. I am the Innovation Manager at Old Mutual Zimbabwe, which is one of the largest integrated financial services provider within Zimbabwe. My mission within the company is to make sure that we cultivate a culture of innovation and promote it within the organization. And recently, we held the Internal Innovation Challenge, which was promoting entrepreneurship amongst the staff members. And out of it, we were very happy that we got 5 successful prototypes, and we've implemented 3 of them successfully within the organization. And what you'll see is there was greater participation from the staff members and more enthusiasm when it came to innovation, as we gave them big rewards such as iPhones, iPads, and cash rewards to make sure that we are recognizing and really rewarding innovation. And we have our second innovation challenge coming up, and we have also seen great enthusiasm amongst the staff. We've also been profiled within the national newspapers for this innovation culture that we are cultivating within the organization. So this has become a huge part of our culture transformation piece, and we're excited about what's to come next. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nesu, in the distance, for sharing your inspirational case. This is one of the, well, those are 3 of the flashes that we have on the report. In order to subscribe, here you have the QR. You can also visit our website, and it's like 10 top flashes about how corporate innovation is nowadays.
Yeah, in the same website, you can check about when the book is going to be published, and also about a community of innovation directors called Area 101 that you will find there.
Thanks so much.
Well, guys, we have a community, we have innovation, we have learnings, and now you have a beautiful report to download. Thank you very much for these insights. And I think, Danny, that you have another story to share with us?
Yeah, I mean, do you guys know about Desigual?
Desigual?
Yeah.
No, we don't know about it.
So let me welcome Javier Fernandez, like technology innovation leader from Desigual. Welcome, Javier. Hello. Hello. Hola.
Alejandro.
Yeah.
Hello.
This is recorded live, so we're experiencing
No worries. So welcome, Javier. Welcome to the podcast.
Thanks for having me here. So it's nice to see how many people every year is interested about open innovation. So great.
So let's get to it. Yeah. I mean, we know you are doing a lot of things regarding innovation. I mean, Desigual is almost a brand tied to innovation. What are you doing in open innovation at Desigual?
Well, actually, we are working by 3 different approaches. Yeah? So the first one will be our venture client model, we can say, yeah? And the relationship with the startups in the way of providers. Yeah? Yeah. With all the different issues that we could have in these relationships. Yeah? The other approach, the second one, is the multidisciplinary teams to foster the internal innovation into the company, yeah? To involve all the different business units into the innovation, and to promote all this culture about innovation and this pragmatic and positive culture, yeah? To work together. And the third is the accelerator program that we will launch this month, called Ocean Lab, to get or to gain an earlier stage relationships with the startups. Yeah, we can say in a quiet resume these third 3 pillars.
That's amazing, and I think from what we saw in the research, like the fact that you have a very clear strategy for open innovation, it means you have been doing this for quite a while, I'm pretty sure. So venture client, business units, and early stage startups. So congratulations on that. So if I am a startup, I am somebody from the ecosystem, and I want to participate, how can I do that?
Well, actually, it's very open to participate in the program. So you have to contact, it's quite easy, and to apply at the program, then the accelerator program. Unfortunately, the application are closed, but we will be ongoing in this application, so it's quite easy to involve more participants and more startups at this program during this way, during this year.
So startups, Desigual, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a great opportunity. What can you say to fellow innovators, to other innovation directors, other open innovation directors that are maybe starting or on the path of your learnings, launching these 3 pillars?
Yeah, it's quite easy and short. Yeah? So the first one is the modesty. Yeah? I think it's very important, the humility, to manage all this possible resistance with the business units and to manage all different profiles of these business units to foster and to go ahead with the POCs in our case. Yeah? We work in a POCs way, we could say. And the other could be the motivation. Yeah, we could say a lot of motivation to foster these POCs, these projects, and to go ahead with the projects with all these possible things that you can find on the way, and that's all actually. Yeah.
So that's great, that's great. So we get motivation, we get the POCs. I think the POC is a challenge that most innovation directors are getting. And maybe resilience, I know you're quite resilient, push.
Exactly.
Push a lot is something that you guys are doing amazing.
Exactly.
I mean, any last word for the people hearing us on the other side?
Yeah, so for the startups, please go ahead with your projects. From the corporate side, we will be always here to try to help and to understand and to link these possible different sides, yeah. And please apply to the Ozone Lab, take a look, and if you are interested, of course, I will be here to explain all the different possibilities to apply and to go with us, yeah.
Thank you. I think the queue is going to be very long to work with Desigual. It will be such a dream. And the best of the lucks.
Thanks a lot.
And thank you, Desigual, because you can see that people here at South Summit are wearing beautiful T-shirts, and this is all Desigual. Thank you very much for bringing color to our lives.
A pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Well, you know that, of course, there's this innovation dance that we're talking about. The innovation dance between corporations and startups, the big and the small. As Miguel Arias Inguaira put it, it was like the elephants and the gazelles. And today, let me bring again Christian to stage so we can begin this discussion with corporations and with different startups talking about open innovation from different perspectives, because not every case is the same. So welcome on stage, Christian, and tell us, who do you have with you now?
Yes, thank you very much, Marisol, again. Yes. Well, as you know, and the title of this small chat is Innovation Dance. Dance is not easy. I mean, it's not easy in the real life, and it's not easy in innovation. I can say I am not the best dancer, not in real life, but here I think that we have really good corporate dancers, I would say, or innovative dancers. So here we have Alejandro from Naturgy. We have also Manuel, that I think it's...
He's here.
He's here. Sorry, Manuel.
If you want to change,
yes.
please.
Here it's also Manuel from Ericsson.
Hello,
It's
Manuel.
also Eugenio from IBM. Okay?
Hello.
So, yeah, let's go for that. Let's know a bit of what are you guys doing in terms of innovation, in terms of open innovation in your corporates. Because as we are saying, dancing is not easy, and you are a huge elephant, you are big companies. So what are you doing in innovation, Alejandro?
Hello. Hello, Christian, and good morning to all. Well, you know, when we talk about open innovation, we used to think about relationships between companies, collaboration between them. And that's interesting, it's great and very necessary. But it's only half of the picture. What happens inside corporations? Big corporations, sometimes silos still exist. On the other hand, people have lots of ideas, but they cannot make them grow in isolation. So we at Naturgy addressed this problem directly. What we did was, first of all, just build together a community around an innovation hub, Innova Hub, to allow all these people to meet and gather. Second, we give them resources to help them with idea creation, idea refinement, and pitching those ideas to senior management. Then, this we do it with a series of hackathons, usually 2 days long, with 70 people, 15 teams, addressing 4 different challenges and competing among them. Then we want to give them visibility and have the involvement of all the company. And for this, we upload the best ideas into a platform open to all employees to invest in those ideas they like more. Well, invest not real money though, but tokens. But investing sounds much better than just voting. And we also want to reward the people voting or supporting the winner ideas. So it's more similar to a prediction market, because when you have something at stake, you will say not what you wish it to happen, but what you find more likely to happen. So this allows us to identify good judges too. So, well, our experience have been very successful because, well, for example, the competing teams do an amazing job in marketing, looking for investors for the ideas. And, well, the team who wins the last edition was made up from people from different functions, different quarters, even different cities, and they have never worked before. So I think it's a great example of the power of internal open innovation.
No, that's totally great. I mean, what we were speaking before about the power of entrepreneurship, I think that you are a really good example of that in that case. And here we have connected Manuel. Welcome, Manuel.
Hello, good morning.
Manuel is Head of Innovation and Technology in Ericsson. So what are you doing, guys, in terms of innovation? What kind of news can you share with us?
Sure. We are doing a lot of global initiatives, but the good thing is that we have super interesting local initiatives like the 5tonic Open 5G Lab. And I think that something that we can do is, rather than taking me for a long explanation, we can go directly to see how our partners in this lab are doing. So if you want to play a video.
Yep.
Let's see it.
Hello, I'm Enrique Sierra. Astimobile Robotics is expert on the design, development, and deployment of 5G systems and logistic automation. Thanks to 5G growth, 5G-induced projects, and the network capacities offered by 5G, such as low latency and high bandwidth, we will be able to connect AGVs in real time, see what they are seeing, and drive them safely as if we were sitting on them. This is the immersive AGVs control. This will help us to perform safe remote driving, remote commissioning, and remote maintenance operations. Also, human gesture recognition will improve the interaction with AGVs and enable a smart operation. The gesture detection will run as a MEC application. Finally, the operation of fleet of indoor and outdoor AGVs and other machines will be orchestrated on edge thanks to 5G. This will boost the deployment of AGV solutions in factories. The collaboration with 5tonic members such as Telefónica, Ericsson, and University Carlos III is being very positive and is helping us to accelerate the deployment of new communication-based solutions in the AGVs. We recommend to other companies, especially to startups, to join this innovation ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Embrane is a method-centric factory intelligence platform that helps save time and money in the factory while increasing quality. And beyond our standard connectivity analytics tools, Embrane is unique in these 3 dimensions. The first one is that we have a no-code, easy configuration approach, which allows a customer-led rapid deployment. Here we are talking days of implementation instead of months or even years sometimes. The second one is that in Embrane you can combine tested tools for continuous improvement such as AT, 5Y, and Ishikawa with data from the shop floor, putting your process data into context. And the third one is that our platform provides a possibility to leverage data from man, machine, and method to give you data-driven intelligence to the shop floor and top floor. MTech has always had a close relationship with Ericsson, particularly on the production side, and now we're looking forward to joining forces in extending that partnership to R&D and innovation. Some areas where we see immediate benefits of closer collaboration include the robotics and factory logistics space. In this area, the edge compute and low latency and high reliability aspects of 5G will be a game changer. On top of this, MTech is active in track and trace of sustainability aspects to ensure a circular economy. an area where the entire ecosystem needs to work together.
Thank you so much.
Well done. I think that we have seen like different examples and really applicated of how you're doing in open innovation. And last but not least, I think that we have here Eugenio, Solutions Architect in IBM. I can think that, well, it's not possible to say innovation and not say IBM. You are one of the first people doing these kind of things. So what are you doing at this moment?
Thank you very much. So as we are in the Open Innovation Radio Dance, let me share the 3 dances that we are doing in IBM that I would like to share with you. The last dance that we are, innovative dance that we are doing, the dance that we've been doing for a while, and the dance that we want to do in really, really soon. The most innovative way that we are dancing recently is with the IBM Technology Garage. What's the IBM Technology Garage? In the Technology Garage, we want, or the companies that engage with the IBM Technology Garage, we are going to have a business hypothesis, a business need, that we want to solve it with technology. But sometimes you have to invest a lot of money and so on. But with the IBM Technology Garage, we are going to implement an MVP, a minimum viable product, in order to validate the hypothesis or the need that we want, spending less amount of time and money and so on. And how we are doing it? We are doing it with a methodology, the IBM Garage methodology, that has different phases from the framing session when we are going to discuss with the customer, to co-create with the customer. Also, we are going to scope, the scoping of the MVP, because we are going to do it in 6-8 weeks. So in a couple of months, we are going to be able to validate this business hypothesis. It's really, really close to how a startup is doing it. It's, hey, let's do it the fast of the startup inside of a company. And also with the methodology, but we have also a team, a squad. I'm leading one of the squad that we have business consultants in order to validate the business value that we are going to provide to the company. Because at the end, no one wants to buy cool technology with no purpose to the business. Hey, I'm not buying technology because it's really cool. We have designers in order to facilitate the design thinking sessions. We have cloud engineers, solution architects like me, but also data science. That we have data architects. In order to all this value chain that we want to provide with this MVP, we can provide it with all the team. This is the first dance. The dance we've been doing in this kind of environment, open innovation, is the programs, the IBM Cloud programs, startup programs that we have for the entrepreneurs. Believe me, it's one of the things that you can do best for entrepreneurs. As a former entrepreneur, a fintech former entrepreneur, we are putting us up to 120K of IBM Cloud services for free as an investment for the startups, okay? And also with collaboration with incubators, accelerators. So having mentoring services, believe me, is one of the things I appreciate the entrepreneur. And the last one that I would like to share, the dance that we want to dance in really short, we announced it in September 15th, is the MCTR, is the multi-zone region that we are launching here in Spain. Here in Spain, we are going to have a cloud region. Because why? Because all the startups, they are really growing fast. The innovation needs more the compute, the latency, and also the compliance. One of the first customers that we are going to have is La Caixa. La Caixa, everybody knows La Caixa Bank, really innovative. They need this compliance, this low latency, and also some public sector. They require it. So that's why we are launching this innovator. They're going to facilitate it.
No, so interesting, so interesting. You say lots of initiatives. I would say that now we are going to change the usual approach of this kind of roundtables in which this is a moderator. I would like that, I don't know, Alejandro, I think that sure that you have lots of questions, for example, to Manuel. So why don't we have something that ask and try to Manuel to have a 1 minute response about your reflections, your thoughts about Ericsson.
Perfect. And well, I think I will ask about 5G because we are very interested in the development of the technology for supervision of assets. So Manuel, as Ericsson is committed to developing a 5G ecosystem, would you share please your approach and outcomes?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. I was commenting that 5G development in itself is huge investment in R&D, but more importantly, it's an innovation platform. So the right place to be for a company like Ericsson is with partners, with global and local partners, with startups and corporations, with everyone. And it's not only about open collaboration. That is the result of this investment. It's also about developing the ecosystem to foster new collaborations. And new collaborations strengthen the ecosystem. And then we enter in a dynamic of growth in innovation. That's how we see it. And going to the concrete cases, I was commenting on the 5-tonic local initiative, the 5G Open Lab, located in Madrid and global. And I think it's important to comment that we have worked with companies like the ones before. In more than 20 cases, we have raised many millions of euros for funds of research and innovation, and it has consolidated like the biggest innovation platform for 5G in Europe. The important thing is that just to close, companies like ASTI have increased their market share. They have grown. They are leaders in 5G AGVs, connected AGVs, and they have been acquired by ABB. So this is the type of chain reaction that starts when people and companies in innovation collaborate with each other. Things happen, and we will see what comes out of the younger collaboration with MTech that we also commented.
Thanks.
So thank you for that.
Thanks, Manuel. Thanks for that. And let's do the same. Manuel, don't you think that, what kind of reflections do you have from IBM?
Yeah, I'm really fond of the technologies and strategies of IBM for quite a while. We're good friends in that company. I would like to know about some recent developments, some recent cases that you would like to share.
Yeah, sure. We have a lot of them, but there are one that I recently talked with one of my colleagues in IBM. He's the innovation director, and here with me. And I think it's one of the clear example for open innovation. We are still working in order to improve the remote healthcare. And we want to go beyond only the video conferencing on these initiatives that there are nowadays. And we are working with, obviously, with Lanzadera. Lanzadera is one of the hubs, accelerators for startups in order to have these crazy ideas, more innovative ideas. But we need also the corporate. So we are working with Amazon Alexa in order to have one of the user interface. But we needed also to pharmaceutical to provide knowledge about the pharma. So we are working with Janssen Pharma, recently known about the COVID vaccine. Also we needed hospitals in order to validate it. We are working with Rivera hospitals. And also obviously with IBM technology, with artificial intelligence, the best in the market, artificial intelligence technology. We are working all together, putting all together the mixing. And we're still working on this, but I cannot give all the examples, no? But for example, one of them that we are working is how to improve or to early detect any cognitive issue, like, for example, dementia or premature aging, no? You know how to detect it? And we are doing it through the voice and text. With our artificial intelligence, we are able to detect these possible issues.
No, totally. I think that we are running out of time, so please, Manuel, last question to Alejandro.
Sure, of course. I hear you that if you want to share with us if you are any plan to extend your community that you have now at Naturgy to the rest.
Sure, absolutely. We want the Innovation Hub to be the meeting point, the connecting point between internal and external ecosystem. So we have just launched a corporate incubation program. Applications are open, so if you have a startup related to the energy sector, we will be very happy to hear about you.
Yes, that's amazing. Well, guys, you have seen like different examples of how big elephants they are dealing with innovation, how they are dancing. Thanks, Manuel. Thanks also Alejandro, and thanks Eugenio for all that. So thanks everyone.
You so much.
And back to you, Marisol.
Thank you, Manuel, also for connecting from your place. And you see, here is an amazing example of different perspectives of innovation, and each of them different industries, all acting together for innovation in collaboration. And when we're talking about collaboration, there's this actor that is always present, but is seldomly talked about, science. Let me introduce you to David Domingo from The Collider. The Collider is a tech transfer initiative born to address this challenge. And David Domingo will tell the story on how science can provoke impact and sectorial changes. Yeah, no. Welcome, David. Welcome on stage. Woo!
Okay. No, yo estaba ahí.
The mic, hello. We are live, you know, and these are the joys of live connection. So we are waiting for your mic to activate.
No, yes, now. So yeah, good morning, everyone.
Thank you, Marisol, for the introduction. And yeah, I would like to talk about science and how the science can disrupt and can innovate in different sectors. As I mentioned, I'm the ecosystem manager of the Collider, which is a program of the Mobile World Capital Barcelona. And we really focus on science and how to take the science to the market, how to bridge this gap between science and the sector and the markets. So for us, science is not a fiction anymore, and we think that it's something real that it can transform different sectors and industry. So this is what we are going to talk about. Just some data before, you know that the iPhone has more than technologies coming from research. So the HTML, the GPS, how to browse in a browser, and internet itself. So they come from research, from universities, from public investment in universities. So without these kind of technologies coming from research, all the smartphones and the iPhone, for example, wouldn't exist. And just another data. In Spain, we are very good doing research. We are around 12th country in the world and 5th in Europe in scientific production. So we are doing really great in science, in research. But as you can imagine, we are not as good in the transfer of that research to the market. So if we check how we transfer these technologies and these science projects to the market, to the sectors, and we can compare it with a metric which is the return of investment. For each euro put in science in Spain, we can return around 31,000 euros. But if we compare it with Europe, they have around 267,000 euros, and if we compare it to US, they are around 5 million. So there's a still long way to go, especially in Spain and in Europe, to develop the tech transfer around. So this is why we have created the Collider, which is it's a program to help this technology transfer from science to the market. And it's called Collider because we try to make a collision between different parts of the ecosystem, from the scientists, of course, to the corporations and the companies, to the entrepreneurs, the investors, and the public institutions and facilitators that all together can create an ecosystem to develop this tech transfer and to help, at the end, to help the scientists to take their projects to the market, and also the market to scout and get information and get projects from the science and incorporate them into their innovation strategy or other projects inside the company. So this is what we do. And we do it basically doing three main things. And one of them is training, another one is venture builder, another one is scaling that spin-off created on our venture builder. Just to connect, we are very connected to the Mobile World Congress and Mobile World Capital ecosystem. And going fast, we do basically training to the scientists. We also give them tools to resources and tools to get value from the research, so valorization of the technology, and that's done by the corporations, by the markets. Also, we mix them the scientists with entrepreneurs. So we create balanced teams so they together can create a spin-off. So we don't believe on the scientists to be the CEO of a startup. We help them to connect with entrepreneurs, with certain entrepreneurs that they can together build a spin-off and take them to the market. And we are really good at them. So it's basically people not wearing a white coat when they go to the corporations to talk about their projects. And but finally, we also invest some money on the spin-offs to cover the first year of the spin-offs and try to help them to raise more funds. So that's an example that we have created 14 startups in the last 4 years. And just as an example, I invite Miguel from Allread. Allread is a startup spin-off created in our program, just to make a video explaining his story and what they do and how to see how the science can affect one of the logistics sector, which is still, they still have a lot to do with technology and science to develop new innovations. So the next one is, that one. So Miguel is going to explain now in a short video.
Maybe you need to click.
Hello, my name is Miguel Silva. I'm the CEO and co-founder of AllRead, a plug-and-play computer vision software for smart logistics. We are a spin-off of the Computer Vision Center of Barcelona. Our company was founded 2 years ago in the venture builder of the mobile world capital, the Collider. What we have done in these 2 years with our tech is to nail the niche, to find a niche where we can really solve a huge problem. This problem is to identify, track, control, and monitor any text, code, or symbol in the supply chain. We are surrounded by text in operational environments because different hardwares, different software to tackle different problems. So our computer vision software is able to detect any text, code, or symbol using any camera. We don't need additional infrastructure. The existing cameras work, and basically our software is installed on cloud, on-prem, or in edge computing, and we can really solve a lot of problems of traceability to our clients in supply chain. Thank you very much.
So yeah, he's Miguel, an entrepreneur that joined the program. Together with the scientists, they have created AllRead, a really good startup that we think that is going to be one of the main scale-ups in deep tech scale-ups in the future. And just I want to use the last minute to explain a new initiative related to the science as well that we are creating next to the Collider, which is focused on frontier materials, or the new materials. We think that the last 20 years we have improved and based our innovation on software, on digital technologies, on internet, but I think the new way of innovation for the next 20 years or 25 years will be based on the materials, because we are surrounded by objects, and objects are made of materials. So there are a lot of materials, a lot of new materials like graphene and nanotechnology, etc., that they can add a lot of functionalities and a lot of innovations to the objects and to the hardware around us. And so this is why we have created PuzzleX, which is a new initiative, which will be an event and a deep tech winter builder, and I have to really focus on science and frontier materials. And we are doing that with AMPT, which is a global association of all the scientists working on that materials, or the frontier materials in the world. And we have managed to bring this initiative to Barcelona and Spain, which is great. And I also have another short video from our colleague in AMPT, which is Zina, that she will explain you better what it's all about.
Hi, I'm Dr. Zina Jarahi-Sinker, the Director General of AMPT, and I'm inviting you to PuzzleX, the first collision grounds of frontier materials and sustainable development goals. Frontier materials are materials at the bleeding edge of innovation. They're the building blocks of the future. The history of humankind is marked by the ages of mastery over the frontier materials of that era. The Bronze Age, the Iron Age, the Age of Steel, and then the Age of Silicon, the frontier material of the 60s, which has given us this modern digital era. The question is, what can frontier materials of the 21st century do? Materials like graphene, the one atomic layer of carbon, the thinnest and strongest material in existence, quantum materials, metamaterials. Join us at PuzzleX to find out more. PuzzleX is an international vibrant event, plus a year-round venture builder, bringing together world's thought leaders, scientists, and industries on cutting-edge technologies. Join us next month, November 16 to 18 in Barcelona, and be a part of shaping the future of industries, cities, and societies using frontier materials. Thank you.
Okay, so just last thing, if you want to be one of us, just join us, both in Collider and PuzzleX. If you're interested, corporations, investors, entrepreneurs, scientists, all together to create this ecosystem and bring science to the market and solve the challenge of the future that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. This is an amazing call to action to close. Become one of us at the Collider. And now talking about science, you know, we are connecting with the idea on how science can collaborate to create realities of business. Let me welcome on stage my next guest, Nuria Kampmani. I think we can go even further and explore the possibilities of collaboration to solve the grand challenges that we are facing today. So we are talking about the top knowledge and innovation communities of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, EIT Health. Welcome on stage, Nuria. How are you today?
Thank you.
Huh? Yeah. Yeah, we can hear you now.
First of all, thank you very much, and thank you, the South Summit. Okay, thanks. We are really happy to be here today. And first of all, I would like to present a little bit EIT Health. And EIT Health Spain is the Spanish node of the largest community of health innovators backed in the EU. And we work with different areas such as business, research, education, and healthcare to answer some of the challenges that Europe has in their health. So first of all, we have three main objectives, which are to strengthen the Spanish healthcare system, to promote healthcare for citizens, and to contribute to a sustainable health economy. And just specifically that EIT Health Spain, we have 5 main partners in Spain in this area, which are Madrid, Catalonia, Basque Country, Valencia, and Andalusia. And well, they work all together to offer an innovation environment with close ligands to business, to university hospitals, and to healthcare systems to act in the 3 pillars of innovation, research, which are research, business creation, and education. Yeah.
Wow. And do you have any real cases about that? We are talking about results and realities?
Yes, of course. I think that there an important open innovation program that we launched last month, and I think that here it's a really opportunity to present it. Today is the first day that we are presenting it on public, so we are really happy for that. And this specific program is called Beyond Realm, and the objective is to identify, to validate, and pilot innovative solutions to be marketable and scalable within a year, to find some solutions and some needs that are faced by the patients with axial spondyloarthritis. So axial spondyloarthritis is a chronic inflammatory disease that primarily affects the sacroiliac joints and the spine joints. And it causes pain in the patient, and it causes significant limitations of mobility and a major impact of the quality of life of the patient. So we think that it's really important to focus on that.
And really important for us nowadays that we're talking about future and health now. So what kind of alliances are you looking for?
We led the program with EIT Health, but we have the support of Novartis, and through Novartis Bayonne, which is a global network that facilitates the interactions between the pharmaceutical companies and the digital healthcare ecosystem. And as I mentioned before, the idea is to respond to the real need of the patients with axial spondyloarthritis. And what we're going to do is, in the near future, launch a European call, so all the startups that are interested or that think that they can apply to those needs will be able to apply.
Wow, so excellent opportunity to collaborate and to create real impact in all our lives. Nuria, thank you very much for coming today with us. And let's keep doing science and innovation. Thank you very much, Nuria. Okay, so we are talking about the realities of connection, collaboration, and we just had a panel in the arena stage where we were reflecting what are the key ingredients to make collaboration successful. We were talking about strategies. Do you really know what kind of strategies are set in place for your own organization? In summary, what do you want to do and why you are doing innovation in collaboration? The second is, do you have your organization ready? Processes, procedures, organizations, and KPIs? And finally, do you know who is your ideal partner for collaboration? And a real example of these dynamics of collaboration that I'm talking about, by the way, if you want to look into my webpage, mariselmenendez.com, I talk about this methodology of innovation. I call it the 3 dimensions of open innovation. But what I enjoy about the cases that I have for you today is that we have real examples. And one of my favorites is now coming on stage. I welcome Vanessa Palmer, who is from CaixaBank, and we will talk with her about the realities and the cases of innovation. But to talk with her, we have Álvaro Quesada. Álvaro, welcome. This is your home. Welcome on stage. Come on, please. Welcome.
Hello. Well, thank you. Thank you, Marisol, for having us today. Hi, Alvaro.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Vanessa. Hello, Marisol.
Hello, Alvaro.
Pleasure to be here. Closer, so you can see me also. Yeah. Fantastic. Well, so I'm Alvaro Quesada, Head of Content at South Summit, and I'm very happy to be here. I mean, I love enjoying these opportunities to talk and discuss and reflect about innovation and also ecosystems and the opportunities that can bring to our future and the country. And I'm very happy to be here with Vanessa Palmer, Business Development Manager at Day One. Welcome, Vanessa, and congratulations for 15 years of Emprendedor 21 program.
Yes, we are so happy that we can celebrate our 15 years of Entrepreneur 21 Awards here with all of you. Because actually, well, this year, CaixaBank, no, we are a pioneer partner in South Summit, and actually we were pioneers 15 years ago when we launched the Entrepreneur 21 Awards. Basically, 15 years ago, the word emprendedor, no, we were basically teaching what it was, and fostering, and fostering entrepreneurship in the community, because there was something that was not so much known. Nowadays, things have changed a lot, and then also we see that the companies that apply to our program are more and more mature and more advanced. But coming back to that, we launched the initiative 15 years ago together with ENISA, the Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Tourism. And what I like a lot of our awards is that it's not only we don't only focus on the main hubs in Spain, like Barcelona, Madrid, or Valencia, where it is very easy to be an entrepreneur, but we go to all of the regions. It's the capillarity is huge. And then after these 15 years that we've accompanied more than 400 companies, we've given more than near 7 million in awards. We have some success cases, for instance, like Geniali. Probably you know Geniali. Geniali, it's a content platform to help create content more creatively. And they were the winners in 2017, and they are from Córdoba. And then you say, wow, 4 years ago they were awarded there, and now recently they raised their Series B. Just last month ago to go to the US. They have now an office in US, and with investors like Old Ventures, DN Capital, and also like very well-known local players like GME or Atos Capital. So for us, being able to identify those hidden gems that are maybe in Extremadura, in Cádiz or Córdoba, that are not so straightforward, it's something that we are very proud of.
Fantastic. You mentioned Geniali. It's a fantastic project. If you guys don't know about it, check it out, because we have them also at South Summit. And also you mentioned 15 years. That's easy to say, but it's a very long road. Yes. And aside from the ecosystems and all that, there's also a lot of work, connections, opportunities. How do you leave that within CaixaBank?
Yeah, well, connections are key, for instance, during all the program, every year we have near 400 juries and members that support the awards, but also we have our own departments within CaixaBank in our own areas that are supporting the awards and more getting more involved. Before, we used to have just a monetary award and maybe some other things like visibility and so forth, but for the last couple of years, also our areas have seen that it is very important that we can collaborate with the bank, that we need to be open to the innovation ecosystem, and that there are opportunities to work not only with other big corporates, but also to introduce these tech companies and be collaborating with them. And we do that transversally. For instance, there was one winner of this year that is PayFlow. This is an app for on-demand advancing your salary. And they were the winners of Catalonia, and they were also the winners of the Banca 21 Challenge. And we will talk a bit later about the different challenges that we have. And well, they were in the awards, but also they were then identified. We have another area in the CaixaBank group, which is Sound to Boost, which is an open innovation initiative to accompany companies in the retail and fintech industry, and we invested in them. And they are, well, actually, just a couple of weeks ago, that we were with a group of Entrepreneur 21 winners. We were in Estonia, and I see some of the people here. they couldn't come because they were selected for Y Combinator. No? So they are now in Y Combinator, one of the most promising startups there, and we just created 1 year ago. No? So we see that it's not only that from day one, from the entrepreneur 21 hours that we work with them, but they can be also transversal with other areas. And I think that's
like the whole journey, right?
Like the whole journey, exactly. And more to come.
More on. So this is very interesting, Vanessa. Thank you very much. To finalize this section, I mean, how would you say that CaixaBank is putting innovation to work on solving our grand challenges as society?
Well, I think twofold, no? Because, well, we are this year, South Summit. It's the Sustainability South Summit. No? You've seen that everything is recyclable, no? And we are also very much focused on sustainability. We loved it when we saw that South Summit put this focus, because we ourselves in CaixaBank also are working very closely with sustainability, and we even have like also a new division to work on this. And regarding the challenges, last year with the awards, we said, okay, let's change this concept of sector awards to how can we help the companies, because also we were amidst the pandemic. We said, how can we help the society to bring new solutions? And so we said, okay, let's launch some challenges so that we can solve some of the main social and economic problems of our society nowadays. And then one of these challenges was for the impact. And then there was, because 2 years ago, we also have, we started a Day One Open Innovation Program to go a step further, not only awarding the companies, but also try to do some pilots with them with CaixaBank. And there was this company, A Planet. There is a B2B company, they help B2B businesses to be more sustainable. And they got awarded to do a pilot with Microbank, which is the social bank of CaixaBank. But then, since they got a lot of visibility because of the awards, and they were also, there was another area that was also supporting our awards, which is Imagine. Probably you know that they are the ones fostering the challenge of Planet 21. And then they saw, okay, this company maybe can help us in some of the challenges that we are facing, and then there is a program that called Imagine Changers, and they collaborated with them, and that was thanks of the connections of the ecosystem that we created around the Entrepreneur 21 Awards and Day One, which Day One is the division of CaixaBank that works with startups, scale-ups, and investors, and that we are present here this week. And yeah, so I think that those could be like very 3 examples. We have many more, probably, that we could go throughout these 15 years and 400 companies that have won. And we could find more, but maybe those 3 could be something to mention.
That's a very good point, because that's leading the way to show other companies how to do it, because being sustainable right now, it's no longer an option, it's a must. So thank you very much, Vanessa. Really appreciate it. We hope you enjoyed the rest of South Summit. It's been short but sweet. And back to you, Marisol, now.
Yeah, well, and thanks to if you want to know more about Entrepreneur 21 Awards, about Day One, we have a stand here in the marketplace, and we will be launching the new edition, this 15th edition, on the 2nd of November. So
that's a call to action. That's amazing. So apply, visit, connect, network, and engage with the ecosystem. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for coming today. And now, building over this open innovation story, let me invite, it's my privilege and my honor to have on stage today with me one of the favorite cases I have about open innovation. Please welcome on stage, Silvia. Can you join me here for a conversation? Welcome. Silvia Bruno, Chief Innovation and Technology Officer at Elewit.
Yeah,
Did I say it right? An innovation officer?
Yeah.
Welcome. You know that here at South Summit, we love you guys. We've seen you create the unit, and this is an honor and a privilege for us to welcome you on stage. Ooh, my mic. Sorry. So, thank you. Thank you very much. Introduce a little bit about yourself. So, let us know about what you are doing today.
Okay. First of all, thank you a lot for these days of content and energy here in South Summit. And for me, it's a privilege to be here physically, finally. Yeah. So given the scale of the hybrid format, so congratulations for these days. I would like to share with you what is Elewit. Elewit is the technological platform of the Red Eléctrica group and was born in 2019, 2 years ago. And from this time today, for us, we are very proud because we think that we are pioneers in a technological model of innovation because we are aimed to address the challenge for the electricity and telecommunications sector. Innovation is in the DNA of Red Eléctrica Group. So from the beginning we were starting, but we changed a lot the way that we were managing the innovation inside. I would like to give you 2 examples of why we move and we change the way we manage innovation. One of them for me it's very, very important is we wave to strengthen the connection between internal and external connections, the talent between external and internal. And that began with the constitution of the team. We have a very smart team that it's made from people coming from inside the group with a big expert knowledge of our sectors, but also people coming from outside with expert a lot in open innovation tools. Another important for us was reshaping our strategy. You were talking about the strategy and reshaping our high impact areas. I would like to share with you that we are working with citizen-centric impact, with fully electrified society, with massive introduction of renewables. We are working also in accessibility and transmission of information, also in cybersecurity, and for us, it's very important also to work with development and smart of our assets. This was the beginning to meet our change, that we are in the middle of a new paradigm in the sector of electricity and in telecommunications, and for that was born Elewit.
That's amazing, and I really know and enjoy how your team, the team that you put together, but also that connection with other initiatives is really shaping a true innovation story. I also know that you are building over the knowledge that the ecosystem in general has shared, and that you are open to learning and sharing, and creating these dynamics. So if you were like the building block for a next executive who is building their story, what would be your advice? How do you manage this open innovation? How would you begin to create a new initiative?
Okay, I would like also to receive some advice because it's not so easy. And I would like to share some lessons for me. One very important is to be very, very, very close to the needs of the business units. For me, the most key KPI indicator is the number of solutions that finally has been adopted for the business units, not only the MPVs or the proof of concept, the solution being adopted. For that, you have to review your focus constantly in order not to lose it. Very important to measure the result of innovation, so difficult with a smart and very few KPIs, but very important. For me, also very important to share and celebrate even small successes that you have.
Celebrate and share the success with the team,
right.
The joy of creating.
Yeah.
That's a good advice. I like the ideas of the focusing and the re-adapting every move that you make, and that's how you are creating the future. And of course, a company as Elewit, who is so embedded in our lives as an infrastructure, and you are creating these connections, how do you see the future? What's your next step? What's from here?
We have to consolidate for me, the future is exciting, completely exciting, and challenging also, because the change of the new paradigm of electricity and the telecommunications. But I see a lot of opportunities consolidating our contribution to the ecosystem. For us, it's very important not only be a key player in the ecosystem, even collaborating and promoting the transformation of the sector. Also very important is introducing a commercial view in the whole life cycle of the innovation initiatives, to put and to valorize all the innovation that we are doing internally and linking with other partners in the ecosystem. Also very important, strengthen the relationship with other key players. We work very close. We have a flagship program that is the Venture Client. We have launched our 3rd edition, and we work with startups, but we also want to work with universities more deeply, with research centers, because we seek symbiosis in working with all these kind of companies or institutions. So we are waiting for them, no matter the size, no matter the geography. And also we are setting in motion the whole a wide, broad range of different tools for open innovation. We have launched the Corporate Venture Capital. We have, starting with our first entrepreneurship program, we have starting with our first program for venture building that we expect to come up with at least one opportunity in 2022. And also, we work a lot with the innovation projects that are internally developing.
It's like the perfect mix of creating the results in the short term, but also looking into the long term, which we know is one of the challenges in today's open innovation. Right. Silvia, it's exciting to follow the story. We hope that we can continue year and year ahead, talking about how we are creating the future. Thank you for sharing this time with us. Thank you for being here. And thank you for inspiring everyone. Okay. Thank you very much. Now we go to another beautiful case of innovation. Today we wanted to provoke your thoughts by showcasing a diverse set of stories and ideas. Some are products that are buy day to day, but some others we use every day and maybe without realizing it. And that's the way we shape our lives. Let's listen to what Alvaro has for us now. Alvaro, welcome on stage. Woo!
Thank you, Marisol. I'm back. It's nice to be here again. So we're here now to listen to an iconic story of Global Via. I say iconic because it's like super interesting, so you should check this out because we have here Pablo Vivanco, Innovation and Transformation Manager at Global Via. Welcome, Pablo.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, people, for fighting against the hunger.
Can you tell us a little bit about Global Via?
Yeah, sure. We are going to talk about OpenVIA by Global Via. OpenVIA is the technological platform of the group Global Via, and we provide with digital solutions to the mobility ecosystems. Okay? We develop and we service with this kind of solutions for all the many pillars that mobility has. From, for example, mobility as a service platform for citizens and urban mobility to mobile apps in order to pay for toll roads. Also from microservice platform for operators of infrastructure, of transport, to the digitization of the infrastructure that will ease the arrival of the autonomous vehicle. We are doing everything with the effort of our technical staff in OpenVIA, in Spain and in Portugal. And we realized that the very important thing is also all the interaction with the open innovation ecosystem and the collaboration with the startups. We think that one perfect example for this case is our collaboration with Valorant, that is an Israeli a startup.
It's very interesting. Can you give us more details about the collaboration?
Yes, sure. We've firstly met here in the South Summit in 2019, so thank you, South Summit, for that.
Pleasure.
And we approached them and we discussed how to use the stats that are sensors embedded in the pavement layer to be used in one of our highways here in Madrid in the M45. We finally did it. We deployed like 500 sections of road with these sensors, and we just work along with them in order to improve the product. At some point in time, Valorant decided to pivot from a hardware-based product to a platform-based solution. And this movement is very aligned with the idea that here in OpenVIA we have in order to serve and create digital solutions for mobility and for operators in order to guarantee scalability, security, and cost efficiency.
Wow, I don't know about you guys, but I mean, to me, this sounds like a lot of fun. So can you tell me what's the secret source or maybe the secret sauce of this collaboration?
I will tell you, but keep it secret.
Okay, so just turn off the cameras, please.
No, all joking aside, I think the secret is very simple. I think that having a very good and close relationship communications based on reciprocal trust is critical. Having very talented people working hard with the hands-on, the good stuff. And finally, I think that being flexible and open-minded in order to face the challenges there.
Yeah, well, changing the perspective a little bit, I know that these are not your shoes as such, but sometimes the pace between corporates and startups is, let's say, a bit different or challenging maybe. How is being the experience from the side of the startup in this case?
Well, I think that for getting a response for that, I think the best person is a person inside, and is Michael Bardi, that is the CEO and co-founder of Valorant. I think we have a video.
Oh, cool.
Valorant. Since we won South Summit, the most disruptive startup in 2018, we've been working very closely with Global Via, who we met in the conference. Now, this has been a transformative relationship. You see, as a startup, you bring deep understanding of technologies and how can they be applied, but you often don't understand the minutiae of how users and clients are going to want to use and apply that. And Global Via has been more than just a client, they've been a real design partner. And what defines that relationship more than anything else is trust. You see, through trust, we've been able to share information that otherwise we'd not be able to share. We've been able to cut processes to focus on what really adds value and what progresses our common objective, rather than focusing on the things that need to be done for the sake of doing them. And it's with this trust that I'm excited to see what's going to happen in the future and how together we are going to grow and help transform our entire industry to a greener, safer, and potentially more automated one. Thank you.
Grow and help. I like that. Also, the plant in the back, that's a South Summit Award, right? Yeah. Very cool, very cool. So, yeah, to finish, I would like to challenge you, maybe if you can use 3 words, how do you see the future?
The shortest one are the most difficult.
Yeah, of course, that's the last
I think I see the future, we see the future in OpenVIA as disruptive.
Okay.
Sustainable.
Definitely.
And a future that never stops moving.
Cool, I like that, I like that.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Pablo. I think we're going to get back to you with Marisol. So, thanks again.
Thank you.
We hope to see you again in South Summit.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you, Alvaro, also for being with us today. You know, and another big round of applause to Alvaro because he's heading part of the content team, and everything that you're experiencing in South Summit today with more than 600 speakers is all yours. Congratulations, Alvaro. Amazing work, everything that we're learning today. And you know, we did a journey about the past, present, and future of collaboration. And now I have for you a beautiful example. This is my favorite session because we are flying all the way to Norway, connecting with one interesting company who are creating digital twins. From Alesund, we welcome Björn Dimmer. He's from the Offshore Simulator Center, and he would be talking to us about a world-transforming initiative. Since the first time I got to know them, by the way, with the Nordic Future Innovation Network, I'm totally obsessed. You will feel the passion, and you will see what change they are creating in the world. Let me know your thoughts. We are ready. Let's welcome Björn. Björn, hello from Alesund. Are you here with me today? Hello, Björn.
Hello.
How are you? It's great seeing you today. Thank you for coming today with me. You are in Madrid.
Yes.
Are you enjoying the nice weather of Madrid today here in your screen?
Yes, I should have been there because it's not that good weather here, but next time I can come to you.
Thank you. Well, the stage is all yours. Go ahead, Björn.
Thank you. So we are a local, we are spin-off from the local university here, NTNU, and we started just to be delivering one simulator for the local university. Now we are in Marseille, Singapore, Australia, Brazil, we are in UK and Scotland, Montenegro, and several installations here in Norway. So we are a leading company in virtual prototyping still today. So when the big oil majors like Equinor want to do something difficult out subsea in the North Sea, they are coming to us for training and making procedures. But then in 2018, we started a journey to go to smart cities. And I have a little video here that I will play, telling a little bit about that transition.
With audio.
But our exciting new journey to develop smart, sustainable cities has just begun. Humans understand data best in a visual format. Working with the UN, we created a digital twin of Ålesund, Norway, and augmented data with powerful 3D visualization tools. You can quickly interact with and interpret big data to identify trends, evaluate risk, test theories, and assess progress.
Simulation technology will be a game changer in achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and Augmented City represents a unique possibility in this field.
As we upscale to other cities, join us, the UN and our partners, on a journey towards a smart and sustainable future.
So we started here in Ålesund. That was the first one in Norway to be evaluated by the UN. And then we have incorporated this KPI from the UN into our tool. So now it's easy to drill down and look, for instance, at this red KPI, where you have the biggest challenges. So here you can see, for instance, the local school structure. So starting here in west coast of Norway, we started to have some cities, and then we go farther south and have some of the more bigger cities. And now we have a lot of them in Norway, but also start to go in the foreign countries. So you can see we have like Jersey and Aberdeen. And I wanted to give you some samples of use. So this is a city called Bodø, quite far north. And what you can see is moving up and down here is a mobility analysis. So in this place, they're going to move the whole airport, and the military airport is going to be shut down. And they're going to start to see how they can reuse a lot of these different things that are on the old airport. So for instance, the old airport here will be used as a new road into one part of the city. And then they have also built up a digital twin of how the future will look like. So you can see on the right side, you have the new airport, then you have a new harbor, and also all the houses that are color they have imported in, because they have been talking to the citizens and asked them how will they use the new part of the city here. And they have made a digital twin showing how this will look like. And they also are trying to see if they can reuse a lot of the hangar and other stuff in the old airport. So instead of making waste and just making a garbage of it, they try to reuse it as basketball areas and concert areas, and also building bridges and so. Here is another sample. So this is a small town on the west coast. So this is Kristiansund, and the county was worried that when you have a new university of 3,000 into a city, small city of 2,000, it's going to get a really big impact on the road structure. So then here we make a mobility analytic using the number of people in each of these 250 by 250 meter square, and where they are working. And then we calibrate this model up to real data from the road department. Then here you can see we are inserting this 3D model of the building, BIM model of the university. And this is a simulator. So here we can control how is the weather like. Is it raining or even snowing in Norway? And yeah, the wave and all that kind of stuff. And you can fly around and you can see from the local neighbor, is this taking some of your view? How is the sun in the afternoon? Are you losing some on that? And then we can go and adjust this twin. So you can see the area here in the middle where the campus is coming. And we can, on the right side here, adjust the number of people. So we say, okay, this will rise with 3,000. So the county was very afraid that the local road here was going to be affected, that it was become too much stress on them. But what we saw was, no, that was not the case. you wouldn't have that much stress here because the road is quite okay and there's not so much traffic up front. But the problem is popping up at a totally different place. So you can see on the upper left here that when you have a red road, it's 100% increase in traffic. So the big road coming in and out of the city, there you really have a big problem. So when the county heard this, they said, okay, what to do? Could we have more people start to use the buses instead of using cars? And can you try to find out which number this will be? So we calculated that. But the local municipality, they was more thinking, okay, should you have more places for students to live? Should you, have, for instance, have a new bridge going from the campus over to the other side, just then people could walk over instead of driving around it. So what we see is when you have a problem like this, you often got a very many ideas of how you could solve the problem. But then on the other hand, you don't have that money to find out each of these ideas if you could do them. So here it's easy to close a road, make a new bridge, and test out, like here, 50% increase of buses, make a zero growth in traffic. So instead of having to find out all of these, instead of finding all of these ideas, to check them out, you can find out which are the good ideas and which are the bad ideas, and then you can use the money on the good ideas. So the county very happy that they could check out the whole city level here. We also are working a bit with sea level rise. So we are working with a place called Karmøy, and they use typically 100,000 each US dollar each year to calculate the sea height and also this wave level impact. So what we did for them is that we make a model for them so they can see how the sea level rise will be in their part of Norway, and they can use this in the digital twin when they are working, if they are going to be allowed to build at that place or not. We also work with like building energy. So with the local authority here, they can see, for instance, how much energy you are using on different schools and compare them to each other to see how is the insulation and that kind of stuff. You also have like water system, so you can see where you have leakage in the water and how much pressure do you have in each of these stations and so. So this is in our place here in Ålesund. I hope you someday is able to come and visit us. We have also support for different types of visualization. So you can see like VR headsets, and also you have these big domes that we produce and have around the world, and also you have a cave solution. So that was very quick, some word from Norway and Ålesund. Thank you, Marisol.
This is amazing. Thank you very much, Björn, for telling the story. And we know that you are collaborating even with Santander and some cities in Europe as well, no? So there's the possibility to collaborate with any city if you wish to anticipate and analyze together with you guys. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Most welcome.
So, you know, guys, Offshore Center that based in Ålesund, they are creating this dynamic of analyzing the cities, and not only that, provoking the collaboration among all the actors who are influencing and creating that future for the cities, smarter cities. And this is the future. Thank you, Björn, for connecting all the way from Ålesund, and hope to see you soon. Thank you. Well, guys, we've flown all over the world and connected with so many initiatives. We've learned that there are so many options to connect and to make this world better, that the quote is that I always like to say is the most important future innovations come not only from new technologies, but from new ways of collaboration. And sure, today we just confirmed that. And that's all for us today. I hope that your mind, your heart, your spirit is excited and booming with ideas and alternatives. All our guests today are welcome for you to connect via the South Summit app, of course, and to pursue business opportunities, because we are really looking forward new business opportunities and possibilities, and continue to grow the ecosystem together, and of course to create the future we want. Thanks to everyone for coming and for being open to this new adventure, and stay tuned for new editions of Radio Open Innovation. And you know, the most future important innovations will come not from technology, but from the new ways of collaboration. Thank you very much. Thanks for being in Radio OI. Thank you.
Welcome back to South Summit Day 2. We are here on the SANDBOX stage. I am very delighted to be able to introduce this amazing motivational speakers to kickstart this afternoon. He will be sharing with us his keynote on the topic, mental health is the new black. So please put your hands together to Mr. Pablo Tovar.
Thank you very much. Hello, a pleasure to be here with you today. The slides. Oh, back. Yeah, well. Let's talk about mental health from my own experience. The first thing I want to ask you to do is to close your eyes. I want you, please close your eyes. I want you to imagine the end of this event, and you are going back home by car, home or your hotel room, and you are involved in an accident. When you open your eyes, you have a lot of pain in your back, and you can't move your legs. You are trying, but you can't. How you feel? What are your thoughts? Please open your eyes. That's what happened to me when I was 21 years old. I was riding my bike and I crashed against a car. When I opened my eyes, I couldn't move anything of my body from my chest down. That very moment, I still could feel my legs. And I heard people around me talking about I shouldn't worry too much about not being able to move my legs because it could be due to the recent impact of the accident. But I was so worried. I was shocked. The helicopter picked me up and brought me into the hospital, and a nurse friend of mine was on shift that day, and he began to check the damage that the accident had made in my body. So he began to move one of my toes and asked me, which toe am I moving? And I answered him in an angry way, you are moving my big toe, but stop asking silly stuff. I can't move my legs. The thing is, at that moment, there was still hope for the spinal cord not to be too damaged. But because of the inflammation of the injury, it got worse. And 2 days later, after I had my back surgery, I couldn't move nor feel anything from my chest down. I had a complete D5 spinal cord injury. To be honest, at that moment, I wanted to end my life. For me, life in a wheelchair was nonsense. I couldn't start not walking again, not going out with my friends the way I used to, not play football anymore. And how will I have a girlfriend now? Who was going to love me being like that? Those were my thoughts at that moment. To be honest, it would have been much easier if I had known somebody in a wheelchair back then, but I didn't. So I started my rehabilitation process, having loads of physical therapy sessions, and I needed to learn how to live being seated in a wheelchair. So I needed to learn how to move from my wheelchair to any other place, into a car, into another chair, into the bed, into the bathroom. It was really tough, and I felt like I needed to learn how to live all over again. At that time, I was studying business management degree, and I have a lot of fears of going back to university. I think the worst of them was bearing the people, the looks of people I knew. Every time I see somebody looking at me, my thoughts were like, what is he thinking? What are they talking about? The gossipy people asking me what happened, that was too much for me. I got fed up of that situation, and I ended up telling them that it was an expired yogurt what left me in my wheelchair. So please don't eat expired yogurt just in case. The thing is, my mind was playing a key role in moving forward. So, I love sports. I have a project before I had the accident to go to Sierra Nevada, one ski resort in the south of Spain, and work there as a snowboarding coach for 1 or 2 years. Another broken dream for me. So 1 year after the accident, I decided to go there to Sierra Nevada and take some adaptive ski lessons for beginners. That was really frustrating at the beginning too, because it was like I had never skied before. But at the same time, it was a wonderful experience to feel the snow again. So I decided to hold on to that second thought, to that second feeling. I needed to adapt my broken dream to my new reality. So 1 year after, I booked an apartment for the whole season in Sierra Nevada and went there to learn how to ski again as good as I did before. That was a wonderful experience. I met wonderful people, and I learned how to ski again on my own. And what's more important, I was enjoying skiing, and I was enjoying my life again. I began to participate in some local competitions. I began to train with an adaptive ski team. And I found sports to be an incredibly useful tool to get my life straight again. Not only that, after a lot of training and pushing myself in Sierra Nevada, I managed to be the Spain ski champion for 3 times. So that led me to know myself better. I finished my business management degree, and I decided to go back to uni. I wanted to study psychology. I wanted to help people to manage their emotions, to not let them control their lives as they did control mine. So that led me to start my career as a psychotherapist and to be here with you talking today as a motivational speaker. So at the end, we can even say that thanks to my accident, I have a business management degree, I have a psychology degree, I have a master in clinical psychology, I have a master in sports psychology, and what's more important, I enjoy life, even with my limitations. So what's the clue in this process? My life changed, and I needed to change with it. Do you remember at the beginning when I asked you about your thoughts when you had that accident? What if now I ask you to hold your phone like if you were taking a picture and hold it for 5 seconds? Easy, right? But what if I ask you to hold it for a whole day? Or what if I ask you to hold it forever? You'll think I'm crazy. But that's what we do with our own thoughts. We hold our thoughts for days, weeks, months, or even forever. So acceptance, acknowledgement. I found out I needed to deal with my thoughts, feeling what was happening in my life in another way, not fighting against it, but being thankful for the things I had. See emotions as surviving tools, not positive or negative, just surviving tools. If you are not comfortable with what you are feeling, work about it to change it. Observe your emotions. An emotion does not cause pain. Suppression or resistance does. And how you talk to yourself. This is very important and makes a huge difference. We victimize ourselves, telling us things we are actually not. Talk to yourself as if you were giving an advice to your best friend. Don't forget the context we are in either. Companies are made of people. And if your people are struggling, if they are not okay, you have to take care of that, because that work could make a huge difference in your company. And of course, another incredible tool is your sense of humor. This is one of my fancy dress costumes. Happy is the people that can laugh about themselves because they never cease to be amused. So at the end, for me, heaven or hell is not a place, it's a decision. if you focus on what you don't have, your limitations, how unlucky you are, if you victimize yourself, you'll be in hell. You can't control things that happen around you, but you could always be able to decide upon your actions and how you react to them. So I encourage everyone and each of you today to work about your thoughts and feelings, because that work may welcome you to your own heaven. So please, if you haven't already, make mental health your new black. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pablo, for sharing your story with us. It's extremely moving, and I have to say sometimes we tend to forget about our, taking life for granted and, forgetting who we are and the meaning of life. So thank you so much. So as we have talked about mental health, it has been one of the major issues, especially coming out of COVID. And we're going to continue talking about health, the health vertical today. And in this particular panel, we're going to discuss patient care. And so I will bring forth the panelists, our moderator today, Mr. Shahaf Sneer, who's the Director of Internal Innovation, Clalit Innovation, along with his panelists. So welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think it will be challenging to be extremely interesting and inspirational after Pablo, but we'll stick to the task because it was an amazing talk. My name is Shahaf. I'm the Director of Internal Innovation at Clalit, which is the biggest provider of health services in Israel. And I'm just in the role of moderator today, and I'll let my panel, my panelists introduce themselves.
Hello, everyone. My name is Elena Vidal. I'm the Director of the area of Health Services and Quality of Healthcare we provide to our clients. So we provide digital services for our clients in this new era.
Hello everyone, my name is Pedro Álvarez de la Gala. I combine two different roles. I am managing a business unit in the biopharmaceutical business unit at Novartis, a pharmaceutical company. And at the same time, I belong to Novartis Biome. Novartis Biome is a global networking of our digital innovation hub that what looks is for identifying startups and different partners to provide solutions to improve patients' quality of life.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Mario Alonso Puig. I'm currently the president of the IE Center for Health, Wellbeing and Happiness. We have people from more than 100 nationalities, and we teach the students and also who are involving the staff in this process. We teach them how they can really train their body, their mind, and their soul to be not only more effective and more efficient in their current lives, but above all, how to be happier. Why? The mind, the body, and the soul are so deeply connected. So if we want really to approach this sense of happiness in a holistic way, we really need to address some of the important things about the body, some of the important things about the mind and about the heart. By profession, I'm a general surgeon. I practiced surgery for 26 years, but unfortunately, during my medical career, nobody taught me anything about the importance of emotions in healthcare, the importance of emotions in the sense of well-being. So this has been a long journey, and I'm very honored to be with all you and all of you sharing what I have seen throughout my life that can be useful to foster health and a sense of well-being.
Cool. So we agreed before the panel that we'll just have this conversation and we'll see where this is going. We don't have this planned roadmap for the conversation. I'll tell you where I'm connected to this subject. I'm as part of leading the whole internal innovation activity. We're doing a lot of projects that are trying to improve the quality of of lives for patients. But the more I deep dive into this subject and the more I try to understand it, I realize that quality is something that is very hard to define, and it's even more complex to try to figure out how do we improve it. And I think the diversity of the panel just reflects that, because there are so many ways to interact with this subject. So let's start with a question that I'd like to address all the panelists, and that is, how do you think you're improving the quality of life for patients, and how is that different from what we've been doing in the past so far? We'll start with you, Elena.
Okay. So I think that healthcare is being more successful, or is achieving a successful way in improving life care of our patients. When we have understood that we had to incorporate the patient's view, the patient's perspective in the healthcare process. So we have redesigned it by introducing all this patient experience, patient expectations, because the patient, the sphere of the person has three dimensions, let's say, physical, emotional, and social. And all these three perspectives we have to take into account to design the healthcare and to meet the patient's needs. So technology has also improved, has accompanied this process, and has provided a more adjusted healthcare, considering all these things. And I think that healthcare right now is achieving is empowering patients in terms of giving them some tools for self-care and to make patients an active agent in taking care of their own health. Right? So what are your feelings about this?
You know, if I had to summarize how to improve the patient lives, we have been focused as an industry for many, many years in this issue. But I would say that collaboration is the new disruptive medicine. At Novartis, we are a company that we are really, as an industry, we're really extremely focused on science and looking for evidence on efficacy and on medicines. But now what we have is the technology. So what we need to do is to combine both areas to really improve quality of life on patients. We have been talking for a long time about patient centricity. And this is really important. But for me, the change and the difference is that in the past, we have been very focused working for patients. Maybe now the new paradigm is to work with patients and with other stakeholders to improve their quality of life. And from the emotional point of view, that you really have a very, very deep knowledge, Mario. What do you think?
Well, I always consider myself a beginner, so thank you for the generosity of your words. I'm just a beginner. You know, when I spoke with patients for so many years, I saw that there's something that goes beyond the disease. You know, in allopathic medicine, which is the kind of medicine that is being taught at schools, medical schools in the Occidental world, we don't pay much attention to the body itself. We pay attention to what we can do to repair the body. And we forgot what the great physicians from Greece 2,500 years ago, Hippocrates, said. It was a warning to all physicians. He said, never ever forget that the element which really cures, heals, is the body. You just support the body in its healing process. So unfortunately, when a physician is speaking, or a health provider is speaking with a patient, he or she usually forgets how important it is to understand what's happening in that human being. The feelings, the way that person perceives reality. So we are not being trained in the beautiful art of compassionate listening. Now we know, even from the molecular biology, that when a patient feels that he or she is being understood, even at a molecular level, the genes respond in a different fashion. So I think it's very important what you are saying, what you all are saying, that it's a team. It's not I am the health provider, you act like a patient, you expect some help from us, but let's work as a team. Let's use what science have taught us and what we can provide from the scientific point of view, and also let's engage the immune system, all the systems in the body which are so powerful. Just to give you an example, during World War II, there were people who were badly wounded. I mean, they had open wounds in the belly and they didn't have any pain. How come that they didn't have any pain when they arrived at the centers where they were being helped? Because the body releases endorphins, which are extremely powerful analgesics. So we need to be aware that there is a huge number of resources within all of us, and this is the reason why, from my point of view, we need to work as a team. And if we do that, we will be much, much more effective.
I'm going to cut the conversation just for a minute because we forgot to introduce Max, which is our digital panelist. Sorry, Max, I didn't see you there. If you could just introduce yourselves and maybe follow up on your perspective on how are we improving the quality of life for patients and how is that different from what you've done so far?
Yeah, absolutely. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Brilliant, and thanks so much for inviting me, and I'm so sorry I can't be there in person. So I'm the CEO of Birdie, which is a startup in health tech in London, and we provide a range of solutions and technologies, software, hardware, and machine learning to better look after the elderly, particularly at home. And we do that by empowering the range of care providers, nurses, caregivers, and GPs and the likes, to better look after the elderly. And so it's really about personalizing the care. It's about also making the care much more preventative so that all elders can be better off, so they can live longer and healthier at home. And just to jump on Mario's last point, I absolutely agree with you. What we realize in the space of elderly care is that we've given the keys to our elders' well-being to doctors who basically will just look at the medical side of things and will provide a treatment which is usually medication and many medication. And we believe that you can actually take a much more holistic approach to care, which means also social connection, diet, and physical exercise, cognitive exercise, which actually are much more powerful than medication for the health outcomes of the elderly. And so we're taking a much wider approach to assess the needs of someone, but also in the care plan to make sure that we embed in the care plan many more factors than just medication or doctors. And the purpose is really to transform the aging journey. That means to actually make sure that these people can be better off, live longer and healthier, but that is also more affordable for society overall. So absolutely second you, Mario, there.
So thank you for that. But if with your permission, I'd like to challenge what we're saying, because I hear us talk about taking a holistic approach to patients and looking at them in different dimensions, and using technology to do that, and looking at the powers that patients have as human beings. And yet, in my experience, this is a very traditional industry. I mean, these assumptions, these approaches, they might seem intuitive to most of the people in this conversation, but when we try to lead innovative projects, it's not easy. No. They're not necessarily welcomed with open arms by the people that we work with. And I want to ask about that. I wanted to ask about the challenges of implementing these approaches and how do you deal with them? We'll start with Mario this time.
Well, I watched a conference that you did in Israel And you spoke about the importance of asking questions and asking the kind of questions that put us in a very difficult situation because we are challenging the paradigm, the current paradigm. And you also said in that conversation, in that conference, that you really need to be brave enough to challenge that established order. I think it's exactly the same. I mean, even for us, you can imagine if you have gone to a physician or you have gone accompanied a relative or a friend to a physician or a health provider, you have experienced within yourself how important it is, the kind of bond, emotional bond that you establish with that health provider. And your body knows too. The body has a wisdom which the head is unable to understand. But what's the challenge? The challenge is that, unfortunately, we live trapped in a reality which is not the deepest reality. And many people have been pioneers in their fields, were really criticized for a long period of time. They were attacked because their ideas seemed to be quite weird, quite strange. So what happens when we relate to uncertainty? That we feel afraid. Instead of embracing uncertainty as opportunity, we see uncertainty as a threat, and then we get defensive. So it's about, becoming able to be surprised by life. It's to really acknowledging, like Socrates did so many years ago, I don't know, but I want to know. So I'm really in a disposition, in an attitude of listening. Then we start to understand. I think the greatest barrier that we all human beings have to overcome is selfishness. It's an ego barrier.
But Mario, I'll do a follow-up question on that. What do you do with doctors that are trained not to be surprised from life? This is what they do. They are coming from a profession that for centuries is being designed to help them not to be surprised from life. How do you encourage them to take new perspectives like that?
Well, I have given many talks to physicians in different fields, surgery, medicine, oncology, and so on and so forth. And the result has been the following one. Let's imagine that you all were physicians, let's imagine, or health providers, and I share with you something about the relationship between the body, the mind, and the soul. When you leave this place, 85 of you would be very surprised and very happy because something has opened up. The rest would be very upset with me, very upset with me. And I have to accept that. I mean, you cannot force that. You cannot be dogmatic. You share with other people what has transformed your life and what you have seen that has the power to transform other people's life. But that's a proposal. You cannot force them, because one of the worst things that I have seen is when people get a better understanding of some things, they think that they are above the rest of the people. And I think that that creates a lot of resistance. So it's about sharing, and with time, people will start to at least explore that. And little by little, that paradigm will shift. That's what I've seen.
Thank you. Pedro.
Yes, building on your answer, I think we need to move from ecosystem to an ecosystem. And I think, Pablo, thank you for your conference, but I've been inspired about what you said. And I think this movement needs people that inspire other people to do this change. I think the challenge is not about technology. The challenge is about people mindset. And if we can inspire people with a sense of purpose, I think, and Pablo is a good example, what are the things that we are able to do? So for me, this is the summary. It's again related with collaboration, I think, but collaborations needs people that inspire others, and also this will help. For example, for an important challenge we have is the collaboration between private and public sector. So if we all work in the same direction, I think we will speed up this process as you mentioned.
Cool. Thank you.
I think one of the biggest challenges is in this transformation is just the cultural thing to change mindsets. And I think that a good tip could be start with your early adopters, because I think that these people who is really convinced about the advantages of the changes you are going to implement are going to involve other people who is not so convinced. So talk to your leaders, to your clinical leaders, and try to make them early adopters and to involve the rest of the organization. I think that's the clue.
Thank you. Max?
Yes, I have a bit of a more pragmatic approach here because I run a startup, so we cannot wait too long for people to embrace this kind of change of paradigm, because otherwise we would be dead financially, right? So we take a bit of a pragmatic approach, which is let's solve people's problems today. So we're working with care providers, for instance, and we're really analyzing what are their issues today and how can we make their life easier today. And step by step, we want to build a critical mass of people using our solution. And then over time, really move towards a different model, which is more preventative in our case, much more personalized, but starting with the solutions that they need today, which is typically efficiency gains or savings in the case of payers or in the health systems. And for us, really, that's the entry point, right? Is to say, how can I solve your problems? How can I generate savings for you today? Because that's what matters on your balance sheets today. But over time, be part of your ecosystem, build that strong collaboration, and together really shape that new journey towards a change of paradigm to some extent.
Cool, great. So I'm hearing you talk about the early adapters. I think Mario is talking about them as well. The fact that there's a big room and I will be able to reach only part of it, and Elena as well. And I hear you talk about inspiration. And the question that pops to mind is, what is your secret weapon when you're trying to captivate these early adapters? I mean, I'll give you an example. At Clalit, what I do a lot is I use a lot of design thinking methodologies in order to help physicians create empathy, or at least a different empathy for their patients, because they are empathic to patients, but it enables them to have a different communication with them. And I've seen over and over again how doctors that know their patients for 10, 20, 30 years have this different conversation with their patients that is much more intimate and much more emotional, and they get new insights. And that's my secret weapon. I have this methodology, these systems that enable them to have a deeper context of not just the disease, but the patient. I mean, what's your secret weapon?
I think that we have to invite doctors to be part of the solution and the ecosystem. They have to help designing the new solution for patients too, as well as patients. I think that every one of the players on this new ecosystem that puts the patient in the center of it has something to say about it, and has to say, I can help in this role or doing this thing, or I need this kind of tool to make to improve or to help in this ecosystem. So you have to gather all the stakeholders that are involved in that, and then create a collaborative solution, right?
Cool, great, thanks.
I would say that innovators and early adopters are there. You just need to identify them. Once you identify them, you need to give them visibility. And at the same time, you need to give them resources. And you put a good example. You need to give them methodologies. You need to give them technology. You give to give them how to manage their emotions, because this innovation journey is quite hard. And from my point of view, this is the key, is to identify them and give them the resources to really be an example and inspire the rest of the people.
Well, I can share with you my personal experience with one of the greatest technological advances in surgery. When I was a young surgeon, I performed open surgery. So it had a lot of advantages. First, I could put my hands, you know, and touch the organs. And surgeons usually develop a very fine quality in our fingers. So it's like, they are like eyes. So we can have an image of what's going on, especially when you're operating in very deep fields. But then something strange came to the market. It was called laparoscopic surgery. All of you know about that. At that time, it was, you know, the first demonstration in the whole world. And, you know, you felt so clumsy because you have to look at a screen with two dimensions. So you didn't have the depth. You had to operate from outside. And, of course, the instruments were completely strange. So you don't look at a demonstration at a conference and then you go to a patient and you tell that patient, I'm going to operate you with this new kind of operation, because the patient will look for another surgeon, of course. But you start working with a strange box, and then afterwards you go to the animal, special animal that has a gallbladder, which is very, very similar to the human gallbladder, and you learn to remove the gallbladder, and then you have to assist other good surgeons to help you learn that technique. And at the beginning, you feel so clumsy. As you said, I mean, it's quite unnatural. It's so much out of our comfort zone that we fear to feel ashamed. So when somebody who is proficient in that kind of technology really is empathic, he or she understands that you really want to release or reduce human suffering, and goes with you, that's much, much, much easier, because you don't feel so clumsy, you don't feel so much afraid. And after learning laparoscopic surgery, I really love laparoscopic surgery because it gave so many benefits to the patients, because the holes were so tiny. The pain after surgery was very little, and those patients could return their professional lives without any problem. But first, you need to feel the passion. This is a new way of doing things. Then you need to be willing to become a beginner, no matter how proficient you are in the old technique. Mm-hmm. Then you have to start that, roller coaster experience in which you feel clumsy. Little by little, you start to learn, surrounded by people who really want you to learn. And then afterwards, you become so comfortable with the new technique that you ask yourself, why come that I was so comfortable before, and now I can operate just in 2 dimensions? So I think it's more or less what happens with all of us. There are, of course, people more proficient with those things because they have more ability, but in general, I think that's the process.
Thank you. And Max, digital Max.
Yeah, thanks. I think just to add on what you guys said, I think user delight is important as well. I think the experience of a patient is really important. And whenever we talk about technology or innovation, I think we've often missed out in terms of really a very seamless experience of the patient in this journey as well, or of the clinician in this instance as well. So user delight for me is really part of the recipe here.
Cool, great, thank you. So our time is really, really nearly up. Maybe we have just one more sentence of conclusion from each and every one of you, maybe a call for action following this conversation. Let's start with Max this time.
Yes. That's very kind. I think that the call for just to more for the public sector to embrace, usually when we talk about patient quality of life, it's very much related to the health system's ability to embrace new models. And for us, this is really the key barrier, is to have the ability to sandbag, to create, to test, to sandbox new ideas and new innovations, and be supported in that journey, because otherwise we just keep practicing the old way, and there's so much potential. So really call for public sector or health systems, policymakers to embrace new ways of working.
Thank you. Elena?
So for me, as a conclusion and advice, I think that new technologies are going to give us huge possibilities, huge new capacities, but we do not have to give our back on quality and humanization. that has to be the basis or continue to be the basis of the healthcare that we are obliged to provide to our clients to improve and to help them get a higher amount of life in terms of quantity and quality.
We're nearly up. Just in one sentence, please. Pedro and Mario.
In one sentence, in the long run, I think we need to move health systems to be, instead of being reactive, to be proactive, but even predictive.
It's not technology or humanism. It's technology and humanism, hand by hand.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed this talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, speakers. Definitely hit a note right there about how technology is evolving very fast, and that we need some frameworks to handle some of these new technologies in corporations. Thank you. So we're going to continue in the health vertical. Unlike an app or a digital solutions, health tech actually has a lot of speed bumps. So from regulations to government approvals to testings and trials, all of these speed bumps are causing delays in health tech development. And so today with us, we have Michael Needham, who is the co-founder and managing director of Comet Ventures, who will be leading this discussion on agile and adaptive health solutions. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. So we're going to have an interactive panel, I hope, around agility, adaptability, and how it can change the game for health in general, for the system, for the incumbents, for the patients, for everybody. We have a very interesting set of panelists. So we have Efrat from Air Doctor, a Series A startup. So I would say at the beginning of this chain of transformation. We have Raphael from Telemedi. Probably more advanced company, 7 years in business. And we have George from Sanitas, so the incumbent player here. I think we'll have a lot of debate. So maybe we could start with a round of introduction so that everybody knows what you're doing. Efrat, do you want to start?
Yes, of course. Thank you very much. So my name is Efrat. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm the founders and the general manager of Air Doctor. It's an Israeli startup company. We connect between travelers and doctors around the world. So I don't know if it's ever happened to you. If you've been traveling and you've been sick while traveling, it's a really unpleasant experience. It's happened to me and to the other partners in Air Doctor. And as every good company, it's all come from a personal story. So we were sick and I didn't know what to do. My daughter was sick. I didn't know where to find the best medical solution for her. Actually, it happened in Spain. And we are not Spanish speakers. And then when I came back home and I met with my colleagues, we all said, how come we can order a pizza or an Uber, but we can't find a doctor when you need it the most? And this is what we're trying to do in Our Doctor.
Well, this is Jorge Velázquez. You can call me George if you don't speak Spanish. First of all, thank you very much to you all for being here. I've always been in the sector of technology many years ago, too many years ago. And in the last 12, 13 years, I've been working in Bupa Sanitas. For those who don't know Sanitas, Bupa is a company in the health sector, health insurance, health provision, and many other businesses in the world of health.
Thank you. Hi, Rafael Rodriguez. I work for Telemedi. As you mentioned, Telemedi is a startup, already 7 years in the market. Originally from Poland, but right now we are developing activities all around the world. I've been into the insurance industry for the last already almost 15 years, which is quite a lot of time. But I got into all the health issues, this type of products. Like 5 years ago, before I was working for life products, personal accident, direct marketing, so quite wide experience in that sense.
So. Well, welcome to all of you. And so to kickstart this discussion, we're speaking agility, adaptability, healthcare, but what do you believe, guys, are the first priorities to be addressed, when it comes to improving or changing the game in healthcare? And maybe, George, you can take this one for a start.
Well, maybe in the context of agility, understanding agility in a wide concept, okay? Because, first of all, I'd like to say that in some occasions, I think we've created a kind of religion around agile methodologies, okay? So, I believe in the concept, I believe in the Agile Manifesto, but we should understand what it is, okay? And not create a new technology with Agile. I think it's a must. It's a must nowadays, because everything goes so fast that former ways of understanding the procedures, the way we put the product and the service, health services, to the patients or to our clients, has changed so much. Technologies, science, medical science, well, anything related with health, changes so fast that it's impossible to be the first one giving value to the client without understanding what Agile means and how to implement it in your organizations to be sure that you are able to be the first in giving the best service to your patients. So it's a must. It's a must. It must be part of your DNA if you want to be successful. It shouldn't be something that I've read a book about Scrum or Agile or whatever, and let's do it in the IT department, because it seems it's the more accurate place to deploy Agile. No, no, no. It must be part of the DNA of the whole company, no doubt.
It's about Scrum teams of doctors. Okay. Do you share this perspective, Rafael?
Yeah, I think also, all these, I think, well, from our perspective, finally, the final consumer, the patient, needs to be the focus on all these developments, all these technologies. Of course, it needs to be part of the DNA, but we always need to make sure that we keep the patients and the quality of whatever we deliver using these technologies for patients. We don't I always say we need to keep the patients in the center of everything and adapt the technology for the patient and not the patient for the technology.
Are you pushing me?
No. I was just replying to you. Sorry. No, of course, no. I will never do this with Sanitas.
No. Well, in fact, we have. Sorry.
Please go on. Going personal.
We, and when I say we, I mean we all, in this context, we have the responsibility not only to take care of our clients, of course, and to adapt our businesses, our procedures, our way of doing things to their needs, of course, but we also have the responsibility to make push to that society and to that consumers, and to make them evolve to a new way of doing things. In fact, we do as a society. We consume, I don't know, banking in such a different way as we did 10 years ago. So we should do exactly the same with health. Well, she said in the introduction, exactly. If we are consuming things everywhere at any time, why health or physicians cannot be everywhere at any time? So it's our responsibility not only to listen to their needs, but also to push the way we do things and give a new way of providing health to the society.
One of the insurance companies I was working with, he told me that it's the moral obligation of the insurance companies to provide solutions, agile solution and a digital solution to the customers, especially today after the pandemic, that everything, in the 18 months of the pandemic, everything became really digital. And now it's the more obligation of the startup companies and the legacy companies to become much more agile and to provide new solution, innovative solution. And I was working for Intel for 10 years, so I know it's really hard to be agile in a big company, and it's much easier to do it in a small company, in a startup company. But I think it's really important to have both companies. Okay. Something wrong? Both the big companies and the small companies know how to work together in the agile world.
Yeah, fully agree.
And what do you think the priority should be? Because I heard here, we need to push to the client satisfaction, patient satisfaction. Mm-hmm. But is healthcare something we consume? Who should be, the first priority in terms of transforming the system and delivering agile services? Is it the patient? Is it the system? Is it the provider? Is it the insurer, the payer? What do you think are the priority target of this agility and adaptability that need to happen?
Yeah, I think for sure it's the patient, because he's the one that gets the service. And one of the people in our company that doing the development, he said, what is the problem of a doctor? is the customers, because he is developing something and then people are starting to use it, doing differently. So we will always need to focus on the customer, what he is looking for, how we can serve him the best, and then all the rest will follow.
I think in that sense also, we as companies, we need to make sure that we deliver intuitive solutions and platforms which are quite easy to learn, easy to be used with our patients. And also in some points, for telemedicine in that case, doctors, we need to teach them how to feel comfortable using telemedicine, some webinars, training. These are small things that might help them quite a lot in order to manage, to lead the conversation with patients. Because at the end, patients as well, we need to, and it's somehow about education as well, we need to manage their expectations, what it can be solved with via telemedicine, what is not possible to solve using telemedicine or this remote.
And you're absolutely right when you say that I see our customers, both the patients and the doctors, because the doctors also need to use the app to communicate with the traveler, to give him the prescription, to give him the appointment. So yes, of course, it's both ends.
And how does it make you react to hear a lot of startuppers speaking that the main target of the service cannot be the incumbents, but their customer?
They are giving the solution to your question. Because they say, where should we focus first or more? And say, I would say there's no particular place where you should focus most, because this is not a sprint run. Okay? This must be step by step, month by month, transforming the whole company. So if you just focus in a particular point of your company, in the front end, in the back end, in IT and whatever, you will fail, because you must change the philosophy, the understanding of doing things of the whole company. And I think that it depends on the sector. I mean the health sector, but maybe in other sectors it should be in a different way. And it depends in how old the company is. So how many years has that company been creating 20th century procedures, let's say, okay? And that means how much will it take that company to adapt to the 21st century? And how many people do you have to adapt? Okay, so it depends on each company, the answer to your question. In my opinion, you have to establish different points to start going with agile methodologies and agile understanding of doing things, and go on and keep on with a continuous reign and going on and going on. It's not a run of 1 year, it's a continuous. And if I must choose where to start, I would choose patients first than doctors, if you allow it. Okay.
You're right.
Patients
Agree.
always first. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, I think you're right. Patients and then the doctors.
Yeah, the focus.
Of course, if you forget doctors, you will fail too.
Yeah.
If I must to choose
that's an
where to
important
start
part.
from, yes, of course.
So does it mean that in this whole healthcare system, the one lacking agility is the patient?
No,
or do you think the blocker is coming more from the system, from...
The blocker is coming from the big companies. And no, I think the consumers are really agile and they're looking for innovatives, and they used to have everything very, very flexible, very easy to use. Now that you don't have an app to do something, it's weird. So I think, and especially young people, they really do everything using their mobile.
And so whose responsibility is it really to, to make this change happen in this whole ecosystem? Is it the large payers, the insurers, the institutions?
I think it's about cooperation. I think there is room for all different types of companies. We have governments, we have startups, we have medical providers, insurers. I think there is room for all of us. The important thing sometimes is we need to share knowledge, experience, and what failed, what was successful, and then we are going to be to create the perfect ecosystem to develop new solutions to approach the market and to create I would say, the perfect ecosystem to provide accessible healthcare for the most and not for the few, which at the end of the day, in my opinion, should be always the driving force for all of our efforts.
Yes.
I can give an example. So, for example, we're working with big insurance companies. And when we start working, we understood that we come with a solution, but they need to take risks. And it's hard for them to take risks. And there was a gap between the insurance companies that really want to introduce new innovative ideas And so the innovation is pushing to do that. But for the other hand, the claims and others are really don't know what to do and how to deal with the risks. So what we came up with the solution is the bridge, and we created a mechanism for them to still have the control, but for the customer not to feel that. So the customer can use our platform, book the appointment, do whatever they want, but at the back end, the insurance companies still have the way to control and not feeling that they like losing control and they're taking a lot of risks. So I think the responsibility on both sides, as you said, so the insurance companies, for example, need to be more open to innovation and to take risks. But from the other hand, the startups companies need to understand the problems and to provide solutions that they can, live with the new innovative ideas and still have the control.
This is all about this event. Well, where should it come or where does it come from? It's different, okay? I think from the perspective of a big company, okay, I think that big companies, established companies, are companies quite focused, the whole company as a whole, in operations, in productivity. And startup is most based in innovation, in thinking, in creating. So 99.99999% of creativity and innovation is not in our companies, whatever our company is, so, okay? So we must create a kind of open innovation environment, okay, to listen all that creativity all around the world, not only in our city or in our country, because what will make us competitive is not trying to be the most intelligent or the most creative. We will never be that. Is to be the first putting in value to our clients all that creativity around the world. So now the philosophy is not to create a department to invent, just to be continuously searching what creativity and what kind of new ideas are all around the world and picking them to put in value to our clients.
And do you guys feel that there is today the right, at Sanitas or at other large corporations, the right setup to onboard this innovation and to test it and to pilot it?
Yes, less than what we would like to do. In fact, that's the reason why we are here with a stand. Okay, we have a stand not to tell the people what we do, but to allow those startups to come and to tell us what they do. Okay, that's the reason for our presence here. We like to be to have more time and resources to listen. The world is very wide, okay, to listen all that creativity around the world. But yes, we have, let's say, a methodology, people whose aim is to be continuously gathering that innovations all around the world, because we know it's amazing. You never know where suddenly you will find that product, that small idea that, I can make a new product with this. Amazing. Most of you are saying, I have that idea, please, please. But yes, you have to listen a lot of people. And that idea for your particular aim, suddenly you don't know when or from where from you find. So you must be listening and searching and looking for.
I recommend you Israeli companies.
Sorry?
Israeli companies.
Okay.
I was about to say on this stage, probably.
Yes, you wanted to add something, Rafael, I think, on this topic.
Well, I mean, I think I agree. We need to be continuous listening to the market. As a startup, we are continuously improving our platform solutions. We try to adapt ourselves and deliver in a short period of time, which is, I think, is one of our biggest strengths. The resources, the solutions, and deliver, everything that is in our hands in order to make big companies' life easier, to collaborate with them, finds way to cooperate, which
right.
at the end of the day, is my view. Cooperation is going to be the engine moving us forward.
Yes, sorry. No. I think it's not easy. It's difficult for a big old company to learn how to deal with startups. Okay, you have the tradition of deal providers as a provider, contract and a provider, and that's not the way. Okay, that's not the way you can deal with a startup. So it's something that all companies should learn how to do. No? We work in health. Maybe we are not the company to invest in a startup, but we have hospitals, we have patients, we have information a startup could use to create a good product, okay, that could be sold in the market, and we could take advantage of it if we were having. So there are ways of collaboration more than money and contracting. So I think that all companies should learn how to deal with startups, how to help startups in an open way, and take advantage of that help, of course.
And I think it's the startup company's responsibility as well to learn how to work with a big company. What are the, the barriers and how to work with them. And as I said, I was, for me, working for Intel and then working for a startup, I can understand both ends, and it makes it easier because it's not only the big company's responsibility, it's also the startup company's responsibility.
Sometimes it's like an elephant dancing with a rabbit, you know. It's a little bit difficult, but if you manage how to do that, it will work.
Who's the rabbit and who's the elephant?
Well, it's very clear.
And so do you have some concrete example of what does it take on the day-to-day to create this agility within your organization or in the way you cooperate with others?
Yes, so for example, we wanted to start to work with one of the biggest insurance companies in the world. And we knew that in order to do that, we really need to understand their needs and to come up with our solution and not vice versa. Not to say, this is the pitch, this is our product, please go ahead and use it. We did it vice versa. We understood what are the problems, and then we developed like a little bit of a change in our product so they can start the pilot really, really fast and then move for the full production. And really, we managed to start the pilot within 4 months, which was really, really impressive. So it can be done. It's a good example of something that can be done.
Well, a particular experience. Yeah, well, first of all, now I will tell you what we do in Sanitas and how we deal with the startups, okay? But first of all, I don't know why, but in general, when a startup comes to us with idea, it's quite a closed product. I mean, that product cannot interact and collaborate with other products to create a big global product. I don't know why, but most people come with a quite closed product instead of a service or something you can use and integrate with other parts of your portfolio. So that's an idea I launched to the audience, okay? Then, before the marvelous COVID, okay, in Sanitas 3 years ago, or 2 years and a half ago, in something like that called Healthio, it happened in Barcelona, okay? We created a very, very big stand with a lot of stages. We invited all the startups we were collaborating with in different stages to be with us. And there appeared the name of all the startups, what part of our product and services they develop with us. We don't care if our competitors come to the stand and learn from them. It's open innovation, okay? So that's the way we understand innovation, to create a kind of ecosystem of people working with us in different places and show it to the world, okay? Maybe with a parallel collaboration with our competitors, that startup could create a bigger and biggest product. And as I said before, we don't care because our competitive capacity is in being the first ones in putting that in value for the client, and being an agile company to be able of doing that, not of creating something secret in our...
That's amazing, amazing approach. Because it's a win-win for everyone. It's a win for you, it's a win for the startup, and then a win for the customer.
There's no other way to do things. If you think you have a marvelous idea, at the same time, someone in Japan, in Frankfurt, in South Africa, is having exactly the same idea and starting to develop it. So don't try to close your marvelous idea into a fence because you will fail. So open it to the world.
Yeah, well, I think it's important also sometimes at the beginning of the negotiations, a discovery phase where you understand your client needs, they understand your product, so you somehow align, you know, what is the original request to what you can deliver finally. In that sense, if you are able to align both things, you can be somehow sure, as you say, it's not a close idea. There are still some holes to make sure that you collaborate in a proper way with a big company. As I say, we as a startup, we do that. Sometimes for me it's difficult to refer ourselves as a startup after 7 years, okay? But you know, I also say we need to have a discovery phase where, in our case, our platform, where we can adapt our platform to our customer need. It's plug and play, whatever, but we need to make sure that we deliver what they are expecting from us. You know, that's the key element as well.
well, being a startup is a mindset. It's not a
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah. It's a good mindset.
Yeah.
But I really liked what you said, that the startup companies shouldn't have a closed product. It should have an open product. So the example that I gave, the insurance company that we are working with, they have another product. And what we managed to do is to combine and collaborate with the other product that they have and to give more value to what they already have. And that's why it was really easy to go into the and work together.
For instance, one of the projects we are dealing with is what we call connected health. So with wearables or other technologies, I can monitorize people doing while they carry out their real lives and using IoT and other technologies. So someone comes, oh, I have a marvelous device to measure, I don't know what, a temperature or whatever, and here it comes with the app, with the backend, with the whole solution. Yes, I like your device, but I must integrate it in my whole platform, so, and with other device from a provider, and it's very difficult because I don't know why everybody comes with a closed solution, so...
So it's the musical
Maybe it's
break.
RQ, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. But listen, I think it was very interesting talk. Maybe we can open up to the question from the floor, if any. Any question from anybody that we can address? If not, I will imagine a few others.
Yes.
No, so go on. To be honest, I found that very fascinating. But from the beginning, we spoke a lot about, product, connectivity, opening up organizations, etc. But we said that the focus is the patient, but we never stated what exactly we believe need to happen, to his experience, the patient. We even call him the customer. I'm not sure that doctors would love this this way to call the patient. But in your opinion, what needs to happen to really improve incrementally, the value that is delivered to those patients? Within your organization, within what you do, is there, or within what you see in your ecosystem, what needs to change? What should be the priority of the innovators in healthcare, and where should they put their energy and agility?
Well, in my opinion, two very difficult challenges. First, a company should be in such a way that first the company goes, understand the need of the client, and then with that need, with that problem, with that aim, create the structure of the company in order to provide solution for that need. That's very difficult if you have a created structure, it's a very big company. So to be a company agile, and when I say agile, I mean that you can transform your procedures, your structure to create that product as Netflix, Amazon, all those companies do, okay? It's a very difficult challenge, but it's one of them. And then is another question is, well, I've said go to the client, the patient, and find the needs. But the other point is, what should I give them?
But George, I will ask you, we have 2 more minutes, so I'll try to be, let's try to be focused. And I'll make the question even simpler. Is it fixing the access to healthcare? Is it fixing the expertise of the doctor? Is it, what is it that in your mind, you're all operating in healthcare, is the first priority for this agility?
Yeah, I think the access is the most important priority, especially in our world, that we want everyone that travel anywhere in the world to find the best medical solution for them. So the access is the most important, to create the big network of doctors around the world and to give everyone that travels to find the best medical solution for them wherever they are. This is the most important.
Fine. She says access, create something that means everywhere at any time. Or another way to say access, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I will say always...
me too. Sorry,
make healthcare accessible to the more, not to the few. And there is some noise in the back. Yeah. And also making sure best quality, best treatment, best solutions in place, on time, and accessible to the vast majority of the population. I think that's the main goal always.
Yeah.
Okay. So a lot of energy against making healthcare available to patients in its best form.
Yeah, of course, as you saw.
Thank you very much, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. Without a doubt, health tech innovation is very much tied to scientific discoveries. Being able to accelerate and transfer some of these scientific discoveries would be key in our development. So joining today, we have Dr. Alfonso Garcia Sastre, who is the co-director of Global Health and Emerging Pathogen Institute, sharing with us with his panels on this topic of accelerating scientific discovery. Welcome.
Hi, hello.
Again, you have travel insurance?
Thank you. No. Okay, so I'm here to discuss how we can accelerate scientific discovery. I hope to have with me in the Zoom Dr. Dean Ornish and Dr. Cesar de la Fuente, which I don't see yet. And let me tell you a little bit about myself first and my colleagues, and then I will start saying what is my experience in science. I'm a scientist working in the United States, and then I will go with the other speakers that are here, and hopefully we can get a conversation about what is the most important thing about how to translate and to get quickly in science, both perhaps in industry or in academic. We are all academics here, translated into products that make impact in human health. So my name is Adolfo García Sastre. I'm a virologist. I work with viruses. I have become now famous because COVID-19, which is one of the things that scientists didn't have before. I've been working with influenza before. I work also with both influenza and COVID-19. I'm in the United States. I'm in New York, in the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai, where I have been for 30 years working with viruses. And my colleagues, Cesar de la Fuente is assistant professor, is a young assistant professor in University of Pennsylvania, also from Spain, but working in University of Pennsylvania, and he is an expert on antimicrobial peptides and using computer techniques to create new antibiotics, as well as working with microbiota to improve mental health. And we have also Dr. Dean Ornish, which is founder and president of Preventive Medicine Research Institute. It's a non-profit organization in Sausalito, California, dedicated to how to have good practices, especially in diet, to improve, prevent cardiac problems. And he has been actually one of the creators of a diet that allows to reduce cardiac problems, which is the Ornish diet. So with that, I will start to tell you a little bit my experience, and then I will go to the other opponents, if we have them here. So myself, I arrived when I was young to do a postdoc in the United States working with viruses, as I say. So viruses, they have always been thought as really bad creatures. You know what COVID is doing, Ebola, all of these things. But viruses are also extremely good tools to do something in our bodies that could be helpful. We know all about the adeno vaccines for COVID-19. These are based on viruses, on adenoviruses. So you can change viruses if we know how to change them and if we understand them in such a way that can be delivery tools for therapeutics and for vaccines. I'm working on oncolytic viruses, how to make a virus able to eliminate tumors. A virus is able to eliminate cells, so it can also eliminate tumors if you know how to change this virus that now goes specific for tumor cells. Viruses are wonderful for vaccine vectors, as we know. My experience with viruses when I went there, and that's so important, technology. Molecular biology was starting to be possible for RNA viruses. What is that, molecular biology for RNA viruses? This allows to change the genetic makeup of RNA viruses. You can make an RNA virus from scratch, from cDNA. So you can introduce into a virus whatever properties you would like to have if you know how is the biology of this virus and what you can do with this virus. You can make the virus to kill tumors, you can make the virus to make a vaccine. We developed techniques that allows to manipulate the genome of influenza virus. These techniques now being used for vaccines. The live attenuated vaccine of influenza virus is being made using these techniques. And that's some of the things that can be done.
Now, the important thing with accelerating, what I think accelerates scientific discovery is, and this has become very evident when COVID-19 came, is one of the positive things about COVID-19. COVID-19 has a lot of negative things, but COVID-19 imposed a challenge to the society, the international society, scientific society, to come out with solutions as fast as possible. And that's the reason why we have vaccines right now, in such a little amount of time. The technology was there, new technologies to be able to come out with new vaccines, but they were not yet at the speed that it was needed in order to come out with these vaccines. But there was an accelerating of this speed. And how this was achieved? This was achieved by a huge international cooperation, a lot of flexibility about how to conduct clinical trials, but conducted robust clinical trials. And that's, I think that's some of the themes that we have. There is very good ideas right now. With the technology has evolved now incredible. What it can be done with technology is a lot of things. There are a lot of good ideas around. The question is how to put these ideas and move them forward. Some of them come from academia, some of them come from industry, and it's the cooperation between these different places, eliminating barriers that may not be able to interact, making fields that they were before very compartmentalized. A virologist only know about viruses. A bacteriologist only knows about bacteria. An immunologist only about immunology. Biology is all a continuum. There are no these different silos. And then you need to cooperate with a lot of people in order to make an impact, but it needs to be a good cooperation, positive cooperation, and now the tools are there to do a lot of things. And perhaps with that, I stop and I get my other colleagues to talk a little bit about their experiences.
Good morning. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Professor Garcia. So I'm Dean Ornish. I'm a professor of medicine at the University of California, San Francisco. And I started a nonprofit institute called the Preventive Medicine Research Institute in 1984. Because I found that when working in academia, things get so siloed sometimes that it's hard to really bring together the interdisciplinary team that can enable us to really see the world in a different way. And over the last 40 years, my colleagues and I have been able to show that simple lifestyle changes, a low-fat, whole foods, plant-based diet, moderate exercise, meditation, and other yoga-based stress management techniques, and support groups, or to reduce it to its essence, to eat well, move more, stress less, and love more, could actually reverse the progression of a wide variety of chronic diseases. We were the first to show, for example, that even severe heart disease could actually be reversed. The arteries that feed the heart, instead of getting more and more clogged over time, could actually get less and less clogged. We found these same lifestyle changes could reverse type 2 diabetes, early stage prostate cancer. We did studies, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, obesity. We did a study with Craig Venter, who was the first to decode the human genome, showing that over 500 genes were changed in just 3 months, turning on and upregulating the genes that protect us, turning off or downregulating the genes that cause us to get sick. We did a study with Dr. Elizabeth Blackburn, who won the Nobel Prize for discovering telomeres, the ends of our chromosomes that regulate cellular aging, and we found that we could actually lengthen telomeres, in a sense, reverse aging at a cellular level. And we're now in the midst of the first randomized trial to see if these same lifestyle changes may stop or reverse the progression of early stage Alzheimer's disease. I wrote a book about 1.5 years ago called Undo It, which put forth this unifying theory, which is that why is it these same lifestyle changes can affect so many different diseases? And the reason is that they really aren't so different from each other. They all share the same underlying biological mechanisms: chronic inflammation, oxidative stress, changes in immune function, in the microbiome, in telomeres, and gene expression, and angiogenesis, and so on. And each one of these biological mechanisms, in turn, is directly influenced by what we eat, how we respond to stress, how much exercise we get, and how much love and social support we have. Now, Professor Garcia Sestro mentioned COVID-19, which of course is on everyone's mind. But it's not just avoiding the virus, which of course is important. We all need to wear masks and socially distance and have vaccinations and so on. But how your body interacts with the virus is in part related to our diet and lifestyle. There was one study that just came out a month or so ago that looked at frontline health workers in 6 different countries, including Spain, in about 3,000 healthcare workers. And they found that those that were eating a whole foods plant-based diet were 73% less likely to develop moderate to severe COVID infections, whereas those on a high animal protein diet, an Atkins type diet, were actually 4 times more likely to get it. Another study that was done by Sheldon Cohen found he actually dripped rhinovirus, the virus that causes the common cold, into the noses of volunteers. I don't know how he got people to volunteer for this study, but that's another story. And 100% of the people got infected with the virus, but not everyone who got infected got sick. And they found that those who had 4 or more visits or phone calls from a friend over a 2-week period compared to those that had 2 or fewer were 4 times less likely to develop the signs and symptoms of a cold. So it's not just avoiding a virus, it's how our body interacts with it, which in turn is a direct function of the diet and lifestyle changes that we make each day. Now, it took us 16 years, but Medicare eventually created a new benefit category to pay for us to train people in this program. It's harder in the spirit of the South Summit. It's harder when you're dealing with lifestyle changes because it's not like a new drug or a new device that you can patent. It's really available to everyone. And so there's a bias towards more money being available for things like drugs and devices and surgical procedures and so on. But over time, we were able to get Medicare to cover this. Most of the major insurance companies in the United States are now covering it as well. And the last thing I want to just put out there is that we're finding that offering this program virtually through Zoom and other telemedicine works as well as doing it in person. And so that's opening up a new world for us to be able to help people wherever they live at a much lower cost. So let me stop here and turn it over to Cesar.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Cesar?
Yeah, great. Thank you, Dean and Adolfo. First of all, it's great to be here. So my name is Cesar de la Fuente. I'm a presidential assistant professor at the University of Pennsylvania. So the question here is, how do you accelerate scientific discovery? I think in a moment of crisis like the pandemic that we're living today, it's a great opportunity to accelerate discovery. Like Adolfo was mentioning, the mRNA vaccines, that whole technology, of course, it's not a new technology. It's something that has been worked on for the last 20 years or so, but now it's ripe at the right moment and can be actually scaled up and deployed in the population relatively rapidly. We've seen that instead of having to wait 10 years on average to develop a vaccine, we've done that as a society in a year and a half. And so that's really incredible. That's a great way of accelerating scientific discovery. I totally agree also with what Dean was mentioning of not only worrying about external discoveries, but also internal, right? From within, taking care of our own bodies to boost our immune system to help us fight off invading organisms like viruses. Also extremely important. In my case, my laboratory during the pandemic, so before the pandemic, we work typically on trying to develop novel antibiotics to treat bacterial infections, and we're incorporating concepts from artificial intelligence to allow us to do that. But when the pandemic hit, around March of 2020, we decided to try to detect, SARS-CoV-2. And previously, we were doing some work with the detection of bacteria, but so we repurposed some of that work to be able to diagnose COVID. And we identified 2 main areas where we thought we could have impact. The first one was we needed a technology that was sufficiently inexpensive, low cost, right? So that everybody would have access to it, not only people with economic means, but also individuals that live in low research settings or developing countries. And then the second thing that we identified as a gap in the market was a technology that was rapid, right? That allowed to do the detection relatively quickly. So instead of having to wait half an hour, 1 hour, or several hours, that we could do that in a matter of minutes. And so we've been working quite hard in the last almost 2 years now, and we've developed 3 different prototypes to detect COVID-19. And two of them, well, they use different technologies. Two of them use electrochemistry, which we can basically capture the binding of the virus to a receptor and transform that into an electrical signal that we can pick up and detect on our cell phones. And the second one is one that uses nanotechnology, where we've engineered cotton swabs that when they come into contact with the virus, they shift color. So it's sort of like a pregnancy test that we're all very familiar with, where we see a color shift when you're pregnant. And in this case, you see a color shift if you're infected with the virus. And so I'll just leave it at that. I think it's essential to be what I refer to as transdisciplinary, where the different disciplines, the boundaries blur, and instead of silos, we all come together, we converge to really try to tackle big problems. And so I think that's something that that has definitely changed in not only in the world of the industry, but also in academia in recent years, and that's an exciting thing. So I'll leave it at that and maybe open the floor for some discussion.
Hey, and Cesar, congratulations on your recent award from the American Society of Microbiologists for your pioneering work. Congratulations.
Thank you, Dean. Much appreciated.
So I think we didn't actually talk together before coming here, but I think you have here similar things from us. Especially the big challenge that COVID-19 put into science and how science has come up to the challenge by fundamentally is things that have to do with doing interdisciplinary work. Before we were talking a lot about interdisciplinary work, but it has been during COVID-19 where truly different teams came together, tried to come up with translational products, both vaccines, diagnostics, as well as treatments. And treatments, we are a little bit behind, but there are coming some new treatments. And you need this cooperation between the different scientists. We are working on same biology, and all biology is related. It's not that viruses work differently than hosts. No, all biology is related, and we need to put all the biology together through these interdisciplinary teams, working together with ties also to industry so that you can get quickly translation into industry, cooperation with industry, and with regulatory agencies and with the society in order what is needed at this moment, how we can bring something from science into something that goes into regulatory finally approval. And you need these teams, and these teams that have been created, it's clear that you can create these teams. COVID-19 told us that it's possible, and hopefully we continue to do that in the future. The talent is very important also, the new talent, people with new ideas. The technology is incredible right now, what can be done. It's a question of having the right ideas in order to apply to the right areas. You want to mention something else?
No, I was just going to say that I agree with what both of you are saying, that if anything good came out of the COVID-19 pandemic, it's the urge to get beyond the silos, everybody, there's an old saying, things get so vicious in academia because the stakes are so low. It's all about power and prestige and so on. And so the idea that the pandemic forced everyone to transcend those boundaries and to collaborate, that to me is where things get most creative and most interesting, is when you can bring people who can see things from their own different perspectives. Nobody has a monopoly on truth. And when you can bring people together from different disciplines, and it's like the blind man and the elephant, everyone has a piece of it, thinks they know what it is, but when you can bring so many different perspectives together, that's where things get the most creative. So if there's some time for some questions, I'm sure I would welcome them.
Yeah, we just want to add that, I think it's essential also to encourage the young generation, the kids, the kids that are growing up now, to really consider getting involved in science and technology. I think it's an amazing career, and instead of just thinking about being football players or actresses or something like that, I would encourage them to consider this as a career.
Yeah, there is a lot of challenges ahead, and a lot of, and we are going to need the young people to climate change is one of them. He said, perhaps I open to if there is any question from the audience. Yep.
Okay. your title, Accelerating Scientific Discovery, we've actually worked with Spain here with a research group from the University of Castilla-La Mancha, specifically with neurology, and we had a paper published in the American Journal of Neurology and Brain from University of Oxford Press. So when I'm thinking of accelerating scientific discovery, from my point of view as an institution, I'm thinking more how we can help those non-native researchers promote their insights, their research, to actually contribute to what happened now with COVID-19. So this is something I would like to speak more, if I can with you, how we can help researchers in countries like, for example, in Spain, Germany, who have the ideas, who have the knowledge, the capacity, but they don't know how to take it to the next level.
Yeah, it's also
so
very important.
When I think of accelerating scientific discovery, from my point of view, I think of that.
This education is also very important. And things that are extremely important are the barriers that are right now that don't allow talking from academia into industry, from industry. This needs to be taken out. It's not only funding. Funding is needed. But it's not only funding. It's the barriers that don't allow people to talk between each other. This one needs to go away, and it's going away in different countries, and hopefully in Spain they will also go away, because it's tough in academia to understand what is going on in industry. And this is very important that academicians know what is going on in industry, know some regulatory aspects, so they know what they're dealing with, and they know how to navigate these things in order that it's not only the discovery, it's also the translation of the discovery.
I mean, as an American, living here many years in Spain, working with these different groups, we successfully published a paper in those two respective journals in the US and UK. But if they didn't have our help, their ideas would never have been heard.
Yeah.
So I see this as a huge potential to actually work with Spanish researchers in a wide capacity to actually contribute to accelerate scientific discovery. And it's something that I would love to speak with you personally.
Yep, no, I agree.
After the fact.
I think we are running out of time. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. It's definitely a very interesting topic that we're not going to be able to, finish in the next couple of seconds. So I invite, to continue this conversation offline. I have been very much looking forward to this particular talk as a futurist. I have a personal interest in looking about the future of human, the future of death. So it is with a lot of pleasure that I get to introduce the moderator. He is a modern-day Renaissance man, I would say. He's an engineer, he is an economist, he is a transhumanist, he's a friend, and as you can see, he is the author of the book, The Death of Death. So with us today is Jose Luis Cordero, and he will be talking about asking this question, whether we are reaching the end of human death.
Well, thank you so much for all of you who are here, because you will learn the secrets about indefinite lifespans here with my dear co-author from the United Kingdom, David Wood. He also studied in Cambridge, UK. I studied in Cambridge, Massachusetts, at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And 4 years ago, we decided to write a book together. And you can see the original edition in Spanish, La Muerte de la Muerte, and it has been a major success, not just in Spain, where it was #1 best-selling book for a long time, but also it has come out in Portuguese, in French. I don't know if you can recognize these languages. And then it came out this week in Chinese. The government of China is publishing our book, so we are very excited. And it's coming in 5 more languages next year. It's an international bestseller talking about the death of death. And we have the prologue by the leader of this movement worldwide, who is Aubrey de Grey, that will be with us here online. And we talk about many experiences, including some cases like Liz Parrish, that we call patient zero in terms of the gene therapies, including telomerase, for example, and she will talk about that briefly. And with David and myself, we are taking this crusade throughout the planet, in the English-speaking world, in the Spanish-speaking world, and in other languages throughout the planet. So we are really excited, also because we are now in Madrid, and we are pushing for this idea in Madrid. This coming weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we have an incredible event. All of you are welcome to the Madrid College of Physicians, the most illustrious medical institution in Spain with 42,000 members, where we are going to sign a declaration about aging and rejuvenation technologies, because this is becoming a hot issue throughout the planet. As you probably know, Jeff Bezos has decided to invest billions and billions of dollars, and he has actually hijacked 2 Spanish scientists to join his team. And so we are really excited because Spain is a world-leading nation on longevity and rejuvenation technologies. So this is my introduction to welcome you to the future of longevity here in the South Summit, and over the weekend, a transmission at the College of Physicians of Spain. Now, I have a few questions for my colleagues. I have my dear great friend, Aubrey de Grey. I love you, Aubrey. And, oh, my dear, I love her more. Liz Parrish. So we have a fantastic team here. And I have a few questions that I just want to begin with. And let's go in the order. Aubrey, because he is the older in terms not of age, but experience. Then Liz Parrish, because she is the youngest, and you can see how young she looks, and she will tell us how she became even younger than she already is. And we will finish with my co-author. So first question, dear Aubrey, because you have been on this campaign for almost 3 decades. How do you see it has changed through time? How it was 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 10 years ago, today, and 10 years in the future, and 20 years in the future? Please.
Wow. Okay. So 30 years ago, we were in when the study of the biology of aging was really purely descriptive. That changed 28 years ago when Cynthia Kenyon published the discovery that one could double the lifespan of nematode worms by mutating just one gene. She was not actually the first person to do this, but she certainly got this to be something that the field would pay attention to. And it made an enormous difference. It brought a lot of really talented young scientists into the field. Then 20 years ago, or to be more precise, 21 years ago, the idea of rejuvenation came along. I was able to see how we might be able to get the repair of the damage of aging to happen more easily than the previous paradigm of trying to slow down the rate at which that damage is created. Then 10 years ago, we had reached the point where that paradigm, the rejuvenation paradigm, had been broadly accepted. And very shortly after that, 8 years ago, 5 very prominent European gerontologists, including 2 Spanish ones, wrote a very important paper that was extremely influential in ensuring that everybody understood that rejuvenation is the way to go. We are now in a position where some of the easier parts of rejuvenation are reaching the clinic in clinical trials. And that means that we are on the cusp of actually bringing this about. The more difficult components of the rejuvenation plan are still a few years away from that point, but only a few years. And progress is greatly accelerating thanks to, among others, as you mentioned, Jeff Bezos. 10 years from now, I think the world will be very, very different in the wider world, because there will be a widespread acceptance that rejuvenation, comprehensive rejuvenation, is on its way, even if it has not reached the general public quite yet. 20 years from now, I think we will probably have reached longevity escape velocity.
Beautiful. Aubrey, that is very inspiring. And so let's turn to Liz. Liz, tell us what you have been doing and what is your look throughout time?
Well, you know, my journey started in 2013 when my son was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, and I started looking for cures for kids, and I actually found Aubrey, which was very fortuitous for me. I learned about the aging research and the impact on both an aging population and on children. By moving this type of technology forward, it can actually benefit childhood disease. So in 2015, I started BioViva by taking gene therapies to combat biological aging and became the first person in the world to do that. That then catalyzed our company into working on these gene therapies. And now we are working fast towards combinatorial gene therapies with new delivery methods. We also are an advocate of patient data, and we'll be coming out with our first paper of what happens when you give regenerative gene therapies to dementia patients just in a matter of weeks.
And what does it mean that you are patient zero? Can you tell us a bit more about that? Everybody is excited about the risks that you are taking on your own life.
Sure. So patient zero means that I'm the very first patient to take regenerative gene therapies, especially in the telomerase reverse transcriptase space. So I took a gene therapy in which elongates the ends of the chromosomes called the telomeres that shorten as we age. And that shortening is associated with a myriad of aging-associated diseases and childhood diseases as well. This was a technology that had sat in research for quite a long time, and I felt that the most important step that I could make was to get it into the first human body. So it means that I was a first in use for a therapeutic in this case.
Fantastic. And David, tell us about longevity throughout the last 20 years and the next 20 years.
I think the biggest change is that people are going to switch from thinking of aging and death as something for philosophy, something for poetry, something for religion, something we have to get used to, something we have to tell each other, hey, aging isn't so bad really, to recognizing that aging is an engineering problem with an engineering solution. It's a radical idea. But more and more people can see some evidence that that really is the case. Aubrey has already mentioned the work of Cynthia Kenyon. At that stage, it was widely thought it would be impossible to make a few small changes and significantly extend the lifespan of any creatures. That was the prevailing dogma. People would say then, it's completely impossible to significantly extend lifespan. That dogma is all gone. Very few people hold to it anymore. There is so much evidence that parts of biology can be reprogrammed in various ways, removing the damage that has accumulated and becoming young again. After all, let's think about the miracle of childbirth. Quite an old body gives birth to a completely young, fresh body with completely reset telomeres. That's one thing nature can do. And there's many more examples of that. And more of it's coming under engineering knowledge. Not just in a few startups. Another big change is that some of the largest, most powerful, most capable companies in the world are now addressing this field. Not just by personal investment by the founders, but Alphabet, Google, put a huge amount of money into Calico. Microsoft has invested a lot in this. And Chinese tech companies too, let's not forget them. Companies like Tencent or Alibaba, their founding team have spoken about transforming aging as well. And it's taking a while, but I have to say from my own experience in technology, many of these big transformations do take a long time. There's a lot of disappointment before there's the breakthrough. I speak from personal experience. I worked for many years in what became the smartphone industry. I worked with small handheld personal computers for a long time, and we were so happy that 1 million of these devices were sold. And we began speculating, maybe in the future, a few more people may have something which we dared to call smartphones, or later, just one word, smartphones. And it took a long time, I have to tell you. Most of the original experiments failed. Most of the first products were not successful. But eventually, especially when some of the largest companies in the world, Apple and Google, became involved, so much changed. And it's going to be the same with the rejuvenation therapy. So I think by 2040, there's at least a 50% chance that enough of these powerful companies, coupled with enterprising startups like Liz Parrish's BioViva and like the ones funded by Aubrey de Grey-Sens, together they will have delivered enough. That will be a huge change in public attitude. No longer will we say, hey, cheer up, you're growing old, but that's nice. We'll all say, come on, let's get young again. Let's have real life. Let's conquer death. It's within our grasp, and more people are going to wake up and say, let's do it.
Well, that's a beautiful way to see the future. And let's talk about another thing that there is a lot of discussion and controversy about, which is the definition of aging itself. I am in the field that aging should be considered as a disease. Many scientists are actually in favor of that. Like my colleague also from MIT, who is now at Harvard, David Sinclair. He's a biologist who got his degrees at MIT and now he's at Harvard. He thinks we should declare aging as a disease. I am in this campaign to declare Madrid or another city in Spain as the first city in the world where aging is considered a disease. But there are different points of view, and the first one is by my admired mentor, Aubrey de Grey. So Aubrey, I know we don't agree on this one, but tell us your view about aging as a disease.
Yeah, I wouldn't exactly say that we disagree. The difficulty that we have to face when we try to describe anything is the baggage that is around it, the preconceptions that are associated with particular terminology. So we have seen this in the academic field of the study of aging, where not long ago, somebody just invented a whole new word, geroscience, which has become extremely popular among academics in this field simply because it's a new word. It has no baggage. And people can make it mean what they want it to mean rather than having people assume what it means, the way we say when we talk about aging or gerontology and so on. So for me, of course, aging is a medical problem. It is something that I believe we can alleviate with medicine. And that is how I like to describe it. Calling it a disease gives the mistaken impression that we can cure it in the same way that we can cure an infection. Calling it not a disease gives the impression, the mistaken impression, that we can't do anything about it with medicine. I think it's quite important to try to avoid getting in those traps. But of course, aging is a medical problem.
Okay, Liz, what is your take on aging as a disease?
I believe that aging is a disease. It's a distinct pathology as defined by pathologies. It's a progress that happens in all people at different rates. Luckily, some people age more slowly than others. I do believe that it's curable at its core by treating the hallmarks of aging, the 9 to 10 different cellular aspects that are happening at the cellular level. And I've been a proponent of that since 2013, which caused some issues back then to speak that way. But if we treat it as a disease, as it is, then it can get the proper funding and the proper educational programs behind it.
Beautiful, thank you. And my British co-author, what is your take on it?
Let me give a brief comparison. From 1900 to today, what was it that killed most people in 1900 in the so-called developed world? It was influenza and pneumonia and tuberculosis and gastroenteritis, diseases of the digestion system that caused diarrhea. And people thought there's nothing you could do about these diseases. And they're all different and they're all strange, and maybe you could pray and maybe you could try to live well so that the gods would be favorable towards you. But then people realized all of these infectious diseases have a common cause, germs. And there's different kinds of germs. There's viruses and bacteria. But because of progress with science, progress with microscopes, progress with manipulating chemicals, there was one big idea, which was that by tackling germs, by being hygienic and introducing things like antibiotics and vaccinations, we could, at one stroke, have a method to solve all these infectious diseases. And these diseases I mentioned still do kill too many people, especially in some parts of the world, but they're nothing like the curse they were in the past. It's the same today with the diseases that most people die of today: heart failure, cancer, dementia, stroke, diabetes, and immunosenescence, the failures of the immune system. All of these have a common cause. It's aging at the biological level. And with new tools, we can tackle it as never before. So rather than saying aging is a disease, I would say aging is the new prism, the new way of looking at things that suddenly makes sense of disease and suddenly opens up way for us to comprehensively cure cancers and these other diseases. After all, we sometimes say to people, you'd better stop smoking because smoking significantly increases the risk of you getting lung cancer. I'll tell you something that causes a much bigger growth in the possibility of lung cancer. It is the aging that happens in our bodies as we change from 40 to 80. Can we address that? That is the vision that the people on this panel collectively share, that we can address that damage. And if we do so, we will, at a single step, transform the dangers that all these chronic diseases cause. And that's where I would put my emphasis.
Beautiful, David. And I have one final question, which is why, regardless of what we think about aging as a medical condition, disease, or whatever, why do you want to stop it? Aubrey, why do you want to reverse aging? Why are you behind this beautiful goal, which I personally believe is the most noble thing anyone can do? Because 90% of the Spanish people die of age-related diseases. And in all the developed world, you add malaria, terrorism, religion fights, accidents, AIDS, anything, it's only 10% of the deaths. 90% are related to aging. So, Aubrey, to you first, why do you want to stop and reverse aging?
Honestly, the real answer is I don't know. I don't know why I want that. It's just that I do. When I was 9 years old, I had a big fight with my mother, who was trying to get me to spend a lot of time practicing the piano. And I didn't want to do that. And I realized that the reason I didn't want to do it was because the best thing that could possibly happen as a result of doing it would be that I would become a good pianist. And I just wasn't satisfied with that because there are already lots of good pianists. So I wouldn't be making much of a difference to the world. That was where I began to realize that what I wanted to do with my life was to improve the quality of people's lives. And I ended up in this field where I am trying to improve them as a side effect, the quantity of people's lives. It's just that for whatever reason, I am the kind of person who wants to make a difference to the world, as big a difference as possible.
Beautiful. Thank you, Aubrey. How about you, Liz?
I'm happy to hear that from Aubrey. Well, aging-related non-communicable diseases are now the biggest killer on the planet, as David Wood mentioned. And this is my passion to make a better world. So, this is the choice that I have made. And by doing this, by creating curative therapies for aging-related disease, we can actually get a lot of children healthy so that they can also see all of the similar lifespan that you have seen and then more. And so I'm just very committed to ultimate health for the world and a better world for the future.
Beautiful, Liz. And we know you are fighting hard, just like Aubrey and my dear co-author, David.
I'm a believer in human potential. I want humans everywhere to be able to live more fully, to have deeper and more profound experiences. And I want to get rid of all the limitations that are preventing us from living that potential. And there's all kinds of things that are holding us back, like ignorance and confusion and problems in our social structures and lots of other things too. But something that undoubtedly does restrict potential is the fact that our bodies grow weak and feeble. And things that we once were able to do, we can no longer do. And we forget things. It's extremely sad when we see friends and relatives who can't remember things because of dementia in their brain. It's a great restriction on human freedoms when people can no longer get up and move around, when their hands are frail, when they can't play their favorite games anymore because their bodies are riddled by these diseases of aging. So because I'm such a fan of the great human potential, I want to get rid of aging as that drawback, as one of the limitations which prevent us from being humanity plus. So let's say it, humanity 2.0, a vision that is within our grasp.
Well, I'm so excited about the future because I like to say we are between the last mortal human generation and the first immortal human generation. And my question is, where do you want to be? And this is free. This is democratic. If some people want to die, please go ahead. But I think most people will be intelligent enough to know that it is beautiful to be young, to be healthy, to be smarter, and to travel even to outer space. My dream is to go to other planets and see and learn other things. So if you want to learn more about this, I invite you for 3 days at the College of Physicians of Madrid, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, October 8, 9, and 10, when you will be able to listen 4 hours to David, to Aubrey, and to Liz Parrish talking about longevity, radical life extension, and the fantastic future ahead. I want to finish with this positive message that the future is going to be more beautiful and better than it is today. So let me welcome you all to the age of immortality. Or if you don't like immortality, immortality, or radical life extension. Our objective is to live indefinitely young, not indefinitely old. No one wants that, indefinitely young. So thank you so much. A pleasure for Liz and Aubrey, our mentors, and my co-author, David.
Thank you so much, speakers. Thank you so much. The thought of aging as a choice is definitely very insightful and is definitely giving me some food for thoughts. And tonight I'm going to ponder a little bit about, whether I myself would like to have that choice. Thank you so much, speakers. So we're going to pivot just ever so slightly in a very much related topic on the future of food. Now, as we're getting more and more data from our health data to shopping data to productivity data, all of these data also allow us for an ability to hyper-personalize and customize our experiences. Now, food and gastronomy, they're definitely becoming the next Netflix and even Spotify. So joining us today, leading this conversation on precision and personalized nutrition is Jose Pelaez, Product and Service Development Lead at Lab E, which is a digital gastronomy lab. Please.
Oh, thank you very much, Cecilia. And thank you for being here, you all. I think that before reaching the end of human death, we'll take care right now of preserving life, right? And I think that a means to achieve that goal is food, eating, and all the relationship that we have with the foods that we eat every day. I'm delighted to be here sharing this panel with such great professionals intersecting multidisciplinary views and work on a definitely challenging and developing sector, which is personalization of food, cooking, and eating experiences. And we always say that at BCC, I'm from Labi. Labi is a laboratory, living lab created by BCC in San Sebastian. We like to challenge the traditional understanding of what is usually called precision nutrition. And we propose a concept that considers other elements, such as preferences, sensory perception, taste, or even mood, right? Actually, in the panel before in two panels before this one, they were tapping into this matter, And that's what we're gonna discuss today with these three multidisciplinary experts. So nutrition scientist, futurist chef, and a developer, engineer from the tech standpoint. So thank you for being here. Estefania Simon-Sasik from Basque Culinary Center. Silvia Berciano, Research Director from the Food and Nutrition Innovation Institute in Tufts University. And Michael Spranger, COO at Sony AI, this new branch or line from Sony exploring the application of artificial intelligence in different fields, and one of them is food and gastronomy. So I would like to start with you, Stefania. What's personalized gastronomy? How did we come up with this concept, right? Like personalized gastronomy versus precision nutrition or personalized nutrition, and why is it relevant nowadays?
Right. So about 3 years ago, we had a conference called Personalized Gastronomy where we coined this term, because at Basque Culinary Center, at the right at the heart of our institution, there are chefs. And we thought that precision nutrition was actually like missing a little point on like how do we integrate what's good for you with what you like, and you know, like the cultural aspects of it, the intangibles, the mood, the emotions of eating, right? Because it could be a little challenging to think that food is only functional, right? So we created a report that you can download at projectgastronomia.org, which is our foresight initiative, where we try to describe what personalized gastronomy is. So basically, it is the coming together of top-notch professionals from the culinary arts and chefs with top-notch professionals from nutrition, omic sciences, and genetics. So the idea is that we come together from the inception of the idea, because there is a lot of collaboration going on, but usually it is after an experiment, you say, okay, chefs, do this, right? Or chef said, I made this recipe, could you check out how it goes in the nutritional facts, right? And that is a very surface level collaboration. So what we're proposing is that from the inception, chefs and nutritionists and scientists talk to generate personalized gastronomy for people based on their preferences. But you know, the thing is that what's behind this is a lot of data. We see people more and more, I'm betting everyone in this audience or most of them have a phone which is accounting for the steps, or maybe like a bracelet that is looking for what's their heart rate, and all this data is being collected. And generating insights of what's good for you, what you need personally, right? So the idea is that once tech can be incorporated, we can really start tapping into food that is delicious, because chefs are creating it for you, food that is really good for you, because it's based on your data, and a big tech platform that can actually process this data and create recommendations. So as you see it, the idea is that we achieve precision nutrition, personalized food and sensory design, and also like new experiences. So what? We're really early stage in this stuff, and maybe Silvia will tell you about it. But we're already developing projects at Basque Culinary Center that are tapping into this concept. So what we did was measure biometrics, genetics, and microbiota of a soccer team of first division in Spain, and correlate that with the history of injuries that they've had. So the idea is that we can understand which clusters of groups that have certain patterns in eating have certain tendencies to get injured along the season. As you know, soccer players get paid a lot of money, and it's really costly when they get injured. So what we decided is that we intersected what food should we recommend to avoid injuries. So we came up with an algorithm that actually, it's not me as a chef that came out with it, it's the collaborators, with an algorithm that predicted with 85% chance, 85% accuracy, what's good for these people and how can we avoid these injuries. The secret sauce was that normally these people already have a way of eating, and it's really hard for them to diverge from this because there are habits that are very hardwired in everyone's patterns of eating. But with chefs behind this, we could really create recipes that could cater to the things that they like, the things that remind them from home, the things that are exciting to them in ways that they could adhere to the diet the whole season, and they avoided injuries. We also do this with other groups, less personalized, less biometric, less genetic focus. Say there are people that have IBS or diabetes or obesity, and they really need to stick to a diet to get a better lifestyle. But it's really hard for them, again, because habits are hardwired. But we have created recipes that are fun, that are easy, that empower people to cook delicious things in collaboration with nutritionists, and we have achieved like fantastic results, like 2 centimeters less of waist circumference. I mean, these are terms that I'm not so familiar with, but like the scientist said, it's fantastic, and we are really proud because this is what chefs can do. We can really create things that are delicious, that create an experience and make it easy to be healthy, right?
Awesome.
Yeah.
So wrapping up, let's say that we are putting new variables into the equation.
Right.
So precision nutrition plus improving through, let's say, diet adherence that's based on gastronomy, a gastronomic approach equals well-being improvement somehow?
I think definitely, but I think we also have to factor in things like stress. I mean, like, it is well-being to eat well, but there's a lot of other things. And I think this is what omics is actually tapping on, which is getting to a molecular level to understand what is really happening and the interactions and complex interactions that happen within us. So it's just understanding more of what we are, what our food is.
Sure. And you're starting to touch a point that I'm gonna ask, or that maybe Sylvia will be able to talk more about. And it was really interesting to me in a panel before that Dean Ornish commented, there's an urge to go beyond the silos, right? To encourage that interdisciplinary collaboration. And he also mentioned like a mantra, let's say, eat less, move more, stress less, love more. I would change that eat less for eat better and more delicious.
Yes.
Let's say to adapt to this equation. And Sylvia, welcome to the panel, and tell us a bit like what's your take on this new concept of personalized gastronomy? How does it differ from precision nutrition, and why do you think is it relevant, if you think that it is relevant?
Thank you, Jose, Stefania, Michael. So honored to be here today with all of you. So yeah, of course, I think it's relevant. I think that one of the biggest challenges that we're facing today in precision nutrition is actually to ensure that those precise recommendations that we can develop based on all of these different omics, genomics, the microbiome, the metabolic profiles, responses to food, is actually to ensure that they are still relevant to the individual and that they fit within their lifestyles, within their preferences, within their culture. Because as you said before, food is medicine, yes, food is health, but it's also a lot more than that. It's also culture, it's also enjoyment. So success will only be possible when we actually incorporate all of these different aspects of food and put them into the equation. So I think that we are having a very interesting and relevant conversation here, because it's not something that we often get to do when looking at being so focused on the health effects, to also consider these sensory characteristics that are so important for the eating experience and for creating and maintaining those eating habits. So I think that it's really obvious nowadays that one size does not fit all. We have different disease risks, different predispositions, different preferences, different lifestyles. And before we used to think more in terms of averages. And if you look at the literature, the scientific literature in nutrition science, all of our understanding of nutrition is based on what's best for most, or what is the overall effect of a low-fat diet or a low-carb diet, or different bioactive compounds and functional foods. But that is really challenging to generalize when you look at the individual, because we're seeing effects that go in opposite directions. Some people are responders in a positive way, others have no response at all, and others actually exhibit negative responses even to foods that we consider healthy. And we can always think about the landmark paper by CV et al. In the microbiome, looking at how people responded differently to different foods depending on their gut microbiota. We always thought about glycemic responses in the terms of glycemic index and glycemic loads, generalizing how much or how little different foods would spike the sugar in the glucose in our blood. But nowadays we see that some people may actually have a higher glucose spike after eating a banana than eating a cookie, while for other people it's the exact opposite. So it's really interesting and fascinating to see the depth of all of those inter-individual differences and starting to understand what are the drivers of those differences between different people, you and I. So I think that we really have to look deeper into the sensory aspects as well. Of course, like I think that right now we're just looking at postprandial responses because it's easy, it's very measurable, it's very quantifiable. For some of those other aspects, we still rely on questionnaires and self-reported responses. So it's kind of harder to study in a less subjective manner. Sorry, but I think it's really where we're heading, and the fact that we're also connected and rely on different wearables and sensors that are going to continue to be more present in our lives is really going to make it easier for us to collect the density of data and all of these different variables for us to really understand our food behavior better, our decisions when it comes to the different lifestyle factors that affect our health and how they all interact. You've mentioned diet, but you've also mentioned stress, Stefania, and you've mentioned as well physical activity, sleep, etc. It's also connected. That at the end of the day, it's a very complex equation, as everything that it has to do with behavior. But being complex doesn't mean that it's not predictable. We are very predictable in the way we conduct ourselves and make decisions. So just looking at the right inputs, we can develop the right strategies that work for the individual. So I think that it's very exciting, the place where we are today and how much we are starting to look beyond those averages and really focus on what works for a person specifically and being able to give those solutions. And I think that Michael will continue to add more detail on the different layers and the role that technology is playing in it. But I'm very excited about the Internet of Things and how artificial intelligence and these ultra-connected devices that make our lives easier, but also can mean intrusion in our privacy. And if we are not cautious about how we use them, it may also mean that in the end, that behavior change may come from more restrictive approaches, like loss aversion. If we have to, right now we're seeing that there are foods that in different parts of the world are taxed based on negative health effects that are the result of excessive consumption of those foods. And I think that if we're not very careful with the way that we conduct our approaches for precision nutrition, we may end up being able to see this food is not good for this person. So what happens if you choose to eat it? Will the freedom be restricted? Will you have to pay a higher premium for your insurance? Because with a high degree of accuracy, we can predict that that's going to have a negative impact in your health and someone's going to have to pay for it. I think there is a lot of different connotations for ethics and for regulation that right now, because the field is so young, we're just starting to look at. But again, it's very exciting to bring different disciplines together on the same stage. And I feel very optimistic about where the future is going to take us. I think it's just fascinating how complex we are and how much understanding all of the different factors, biology and non-biology, can improve our health and our health span to help us live longer and, more importantly, better.
Yes, absolutely. And as you've mentioned, it is indeed a very complex, let's say, structure and a very complex equation because it brings a lot of new variables to it. And as you mentioned, studying all this in a more objective way requires data. And to get data, you need technology to gather that data. And that brings me to you, Michael. Thank you thank you for being for connecting from Japan at this time in the midnight over there. And it would be, I think we all are very interested to know, like, how come is Sony opening this AI branch? How come gastronomy is one of the flagship projects? And what's the role of technology and data in all of this personalized gastronomy scenario? What's your take on that?
Perfect. Thanks. Thanks so much for inviting me to the panel. It's really exciting to be here and be able to talk about food. So the answer why Sony is in this is actually quite simple. So Sony is a creative entertainment company, and we are active in many areas that are around entertainment and working with artists actually to combine technology and really unleash human imagination and creativity. And so Sony, as you may know, is active in movie business, but also in music. And if you think about what you did last week and what sort of experiences stuck with you over the week, you may say that, oh, I watched a specific concert, hopefully increasingly live again, or I watched a movie, or I had this amazing meal at this in this restaurant. And this is really where the things connect very clearly for us. Another dimension of this is that food is one of the earliest technologies. I think arguably fire and the processing of food is sort of the beginning of humankind. And so kind of combining this and building new technology that enables artists to really excel at this, I think is an amazing opportunity for Sony, but also more globally for the industry, I think. And I do think that we can add a specific voice to the conversation, right? So you have food companies that are very often driven by efficiency or bringing products to market. But I think that it's very, very important to, and all the chefs know that, the most important thing about food is that it's very tasty. And I think that's where we come in, and we want to explore essentially the use of AI in the gastronomy space. And more precisely then, why we think AI can help here? Well, I mean, I think it's already in sort of the term, essentially, personalization. Personalization is an AI technology. Really, personalization takes off when you start having AI models. And of course, you might think about things like Facebook and Netflix and so on. And maybe these days, this kind of personalized AI is very often misused to serve you advertisements. But don't be fooled by this. Personalization is a very, very powerful technology. And food is very personal to us, right? So if you think about your daily habits, your moods over the day, the things that shape your experience of food, what food we like actually depends on kind of complex relationships, your relationship with your mother, but also what you just ate, 10 minutes ago. And so there's this kind of really complex interaction between who you are as a person, what's your development, but also what's your biology, like, what's your genetic background, what are the risk factors you have in terms of health, and so on. And this is where I think also the gains of technology like AI are really tremendous. So if you think about, for instance, that maybe 20% of all cancers in the United States are linked to unhealthy diet or excessive consumption of specific foods and drinks, we can really have a large impact here. But as already mentioned, we can only have that impact if the food is tasty. It doesn't help to kind of have food that is just, just healthy. It needs to be very, very tasty. And this is where I think AI comes in, because it can help combine the personal data, the data about your day, the data about your history, the data about your preferences, with the knowledge we have in biology and medicine, the interactions of food and food ingredients with your body. And this is where AI really kind of hopefully can shine, because it can help sift through all this data, find patterns that may be good for individuals, by looking at people more broadly speaking, and then kind of shaping also through intervention your daily life and making it happen that you can have both an amazing experience but also stay healthy. And another aspect I want to mention here is also sustainability. So it's very important, right? So, food has a really important impact on climate change. And so addressing all these issues requires understanding large amounts of data, and this is really where AI as a technology comes in.
I'm curious to know what kind of challenges are you facing in this task of gathering different data points and also new data points that are not being gathered and processed right now. I guess in that mission of yours of creating new tools, like innovative tools, you are also thinking of, okay, what new types of data can we take and how? So what kind of challenges are you facing in that matter, and what are you doing?
So they're really, so there's a, I think the digitization of the food industry, or generally speaking of food production, right? So both going from sort of the artisanal world all the way to the large corporations, I think it's really just at the beginning, and we do not have enough data in order to make really good models and predictions. But I think this is going to come, and it's going to come with some of the things that have already been mentioned. So, you know, like large data sets from biology and medicine combined with personal data, for instance, from your mobile phones and other kinds of sensors that may be increasingly deployed in your homes and then also in the devices that we're using, right? The fridges, the cooking appliances, and so on. And I think that's really just at the beginning. And I think there's, like more broadly speaking, challenges around societal acceptance of this. How do we deal with this technology? Because I do think there's ethical risks that we probably can address also in this panel going forward. But more precisely, what we are very much laser focused on right now is really understanding the creativity of chefs. So we look at one of the problems that we're looking at is menu creation and food creation, more broadly speaking. And what we're really interested there is capturing creativity. So I think it's already been mentioned, you know, there's maybe this understanding that AI can do a lot of like sort of inference to the mean or inference to the average. And you can see that maybe in your YouTube stream, which may or may not be working well for you. And so there are technical challenges around this, there are data challenges around this, and we are addressing this by really combining data sets from different perspectives. So we are looking at sort of the compositions of food. We look at large data sets that come from the biomedical literature about how food, drugs, and diseases interact. So basically the kind of scientific knowledge that we might have. And a lot of this, of course, is in the minds of scientists and in the papers that scientists write. And we need to kind of get that out in order to make it available to build models that can actually be helpful to individuals, right? So that's our main aim, is really to be helpful to individuals, both on the creative side, the chefs, but also, of course, consumers.
You've just touched up a point that I wanted to put on the table later, but before, and this is actually a little bit related. It has to do with with data handling. There's a popular belief that algorithms are designed to reinforce existing behaviors. So how can AI strike a balance between what we already like or need and absolutely new things that we would like to discover, right? Like to get us out of a bubble that seems to be each time more difficult to pop.
Yeah, so I mean, maybe a good example of this is some of the systems we are building, which is around menu creation. And of course, we use recipe data for this. And then if you, for instance, have a set of ingredients and you ask, like, what is a good ingredient that you want to add to that set of ingredients in order to make a new dish? Of course, one of the easiest answers might be salt or sugar or something like that, but it's also one of the most boring answers that you can possibly give, right? Because that's basically sort of expected. And so we can build mathematical models of novelty. We actually have really good understanding of what novelty is within a certain context of data. And we can use that then to tailor responses of the system that are not obvious. And so there are examples of this that we are also working on, where it's actually easy to sort of kind of grasp, build mathematical models of novelty and then use those in order to create new things. And then also, just more broadly speaking, there's a large part of AI that is also focusing on exploration. Like, what is a good next step to try that hasn't been tried before, but that has some chance of success. And a lot of this comes then from background data. So, maybe you have some knowledge about the food composition and you find sort of underlying structures of things that might go well together, and you use that in order to create new food. So just a very simple example here. One of the classic also strategies that's known in creating new foods is to create, to combine ingredients that share specific molecules. And so that in itself can create novel combinations that are that you might not have thought of before. And there are many strategies like that that can help create new recipes. I just saw that I kind of disappeared. I hope you can still see me.
We can see you now. So that's definitely a very interesting path that we're opening up. And now, just to close and wrap up very quickly, I would like to have a line from each of you regarding something that might be controversial. What if better health or better well-being requires sacrificing privacy, right? So this brings to the table topics like data governance, transparency, transference, and ownership, right? There are different approaches in Europe than Asia and the United States, for instance. So what future do you foresee in this data management topic? Who will own the data?
I'm not a data person, but what I've thought a lot is that chefs, we are very curious about other cultures. And they touched upon this when they were saying how to accelerate discoveries, right, or scientific discoveries. And I think it's really important that this data is collected from everywhere in the world, from all sorts of ingredients, from all sorts of cultures and people, and the most people can be included in generating this data that these systems can actually recommend on. Because it is a privileged concept right now, and the more access, for me, it's just better. So I don't know who owns it, but who generates it, it's also very important.
Thank you, Stefania. What's your take? Oh, I'm
so sorry.
Sorry, that was very sharp, like
yes.
4 seconds later. So I'm really, it's a shame that we couldn't hear your point on that last question, Michael and Silvia, but you definitely shared with the audience a very interesting topics and
we're very
fields
sorry.
of study that we are developing on, and thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for our guests. And
thank you.
We finished the...
I do encourage everyone to connect with the speakers if you have any further questions and you wanted to continue the conversation. So as we have learned from the last panel discussions, our food system is fairly complex. And we can't really talk about food without talking about where our food is grown. Now, there's an absolute urgency in our global conversations about how to address our growing populations and how might we feed the next billion without over-consuming our resources. Our next keynote, Jonas Sebastian Fall, the Director of Operations at PER Project. They work with companies to regenerate the ecosystem that they source the materials with. So please share with us your thought, Mr. Jonas, on how we might regenerate agriculture and how might we feed the next billion in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's nice to be here in person. And today I want to talk about an incredible innovation to feed the planet in the future. And that innovation is something that's actually existed for thousands of years, and it's the soils. It's the millions of microorganisms that live in our soils, that feed them, that recycle them, that regenerate them. And we are only now realizing, as we, farmers, corporates, companies, communities, realizing that these soils are actually an incredible potential to feed the planet. At the moment when we consider that about 29% of the soils around the world are degraded because of the way we are currently producing our food. So what we need to do is to set up a new way of exploiting those soils. We need a new partnership with the soils, with nature, in order to grow our food. And this can be touted as a sort of revolution for the way we are going to produce food in the future. And that's what is called regenerative agriculture, and that's what we work on at Pure Projet. So regenerative agriculture is a way of regenerating nature instead of exploiting it It's about changing the way we see it as somewhere where we extract resources, rather seeing it as a place where we put resources that we use as a resource. It has several benefits. The first one, of course, is to improve the health of our soils, and I'm going to dig into why this is so important at the moment when we have a global population, a growing population to feed in the world, as well as the challenge of climate change. It allows us to tackle this issue of climate change by sequestering carbon, meaning it's taking carbon from the atmosphere, where it's a problem, and putting it below ground, putting it where it's actually a benefit. So it's about changing the balance. It's about increasing biodiversity. It's about increasing the number of animals, the variety of species that we find at the farm level. It's about reinforcing that biodiversity where we know that it creates resilience. At the farm level, it creates resilience for nature, it creates resilience for communities. And it is about protecting our waterways. It is about protecting our water resources. About keeping the nutrients in the soil, so in a similar fashion to what it does with carbon, rather than washing them away into rivers where they become a problem. So that's what we need to do with regenerative agriculture. And before we go into what it actually is in terms of practices, I want to take a bit of time to reflect about how we got to this level. Why are we at this, at this observation that 29% of the soils around the world are considered degraded, and what does that tell us? Especially knowing that it's better for the planet and it's better for humans. So how did we end up here? The reality is that we've always looked at soils and the ecosystems that depend on these soils as a medium to grow crops. We've never thought about them as a resource. So they're basically a medium to which nutrients attach. So we put fertilizer, we put anything we need in them. And then the roots of the crops that we need to grow in order to feed ourselves attach to those nutrients and grow. The consequence of this thought, which started since the 40s, let's say, with intensive agriculture to feed a growing population, and that's actually created incredible yields in terms of food production, is that we have been taught to compete with the soils rather than partnering with them. So what do? We have a problem, we have a pest, let's put pesticides. We have a weed that we don't know how to manage, let's put a herbicide. The soil is not fertile enough, there's not enough nitrogen in the soil, let's dump nitrogen in the soil. We've always seen it as a sort of a receiving end, and that's led us to a place where it's not sustainable anymore. Currently, our food system occupies about 50% of habitable land across the world. It consumes about 70% of our water resources. It's responsible for about 70% of biodiversity loss. It's absolutely huge. It accounts, according to calculations, to between 20 and 40% of global greenhouse gas emissions. And in short, it's an unsustainable system that's not going to allow us to be fed and to feed a growing population in the future. So we need to move away from that with regenerative agriculture. And the good thing, at Pure Projet, we work with communities, we work with farmers that have already started implementing those practices. And Hope was actually there even before Pure Projet existed. There's, for instance, in Canada, in the Canadian prairies, farmers started implementing a key regenerative agriculture practice, which is not tilling the soil, for instance, as early as in the 90s. Or in the US and Canada, some states are starting to pay farmers for implementing those practices. So the balance is changing. There's a different discourse, a different speech that is happening. In a way, this revolution has already started. We work at Pure Projet with more than 50,000 farmers around the world, working with them to implement those practices, to make them relevant to their context, especially working on agroforestry, which is that way of planting trees at the farm level in order to leverage the benefits of the trees. And what is really key here is that farmers are at the heart of these solutions. Those practices cannot happen without the farmers, and they are really the force that can drive the evolution of our food system towards a more sustainable future. The other element, we work with brands, we work with corporates that need to engage with those farmers in their supply chains. So brands are taking commitments to regenerate the ecosystem that they depend upon. And that's a key element of our approach, where we work with corporates working in their supply chains rather than outside, which is an approach called insetting as opposed to offsetting, where you will mitigate your negative impact on the environment within your activities, along your supply chain, and especially on your food supply chain, working a lot in the food and beverage sector, rather than outside. This is a key element, and it's a key force, we believe, behind this regenerative revolution. Now, let's go back a little bit to understand what regenerative agriculture is. When we're talking about these practices, what exactly do we mean? There's a variety of practices. If you take a farm, a traditional farm, bare with laid bare, or with rows of wheat or corn neatly arranged one after the other, regenerative agriculture introduces more mess. It introduces more complexity, more diversity. With rotational crops, so diverse crop rotation, that allows for a more balanced nutrient uptake at the level of the farm, and it allows for below-ground biodiversity to increase as well. Another element is integrating animals into farming. A key practice called silvopastoralism, for instance, marries, let's say, pastoralism with forestry, and it allows to manage weeds in alleyways, for instance. It allows to recycle nutrients, but it also adds manure, so it adds fertilizer to the soil. Another key element is cover crops instead of leaving the earth bare for fallow. Introducing multi-species cover crops add nitrogen to the soil. It allows to protect the soil from erosion, and it provides habitat for insects, for pollinators. It brings back that biodiversity that we've lost. Introducing windbreaks, and a key element in those windbreaks is planting trees, agroforestry, that reduce erosion, trap the snow in colder climates, improves water retention, and supports on-farm biodiversity in general. And finally, a key element, of course, is introducing manure and compost to reduce the use of synthetic fertilizers, possibly to replace them when it's possible. And it adds incredible amounts of organic matter to the soil. So that's really about regenerating the soil, that key element. No-tilling is also like one of the most important practices, is not tilling, so leaving the soil undisturbed before planting weeds, before planting crops. That allows the soil to rebuild its structure, its nutrients, and tillage can also be replaced by animals in some aspects. So if you look at this, this is actually a much more complex, a much more diverse way of looking at how a farm works. And it can look like a daunting task, but what we do as Pure Projet is to take it by steps. So step by step, we analyze what farmers need and integrate those practices, plan them on the long term. That, of course, doesn't come without challenges. So there are incredible challenges to the transition on this. So the first one is having to change the equipment. So from a very mechanized industry to no-tilling, for instance, that can require buying adapted equipment that can cost up to $20,000. There's a key element, which is technical training, which is sometimes hard to come by, depending on the countries, and knowing which practices are adapted to the farm and how to integrate them without losing too much for the farmer is a key element that is currently missing. That includes higher risks for the farmer. One key thing is that farmers that engage in those practices are taking risks on behalf of the planet, because they're taking the risk of introducing new weeds, new pests that they don't know how to manage, and those risks are not rewarded at the moment. And one thing that is absolutely key is the social acceptance of these practices as well. And it just highlights how rooted in our psyche, in our cultures, agriculture is. There's one example of a farmer in Canada that we support, for instance, that after starting to implement those practices, didn't want to go to church anymore because everyone would tell him, his neighbors would tell him, look, your fields are dirty, they're disorganized, there's weeds everywhere, what are you doing? So he just stopped going to church altogether so as to not to be laughed at. Those farmers are taking really very tremendous risks that can affect their livelihoods, and their work is not rewarded enough by the market at the moment. So that's where we believe we have somewhere where we can bridge the gap at Pure Projet. We want to bring corporates, companies, innovators close to these regenerative agriculture practices. One example, for instance, we manage a regenerative fund for a large American brand that focuses on implementing those practices with farmers within its supply chain. in Italy, in Chile, in North America. So we work with them, we select applicants with whom we're going to implement those projects, we foster experience sharing with them, we conduct baseline data in order to design a proper project. Each farmer will have different needs, and not all regenerative practices apply to all farmers and all contexts. So we collect that baseline data, and we define KPIs to measure the impact of our mission, of our initiative. We support the farmers with a roadmap to a certified standard, the regenerative organic certified standard. And finally, in general, we support those farmers, those communities with technical implementation all along the course of the project, tracking KPIs, etc. There are roadblocks altogether still. We need to be better at outcome measurement. We need to be better at really measuring the impact of no-tilling, of cover crops, etc. We need better science on the economics of regenerative agriculture. Some key metrics are still missing. How much fertilizers do you save? How much do you save on fertilizers if you implement cover crops? Exactly how does it benefit the farmer economically, as this is a key risk that he's taking, and how does it benefit the company within its supply chain? And we also need to be better at treating underlying causes. So not focusing on the symptoms, which could be, not this pest or this weed that happens on the farm, but better understanding why those symptoms appear. Is it because there's no more predatory insects? Are we missing pollinators? All this requires more companies, more corporates, more investors to fill the gap. And if we achieve this, if we're able to increase our capacity to have and prove impact, then in the future, when you drive along a farm, you won't see anymore either bare land or neatly arranged rows of wheat, of corn. What you will see is forests, is food coming from forests with a diversity of animals, with life, with trees. That's really what we believe is a dream for the future of food production that can feed billions of people in the future. And as a conclusion, as individuals, we need to be better at connecting with nature. We need to be better at understanding, how to cooperate with nature for our purposes, rather than competing with it, rather than combating it. And I would say, as corporates, as investors, as companies, we really need to engage in that revolution that's coming in the world of food production. In short, we basically need to bring nature back into agriculture for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jonas, Sebastian, for such an in-depth insights on how we can, all look into this revolution of the regenerative agriculture in the coming years. So now we're going to jump into finding out what are some of the startups, who are some of the startups that are working here, right here in Spain. And in order to lead that conversation, I'm going to bring Beatriz Acosta, who is a leading expert in food system transformation. She's currently the director of KM0 Food Innovation Hub, leading this particular panel. Welcome, Beatriz.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you to talk about what we love most, which is food and food innovation. For this purpose, I'm going to welcome my panelists. Please let me welcome Íñigo Charola and Pablo Rodrigo. And Giuseppe, who is a bit far from us, but we will have a very interesting conversation with you as well. So please take a seat. Okay, so continuing with food as last presentation, we have seen that we urgently need to transform the food system. And today, I'm really honored to be with these founders and CEOs of startups that are really revolutionizing the way we produce food. So let me quickly introduce you to them, because I'm really involved with their activities, but some of you might not know about them. So Íñigo Charola, he's the co-founder and CEO of Biotech Foods. They're doing an incredible job in terms of thinking about how to create meat in a cell-based form. So how do we do cultured meat? We will talk more about that opportunity in terms of alternative proteins. Then Pablo Rodrigo, he is also the founder and CEO of Trazable, which is a startup that is working with blockchain technology to improve the transparency in the food system. And lastly, we have Giuseppe Scionti. He is the CEO and founder of Nova Meat, another startup working in the alternative meat space. Also super powerful innovation he's putting forward. It's very different to the plant-based meat you've seen up till now. So to kickstart the conversation, I would like to talk to you about why do you think this sector is being increasingly interesting for investors, for companies? Why do we hear so much about food tech these days?
I mean, I would say sustainability probably is the main factor. Some time ago, we didn't stop thinking about how the food system production is really affecting sustainability and the environment. But since we have started working on different alternatives, really, the question has arrived, okay? And I think it's here to stay. Nothing can stop it right now. 10 years ago, probably a little bit less than that, people started to work on plant-based proteins, something that has been with us for a long, long time, okay? But they never managed really to make attractive products for us to consume. Because at the end of the day, food needs to comply with that. You have to enjoy when you eat it, okay? So that's the main key factor that you have to meet. So they did a great job in order to create with soy protein, with pea protein, very attractive products. And they really learn, all of us, that there are options to really employ technologies that will allow us really to make a more sustainable food system. Because at the end of the day, we don't have to forget that, I mean, there is a huge food gap in the world. Population is growing because it's more people born, but it's because our life expectancy is growing a lot. And there is only, we saw in the last talk, I mean, there is only, yes, one portion of habitable land that we can use in order to feed animals. And animals are really inefficient when they transform feed into meat, okay? So we have really to work on other technologies, and this is the reason why I think this is becoming so popular and it is attracting a lot of interest.
In my case, I agree with Inigo, only to add that another trigger factor is that we as consumers are aware of the importance of the sustainability, no? Because why now? No? Why now is important? No? There's a lot of food tech startup. And I think it is due to that. We are aware of the importance of sustainability. The food industry is one of the most polluting industry, and we need to solve this problem, the population growth, and so on. And where there is a problem, no, and the need, there are entrepreneurs and startups and investors, and that's why food tech is a hot topic here in Salsamika in the entrepreneurship ecosystem.
Yes, let's continue with Giuseppe. He's not here because he's very busy talking to many investors about his startup, so he must know why investors are very interested in this topic in food tech. Giuseppe, do you hear us?
No, I think.
Can you hear me now?
Now we hear you, yes.
Hello? Okay, very good. Okay.
Some technical problems, so let's continue with our conversation. We talked about technologies. South Summit is full of different technologies that can be applied to different sectors. So in your cases, you are applying it to food, but within food to very different aspects, right? So Inigo with biotech foods, it's mostly to address the problem of proteins, the protein demand, and in Pablo's case, it's the use of blockchain technology. So I'm very curious to know how both of your technologies are being applied to food, and why is that important? How can we bring like a better food system by using your technologies?
Yeah, so I mean, as we said before, we really need to feed the planet and all of us, and we need alternative sources of producing protein. Protein is something that we need to survive. We need it every day. And in fact, we don't store it as we do with fat, okay? So we need some of the essential amino acids we are not able to produce, so we have to consume and to eat it from products that we produce. And as I said, we need alternative ways of doing it. So what we do is cultivated meat, and the way of producing meat is using technology that has been already applied in the regenerative medicine before. It's a technology that is very well known and has been in use for more than two decades, okay? And what we are doing right now is trying to give it a different application. So all the systems are in place. The value chain exists. All the equipment, all the processors are well known. But what we have to do, and what is the key challenge, or the most important challenge here, is to transform a technology that normally has been delivering a product that is normally pricey, because, I mean, obviously for drugs, you can pay a certain amount of money because the active ingredient makes a great effort in a very small amount. But in the food industry, it's totally the opposite. Really, you have to produce huge volumes. We consume in the world more than 350 million tons of protein per year. So you really need to have a system that allows you to produce in mass volumes, but also to do it in a very affordable way, because we consume every day, and obviously we are not going to pay for any alternative more than we are used to pay today at the supermarket or in a restaurant. And that's the big challenge. So basically what we do, we work with the cells of the animal. In the case of the biotech foods, we work with land species, beef, pork, avian. There are other companies working with seafood also, that's possible. But we focus with land species. So you take a small portion of the muscle of the animal. You don't need to kill the animal. Then you make a cell isolation, and you just take the cells that are of interest for you. And then what you do is try for them to do what they are meant to be do, that is to replicate and to create muscle. So you have to give them the right environment. Normally you use tanks, stainless steel tanks, like we are using in the milk industry, in the beer industry, where you can put the temperature that is good for them. You can feed them with the nutrients that they need, with the gases like oxygen that they need. And as I said, they do what they are programmed to do. And then you can create meat in a very short time. Normally the process takes like 15 days. If you compare, for example, with beef, normally young beef is slaughtered when they are 12 months old. With pork is 6 months. Then obviously you have chicken that it takes just 42 days. And then once you do that, then you use less amount of water, you create much less quantity of greenhouse gas emissions, because there is no methane produced by enteric fermentation. Okay, it is totally different way of producing it. So finally, what you can get is really a product that can allow you really to make meat alternatives that are tasty and are real, and we can enjoy.
It sounds great. Well, at Trazable, what we do is work with companies such as the Inigo ones, and help them to connect with the rest of the stakeholders of the supply chain, because as you say, there's a value chain. You surely use byproducts or raw materials, and to ensure the quality of this meat, you need to ensure the quality of this byproduct of these raw materials. And nowadays, the problem is that most of the documents of the registers are paper-based. So you spend a lot of time tracking and tracing all the process, no? And if there is a food alert, this is a huge problem, no? For us, you waste food and foodborne disease, and so on and so on. So you need to digitize this process, no? And share the information, because there's a supply chain. There are a lot of stakeholders that works together, no? There's not only one. And in this new era of the data is king. So who gonna store this data, no? There's a problem right there that the technology can help, no? That's why at Trazable we use blockchain to digitize and connect all these dots, all this company, and create lines in order to be able to track and trace products from farm to fork in just seconds, and be able to give all this information to the companies to be more efficient, but also to the consumers, no? In order to increase trust. And blockchain help us to create this trust framework in which all companies and consumers could work together or participate together.
Yeah, so for example, when his lab-grown meat comes out to the market, it's a way of making it more familiar to consumers, in the sense that they can look up the product with a QR code and they can know about the process, so it becomes less strange, right? And maybe they are happier and they feel safer with tasting that novel product.
Yes, and it's like a third-party audit to the technology. It's not like it's only Inigo tell this story to you, but you have a third-party audit that is ensuring all the process.
I mean, I think that's really interesting. I mean, we don't have to forget that obviously there are technical challenges in the cultivated meat space, but obviously there are cultural challenges. I mean, consumers need to accept, need to understand, they need information in order to assess and to take the decision to include this into their diets. And that's something that has been working on for some time. And all these kind of tools obviously will be really, really helpful to make this successful.
Let's bring in Giuseppe to the conversation. So also 3D printed food is something very new to consumers, and probably also technologies like blockchain can help in the process. But Giuseppe, I wanted you to share more about what Novamit is doing, and also why this technology is so revolutionary. Still, we can't hear you, unfortunately. It's a shame. We'll keep on trying. You just give us a shout out whenever you're there. And going back to alternative meats, because I think it's a very hot topic, many people must be curious about. Let's share a bit with the public other options, other areas of opportunity, because I think we have Giuseppe with us now. Hola?
Okay.
Okay, you're there.
Thank you, yes. Beatriz.
Okay, go ahead. We hear you.
Yeah, so I think it's the perfect timing for alternative proteins. So at Novamit, we work on that specific field. And to talk in the same language as Inigo and Pablo, I think in 100 years from now, everybody will remember that this period was the period of taking part of trying to solve a climate crisis and the biodiversity crisis. So I think that the three of us here are examples of trying to innovate. So I think to your question, what we've been doing is working on alternative meats. So in the same field of Inigo, but instead of cultured meat, we work on plant-based meat alternatives. So these, which has been made famous by Beyond Meat and Impossible, but there is a lot of space for innovation because you need to go beyond the burger. So I think that it's a perfect timing in which we can contribute, the three of us, in different formats to the food industry revolution. And it doesn't need to be a dystopian future. We can imagine a future which is, as you explained, more transparent, where you know where the food is coming from, where you know the processes. And in our case, when Novamit has been known for developing the world's most realistic plant-based steaks and pork whole cuts, but we want to go beyond 3D printing. It's more about curiosity at the beginning of our projects when you are a startup, trying to create demonstrations and show that you can create something innovative, but then it's important to scale up. So I think that that will be my answer to what comes next.
Yeah, that's the challenge all of the startups are facing is now that I've come up with an incredible solution to the biggest challenges to the food system. How do I really make an impact but by making this scalable? So I suppose all of you are in that process of making it widely also affordable, right? So not only scalable at a business level, but also making it at an affordable price for people.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. As I said, food product need to you have to afford it, and what we want to do here really is to have an impact on the sustainability of the food system. So, I mean, it doesn't count if really you are able to produce a very premium product that only a few people are going to consume. Really, you need to do something that is going to be it's going to take an important, a real chunk of the protein production system as a whole. I mean, there are some estimations. Obviously, estimations for the future are always very hard, no? But they say that, I don't know, probably between 11 and 15% of the proteins that we consume by 2035 will come from alternative proteins. And for that really to happen, you need, as you said, to really work on the scalability of the processes themselves and then making it affordable. The industry, as I said, existed before, so biotechnology applied to the pharma industry existed, but there is a whole new way of looking at things from the value chain, and there is a whole new business model also that companies have really to decide if they really want to go for it or not, that will make this possible sooner than later.
Mm-hmm. In our case, maybe it's a little bit easier because we use blockchain technology, but we are software, we are a SaaS, no? So companies are used to work with softwares. And maybe the challenge to scale up and to create these network effects, which are very important for us, no? To connect these dots, is to combine companies that they need to be transparent or they need to share the information because it's a win-win, no? For the supply chain. So there is the challenge for us, no? To change the way that companies are exchanging, sharing information all along the supply chain. Nowadays, each company has a small piece of the global view, and we need to change that in order to create one only digital report of all the story of the food products to be more efficient in the future, not to have this global view of the supply chain from farm to fork. And this is our challenge today.
How about you, Giuseppe? What challenges are you encountering with Novameat at the moment?
I think that here at South Summit is a perfect stage to explain that it's not a mature yet environment, the environment of startups here in Spain, specifically Italy, Portugal, Greece, but also France. What happens in the Mediterranean area, we have a lot of creativity, we have a lot of curiosity, but when it comes to the reality, it's about 100 times more difficult to find funding. So we are just closing our round. It's been great for us, but I think there is projects here in the area that are top quality and need the same support that you will find in the Silicon Valley or in Israel. So I think this is one thing. Second thing is being able to, because the system is not mature yet, not only the venture capital system, but also the innovation food industry. So there is the big corporates that need to approach the startup in the right way. So being not aggressive, but building together. I think these two things are important to start thinking and being able to fight the same way that we would like to fight. I think when you have so much talent around, so much in our case, for example, so many great chefs, so many great ingredients, knowledge, and it's all about being courageous enough to leave the old traditions and try new things. Try not be scared to try with the same chef, with the same new top quality ingredients, but go beyond the top quality traditional products that we had in the food industry to really make an impact and make a dent when we scale up for the wellness of our planet.
Yeah, so Giuseppe pointed out some of the limits in growing in the Spanish ecosystem, right? One of them being investment. But I also think we have a great opportunity for food tech startups in Spain, because food is a very important part of our economy, of our industry, of our culture, our identity. So what role do you think Spanish food tech startups can play in the global food system?
It's not an easy question. I mean, I think probably, I mean, what he pointed out, I mean, at the end, funding is really important, okay? Yeah, I mean, you need to have the skills and the capabilities, but I think you can find that in many places. Obviously, you have that, there is no sort of supply in Silicon Valley or some countries in Europe, some countries in Asia. And yeah, for sure we have that in Spain from the point of view of science and the technology, and obviously from the point of view of the food system itself. We have strong companies, strong corporate, a strong culture, okay, on the food. But I mean, funding is totally important when you're trying to bring a technology that is so disruptive, and that obviously you need to invest patiently before you really are able to gather any results. No? So I would say that yes, we have many positive aspects here in Spain for entrepreneurship in the food system, but still we have a lot of work to do in order to attract more funding. I mean, obviously, nowadays we live in a very global community, and the funds can really be brought from other places, and we are seeing most of the projects that are funded nowadays in cultivated meat, they are receiving funding from different investors in different countries all over the world, okay? So that's happening. Still, I think Spain has to do a better job in order to be recognized as a potential country that really can bring leading companies, okay, to this field. But all in all, yes, I agree that we are in a very good position.
Yeah. So Pablo was recognized as one of the 10 best entrepreneurs in Spain last year. So I think Spain has a big role to play in food tech.
I fully agree, and I think maybe it's a cultural problem for entrepreneurs here in Spain. They don't have this mindset to go out and seek for funds outside, because here in Spain maybe it's more complicated. All the amounts are not the same that in Europe or worldwide. But in the food industry or in the food sector, food tech companies have the perfect sandbox to start, to test, and to get funds here in Spain, because we have a very huge industry, have different products or different industry in a small country or in a small area, and we have a very, very big ecosystem of entrepreneurship, entrepreneurs, tech people, no, to develop technical solutions. We are a very powerful country to develop great ideas. The only thing is to change our mindset, and if we don't have funds here, go outside and take the money to Spain to start here the project, because we have the perfect ecosystem, in my opinion.
Yeah, Giuseppe is an Italian based in Spain, growing his business here. So share a bit about why you are doing this. What opportunities do you see in the Spanish ecosystem?
Well, I think that everybody knows here that Beatriz, for example, is director of Kilometro Zero Innovation Hub. So there is examples of great people, great organizations that are really changing this system here and moving us into the future. I think that in Spain, for example, will make my case. I came to Spain to do a PhD in tissue engineering, so I was building artificial organs, same technology that is then instead of plant-based, like in my case, then the team of Inigo, it comes from the same technology, for example, of Professor Mark Post with the first plant cultivated burger in 2013. So from that sector, I was so lucky that I was able to discuss with Ferran Adrià, with Seyer de Carroca, with Disfrutar. So 3 of the top 5 restaurants in the world in the same region. In this specific case, this was in Catalonia, and I was able to discuss this before opening the startup. So being able to have these food top stars, let's say, it's super important. And I think that it's becoming obvious that there is a very different approach to food in different countries. So the products are different, but also if you are able to create a premium demo, and we are very good in Spain and Italy, for example, in creating small-scale super premium products, Ferrari, Lamborghini, or Jamon Serrano top qualities. I think that being able to demonstrate that our creativity, that our adaptability in the Mediterranean area, which is our big advantage, and the top quality of ingredients then need help from ecosystem. For example, Beatrice, as I said, is a good example. And I think that it's not a matter of if this will happen, it's a matter of when this will happen. It's exactly the same of electric cars. All these transitions are happening. So we can do it or not, we can like it or not, but this is happening. So why should we wait somebody from Asia or somebody from North America to do it before us? So people that are in this panel, we do this anyways. I mean, we don't care what's the ecosystem around, and we try to build the ecosystem together. And I think that it's so obvious because if you see, for example, all the Netflix documentaries, all the BBC Earth documentaries right now, it comes down to 4 big challenges we have ahead. One is stop deforestation, stop overfishing, solve the livestock inefficiency, and renewable energy. 3 of the 4 main issues to really save the planet and then save our health are related to food. Deforestation, the main driver, 40% is driven by beef specifically, and then the rest, maybe 10%, is driven by palm oil, etc. So it's so obvious and becoming so obvious for the new generation that if we don't do ourselves, somebody else will do, and we should do it here. We should do it in the Mediterranean area, in Spain, Italy, and year round, because we have the power.
Thanks, Giuseppe. Yes, so the issue is very pressing, but at the same time very exciting, because we are playing a role in transforming this essential issue in our world, for planet, for people. So thank you very much for doing what you're doing. Congratulations. And I think we have to move on to the next panel, but it was a pleasure to be with you here today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, speakers. It's very exciting to hear about all of these food tech initiatives. That means that I get to eat more, better in the near future, more pleasurable, more sustainable, and that's definitely a future that I am looking forward to. So we're going to pivot a little bit more from the food tech area. Now that we have learned a little bit about the ecosystem here in Spain, we're gonna learn a little bit in the next panel the different initiatives that are in the regenerative agriculture vertical. And to lead that conversation, we have Aaron de Bernardis, I'm so sorry, who's the co-founder of Next Solution, and he will be introducing the panelists on this topic on regenerative agriculture.
Thank you to be here. It's close to 7 p.m. in a trade show. People used to be in the bar drinking beer, and but I want to say thank you to the summit team that invite us, invite all the team, all the panel. And I would like to introduce, we have 3 more speakers, and I would like to invite Natalia, CEO of Plan of Demand. We have Cayetana, principal of Balderton Capital. And I think that we are trying to connect with Litzy, Agri Women's Development Trust. I don't know if we have, no, we can't. Okay, technician problems. We put your hands up together for Litzy. She will see the video. Okay, in this panel, we want to focus in agriculture as every of us are involved in different areas. And I would like, in the beginning, to introduce yourself. I think maybe Cayetana, that is in Paris. Hi, Cayetana.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Aaron. So my name is Kaye. I'm a principal at Balderton Capital. Balderton is one of the leading European multi-stage funds in Europe. And we invest in European businesses that look to become the next multi-billion category leader in whatever category they're in. So we're sector agnostic, and we invest across early stage to early growth. While we're not a sustainability-focused fund, we care a lot about this topic, and we have made several investments in the space along the years, including companies like Infarm, which is a leader precisely in vertical farming, Feast, Vestia Collective, and many others.
That's perfect. Natalia is the CEO of Plan of Demand.
Yes. So Plant on Demand is basically a platform, a digital platform for organic local producers. And what we do is basically we digitalize. Is it the mic?
Yeah, it's working. Yes,
okay.
It's working.
So what we do is we digitalize the commercial operations of these local and organic farmers with their clients, but we also help them to cooperate with other farmers so they can work as a unified force. This basically allows the farmers to, gain a lot of, save a lot of time, digitize their operations, coordinate and cooperate with other farmers so they can reach bigger clients and get economies of scale, for example.
Nice.
Just to say that we've been working for 3 years now, and we work with thousands of farmers, all of them organic, and also with cooperatives.
So cool, so cool. Okay, sorry, if we can have more monitor from Natalia and Cayetana, will be perfect. I'm Aaron De Bernardis, CEO and co-founder of NAC Solutions. What we do is monitor crops with satellites, but this is not the add value. Our add value is that we introduce artificial intelligence, that we not only monitor, we learn from the crops, and we can predict what's going to happen with the crops. Till the day of today, we are in 16 countries in less than 3 years. The co-founders have the 100% of the equity. We are growing because we are in a process in the last 3 years to try to help the producers and teach that the data will help them to produce more and try to spend less fertilizer, less water, and trying to push sustainable agriculture. And the topic of today is the agriculture, how we will change this. As you know, the way that we produce, we spend a lot of water. The 70% of water that we spend in the world, the FAO say, that is in agriculture. Absolutely, I am in contact in 16 countries, and everyone, the way that they control the water is don't have metrics. We need to change the way that we produce. And I would like to Cayetana, with your seniority and your vision like an investor, could you define what is regenerative agriculture, how we can change the challenge that we have?
Sure. I mean, it's a really good question because there's so many definitions out there. And to put it super simply, regenerative agriculture refers to all agricultural practices that aim at preserving the soil's quality and its capacity to capture and retain carbon. So there are many different methods that most often are combined together. And I don't want to take a lot of time to go into each and one of those, and maybe I just mention them, and then if you guys have questions, I'm very happy to go through that. But some of those methods include low-till or no-till systems, cover crops, rotating crops, integrating livestock so that we get to like the natural nature, if you want to call it that way, and expanding biodiversity. That's a few. Those are some of the most common, and derivatives of those that come together and help precisely to get to a healthier soil. And that today is really important because today over a quarter of the world's greenhouse gas emissions precisely from agriculture, forestry, and land use. So regenerative agriculture can have impact on the path to net zero, and to balance out precisely the amount of greenhouse gas produced and the amount that is removed and captured by these new practices from the atmosphere. So there is research shows that efficient farming practices could achieve about like 20% of the sector's required emissions by 2050. And it's obviously one of the most direct variables in humans' health and way of life. And I think it's fascinating what you, Natalia, are working on, because it's and be closer to the consumer, which the day the consumer deciding to buy into this, right? And it's where the change, where we need to see the change come from. So maybe I'll pause there. Aaron?
Yes, yes. Perfect. Sorry, the connection was quite frozen, but yeah, I think that's a good point of view. And now, the question is, why now? Why we are starting now, you know? And I would like to, Natalia, from your point of view and your experience and what you are doing in Plan of Demand, why now? What's the problem that we can solve? How we can help in your...
Yes, following what Cayetana was saying just now, I think we're in a moment in history where we have to act, we have to do something about
Absolutely.
all the things that are happening in the environment, right? We have a huge loss of biodiversity happening because of bad practices in agriculture, the use of pesticides, the use of chemicals that are harming the land and the soil. We have as well the climate change, which is not stopping for sure, and for which the agriculture now it's actually participating in this problem. And so we are in a situation where the world needs to adapt, needs to evolve, right? The good part of all of it is that more and more farmers are moving towards the conventional way of producing, towards a more sustainable or more regenerative or organic way of producing. There are thousands of those farmers who have the awareness of all these techniques and that are doing it right. The problem that I see is that most of them, for now, they are very small and they are really aware of the problems environmentally. They are really capable of changing that, but they yet don't have the capacity to really have access to the market and to sell their products in good conditions. They are too small and they're too isolated. So one of the things that I believe are very important to acknowledge is that it's not only important to stimulate or to promote this organic and regenerative way of producing, but also to provide to those farmers that are doing things right with the tools that they might need so that they can thrive, right? One of the situations that I see very often when I talk with those farmers, because I have the good luck of being in touch with many of them because of my job, is that, as I was saying before, they are very isolated. They don't have the capacity to get good margins, to get access to the market. And one of the solutions that are coming up in the recent years is cooperation. So cooperation is a great way for those farmers to have access to clients that earlier they weren't able to have access to. Because just imagine you are a small farmer, right? You are doing things right. You're having the most healthy soil, you're protecting the environment as much as you can, but then you go and sell to whom? You're too small to reach, I don't know, a restaurant, you're too small to reach a family because you don't have enough range of products to go and knock to those doors, right? So what we see is that if groups of farmers come together and sell together so that they can have a broader catalog, right? And they can share the logistics and they can share the spaces. This can escalate much more. And like this, there is there's more ideas and more projects that are coming up in these recent years. And even in this summit, I've met quite a few that are really, really interesting.
Yeah, that's nice. In my area, that I'm, how we can change that and what I can see from the market. We are actually in 16 countries. I saw different kind of. We have, for example, one customer that have 47,000 small producers, and I've been in contact in some meetings with the small producers, and it's a lot to help them, you know. Something important is that we are tech people, and we need to understand that they are not tech, and sometimes we say they need to understand, they need to learn, they need to adapt. But I think that it's our job to adapt our technology to be easy, to be helpful, to be cheaper as soon as. Something that if we check the market, the 20% of the producers in the world are big producers. They have engineers, they have teams that they can manage data, they can predict with solutions like we have. But the 80% of the producers in the world are small producers. We are in a challenge now that try to share the knowledge from the huge producer, the artificial intelligence that we can provide for the huge producers to the small producer. That's a huge challenge because you need to be so clear, you need to be so easy, and I think that from the tech side, we need to understand and learn the vocabulary. Just I put an example. We have customers that this is something practical. They do what they do because they have been doing that for the last 50 years. Literally, 50 years doing the same. And where the technology arrived to the agriculture is the machinery, big machinery, a lot of buttons, a lot of lights, you know, air condition inside. But the data is not in the agriculture. And we think that if we help to the small producer to don't have data, to have information. I think that our add value is don't provide data, is provide information to take easy solutions now. I think that, what do you think, Cayetana, about this? Are you going to invest in NACS for this solution? Let's joke.
I cannot guarantee that quite yet, but it's interesting that you both are mentioning two of the things that I wanted to talk about from an investor perspective. I think there are many, many ways in which companies can build interesting businesses that have an impact on this area. And the two, I mean, I touched on the other ones, but to what you both were saying, Aaron, I think the measurement and improvement of the soil's quality, leveraging precisely data collection and analysis to improve all the operational efficiency and decision-making in agriculture is key. And what you're saying is particularly interesting because it's not about just the data, but it's actually also about how you translate that data in a way that can be understood and used. Especially because we cannot forget, like any product or service, you need to keep in mind who you sell to. And there's been a shift in agriculture where you have newer generation entering the space in this category. But the reality is that a lot of them are not necessarily super tech savvy still today. And that represents a huge percentage of the population. So you guys are doing the toughest job, which is all the educational effort, going out there, doing the evangelization, et cetera, et cetera. And for that, you need to keep in mind who you talk to. Absolutely. And just having like a super techie, cool data platform, that's great, but you have to go an extra step. And then I think as we come along in history, just the data collection and the analysis will be great. And maybe you need to do a lot less of the explanation, but it's not just about like, you know, like, here is a bunch of things that can be interesting for you, but like really going that extra mile on like how you implement that, how you keep on measuring over time, how can you keep on sharing and nurturing that data feedback loop, because at the end of the day, that's how all the models are going to end up working. So I think that's super interesting. The other point that I wanted to mention is around farmers, communities, and support, which is exactly what Natalia was talking about. Like, farmers are at the core of this all, and they need to feel supported to engage in change and to cover the short-term challenges of the transition to using more sustainable practice. Basically, if you think of it, those people, like, very often they don't have a lot of cash to sustain a transition, and they need to think of not necessarily like short-term, but relatively short-term benefits, because that's what is going to let them go into the next season and go into the next season and so on. So when you make a transition to regenerative agriculture, you might lose 1 or 2, even 3 seasons.
Yeah.
And then how do you do that? And then also the next step of it is like, assume you made the transition because it was relatively easy for you, or you are in an area that can allow the transition faster. Then you are a very small play into a world that is set up in a way in which all farmers belong to a COP, and that COP is talking to the big ag.
Yeah.
And then you don't have a competitive situation anymore, because you're the small farmer that doesn't really, I mean, that can't really go and be competitive. So you need to, number one, buy cheaper, and number two, sell to relatively bigger groups if you do the group selling. So it's exactly what Natalia was talking before. So it's a lot about communities, but it's also about financing and insurance of those people. And today there are very, very few solutions to take care of basically the protagonist of this whole story. Then there's other ways to do this. One can be around inputs, biologics, and seeds. So all the innovation that you mentioned also, Aaron, before, around organic fertilizers and pesticides, the seeds that require less chemical inputs, the ways to reduce the use of nitrogen-based fertilizers, and so on. So I think there is a lot. It's a little bit more like biotech, because you need to get into all the formulation and so on. But it's also an area that I think can make a huge impact on the whole regenerative agriculture space. Then there is everything around measurement of carbon sequestration in soils, which is necessary for instance, the very a very discussed topic, which is the carbon credits. That, by the way, could be also a way to incentivize farmers to transition to regenerative agriculture, because it can be a great way of financing. Now, today it's hard to get into this, because it's very hard to do the proper measurement of the carbon sequestration and also all the impacts. So you get into this whole thing of the measurement and verification, where there's some companies working on it, but we still don't yet have like a proper view and proper technology in order to kind of establish a real protocol. That also ties with certification and labeling. And it's a little bit what I was saying before. Ultimately, consumers are the biggest force to drive change.
Yeah.
And as we raise awareness, more people will want to consume food coming from regenerative agricultural practices, including meat even. But for that, we need a system that enables consumers to know how the food has been produced. So if you think of like all the nutritional stuff that you have in any food, that wasn't that common, like, I don't know, 40 years ago. So getting to some type of information slash labeling, like the Nutri-Score that now you have in many products and so on. There's ways in order to raise that awareness. Because like when we go to the supermarket, I don't know, I can know whether it's eco-friendly, I can know sometimes where it's being produced, but I cannot really know how it's being produced.
Yes.
And regenerative agriculture precisely depends on how it's being produced, and that how is key, and consumers don't know. So I think there is a lot to be done in that certification and labeling aspect. And maybe the last one to mention, although there's a few others, but the last one to mention is around waste reduction, which is somehow related to the whole topic. It's interesting to know that 1/3 of all food produced in the world is wasted. 1/3 is like incredible. So the changes in diet and the reduction in food waste are probably some of the most impactful ways to reduce emissions, and it can be implemented at every consumer level. But again, there is no real way to measure that besides also obviously the consumers taking the ownership on it, right? So it's on us to kind of reduce some of the portions, like not be that driven by aesthetic of how a product looks, like kind of budget better what we want or what we need and how much we need of it. And the same, it comes across the whole supply chain, by the way. it happens at the very beginning of the supply chain with all the technology that is required to preserve food, but then it also happens a lot at the retail and consumer level. So it's really across the whole chain that we need some type of innovation to make it better. So I'll pause there, but those are just a few ideas that I think can be interesting and can make regenerative agriculture a real thing.
I do like the point that you say about the consumer. Natalia, do you think that we think that it's a farmer center just to push the regenerative agriculture, but do you think that we need to change the mind of the consumer? We need to change our minds in consuming?
Certainly we do, but I think we're doing fine. Like 5 years ago, no one knew about organic food.
That's true.
And now it's everywhere. So I tend to be a very optimistic person, but I think we are doing it so far good.
Yes.
Of course, there's a lot of work to do, but I think we're in the right direction. But the point also that I want to make clear is that it's not only the consumer who has to change his or her mind. It's also that the system has to allow the consumer, if he wants, to get those sort of products, to get to products that are produced sustainably in an easy and convenient way. And this is something that we are yet not enabling. Like, I am the biggest freak of organic food, but still nowadays I find myself buying conventional fruits and vegetables because it's not so easy to get to them.
Yes.
So it is important, I believe, that all these people that have projects in mind or that have a company, a startup, that helps in any way the delivery of these products that are produced in a sustainable way towards the consumer. It can be consumers, but it can also be the restaurants, the retailers, the hospitals, even the schools, to develop the ideas, because it's a lot of work to do still. It's not only a matter of changing the awareness of the consumers, it's also of providing them with the means to get to those sort of products.
Yeah, it's quite crazy because I absolutely agree with you that 5 years ago we never think to buy something organic, or you know, I think myself I used to do it. We pay more for this, you know, but when you go to the farm, it's really difficult to produce something organic. It's absolutely difficult to produce something organic, especially in a scale. You know, to produce something organic in a scale is so difficult. And it's something important that we sometimes buy something organic, but as Cayetana said, we don't used to know really what's happened with this, maybe say organic. And I know some cases that no are, but I think that we, as a consumer, we need to keep paying more for this because it's so difficult for the farmer, it's so expensive to produce something that is organic. And I think that we need to try to find solutions. And we need to be honest that the same way that we produce, we are not going to be able to feed the future. Something that we need to change. Maybe, as Cayetana said, maybe the 30% of the food in the world, that's a lot, you know, that's a lot. Maybe with only changing this, we will be able to with the same way that we produce, to be alive with the food that we have. And just in conclusion, we have 3 minutes. Let's have 1 minute per person. Cayetana, it's your minute of conclusion.
Yeah, no, I agree with what Natalia was saying. Actually, I don't want to come across as pessimistic, but actually quite the opposite. I think we've made a lot of progress, and I think we now know so much more than we knew only a few years ago, even a few months ago. So we only need to kind of collect that knowledge, and as investors, we also have the responsibility to keep that mindset of what is sustainable, what's making the world a better place, and so on and so forth. Doesn't mean we will invest in every single company coming out of this, but I think it's really important that we find the right type of financing for those companies that are actually feeding the future in many ways. And we know, that's the thing. That's the important thing, is we know. So now it's about execution. Before we didn't know a lot of this, and now we know. So it's more like a optimistic way of saying we need to go and do it.
Cool. Natalia?
I would say we have the tools, we have the technology, we have the knowledge to improve the way we produce and the way we consume. So let's just put all together our forces from the investment side, from the startup side, from the consumer side, from the farmer side. Let's come all together. Let's try to cooperate. Let's try to talk with each other. And let's try to create a better future. I think we have all the ingredients.
Yeah, that's great. From my side, I think that if we as a consumer, we keep asking for this kind of food, healthy, organic, closer of where we are, and that's going to be really important for the future because the market will give you what you are looking for, you know. And I think that's going to be really important from the tech side, from the technological companies, is help to the producers to give metrics. Every company have metrics, and the agriculture don't have metrics. If I produce shoes, with X table of wood, I have, I don't know, 100 shoes. But in agriculture, there are no metrics. And that's the way that we need from my side, what I can do, is provide information to give metrics to produce with less chemicals and more production to feed the future. Okay, thank you for your time. Thank you for the summit. Thank you, Cayetana. Put your hands up together for Natalia. Goodbye and have a good luck.
Thank you so much. So with that, we're wrapping up our day right here on SANDBOX Stage. My name is Cecilia Tom. See you all tomorrow.